Chapter 1076. You just got back and you're already working overtime, huh? Runa commented. Velvet shrugged. We just dealt with what appeared in front of us. We honestly didn't expect any enemies to make it this far. Are things getting worse? Here and there, Runa said. There's always trouble from the Exalted Quadrant somewhere. You need to go much further in to be truly safe. Doesn't the Scarlet Alliance have such issues? I suppose so, Velvet admitted. Outside of our core territory, we just ended up in conflict with the Silverfang. Can't say I've heard of them, Runa commented. They're not that important. A mid-tier sect in the Trigold cluster at best. But I suppose you wouldn't have much news about things happening beyond the Exalted Quadrant. Nothing except the big stuff. Like the Twin Soul sect collapsing. We might be able to relay more information in the future, Velvet said. Though most of the events really shouldn't affect you. Runa nodded. The Exalted Quadrant is a massive barrier from any sort of interactions beyond them. I'm honestly surprised you managed to make it back here. And on a significantly less stealthy ship. She looked it up and down. It's weird. We'll talk about that later, Velvet said. Runa would have to be entrusted with sufficient information, especially with the void ants coming from the lower realms. But speaking about it near a random planet that she wasn't sure was fully secure would be a bit awkward. With escort from the spirit-slicing sect, the rest of their journey through chaotic conglomeration territory was simpler. They were able to move deeper without constantly needing to send messages ahead, and the other ships provided a useful veil of obscurity for their actions. When they finally arrived back at Renov, Runa was overflowing with questions. This ship is far worse, she commented. Have you lost favor within the Scarlet Alliance somehow? But then, how would you be here for this? Assuming you do intend to continue the cooperation efforts. We can tell you, Velvet said. I'll bring Misai and Julie, as well as some other guests. But we need to be somewhere we won't be overheard, preferably even by other members of your sect. Runa gave Velvet a look. I trust the elders of my sect with my life, but I presume you already know that. However, meeting alone with so many might give off impressions of a lack of control. You could bring your father, or another you trust. But Misai and Julie will be those with the highest energy besides myself. Runa nodded. I do trust you as well, of course. I simply must keep up proper appearances. Soon enough, Velvet found herself back in Renov's void or mines. They had been a key component of her prior visit, and she was quickly met by Mundy, now a foreman of sorts. He looked excited to see her, then slightly disappointed. No derf, he asked. Velvet nodded. Most of those who have come with me will be staying long-term. We do have a recording you might like to see, though. The assault on Niteria had their stealth ships quite far from the planet itself, and thus their recordings of what happened were relatively minimal. Almost useless, unless one was particularly interested in seeing the planet tremble at various points. One of which was, of course, the mine collapse. Technically, Durf had been doing exactly the thing miners didn't want, but it demonstrated a clear understanding of his time and effort. Mundy nodded. We do appreciate the technology the Twin Sages provided, and I see they have returned, he inclined his head. Do you have anything else of interest to our industry, Sage Julie? I'm a sage now, she asked. She didn't wait for a response, though. We've got sizable stores of information. Don't worry, we didn't forget you. We've got permission to provide a more complete picture of non-energetic technology. Though perhaps your people here have reproduced some of that already. Well, not much change down in the mines. But I hear some places have taken to having more mechanical air circulation instead of relying entirely on formations. Misai pat one of his storage bags. We actually have architectural designs that show ways to build passive structures that require very little active input to remain optimally comfortable. If not, power draws can grow out of proportion when you're not careful. Well, I don't know if I'll have much to do with that, Mundy said, but I appreciate having you back. We still work hard down here, but the results are much better. The group continued on, taking a tour of the mines. It was not particularly notable, since they had significant interests in the mines previously. Eventually, Emmerich, Runa, Velvet, and the twins all ended up in a section of the mines that had not yet been expanded into except for exploratory tunnels. There was no one around who could hear them speak. and listening in with energy was even more impossible. It seems you decided not to bring your other companions, Runa's father commented. That is not the case, Velvet said. They are here, waiting to be properly introduced. I was thinking that we might answer Runa's questions about our ship first, but I realize now that it would be quite awkward. There wasn't a better way to do this than just getting it done, she decided. May I present to you the Queen, Crossed and Tinny. Velvet reached her finger behind her neck, touching just under the neck of her clothing. Then she held Crossed and Tinny out in front of her. The Void Ant gave a fanciful bow. Even those who did not understand Void Ant mannerisms would understand the gesture, as it was made specifically to appeal to humans. Then she began to sign. She says she is pleased to meet you, Misai translated, and that she is sorry that she cannot communicate her own words verbally. Emmerich looked the most surprised, though Runa had certainly been taken off guard as well. Runa was the one who recovered first and was able to speak. We have heard of the non-human members of your alliance, of course. I still must admit to find myself in front of an insectoid. You would be from Acaris, correct? That is technically the case, Misai said, translating still. However, she would like to clarify that he looked towards Velvet, not because he was unaware of Crossed Antennae's meaning, but because of security concerns. We will be sharing everything relevant, Velvet said. Crossed Antennae was indeed born on Acaris, but her people as a whole hail from Cerritos. That's the planet you ascended from, correct? Emmerich asked. Indeed, Velvet said. That part hadn't been kept secret. The extent of their ongoing connection, however, hadn't been fully revealed. Though it should be noted that Crossed Antennae has not ascended. Runa gave Velvet a look, but she was born in the lower realms. And she's here. Her eyes flicked across Antennae, but of course she hadn't spontaneously learned the sign language over the past few minutes. Correct. We had to take a very special ship. Emmerich frowned. You have something capable of taking people directly from the lower realms into the upper realms? That is astounding, but perhaps lacking in use. As the one who set me on the path of augmentation, I know you understand how that would ruin a cultivator's path. Misai translated Crossed Antennae's response. The Queen says that it is good that she is not a cultivator, then. For her people, it is not an issue in the slightest. Runa eyed Velvet suspiciously. And her people are? Void ants. Velvet just ripped off the bandage. It had to be said. After all, you might have heard about them before. We have heard, Runa looked at Velvet's finger, choosing her words carefully, that the Exalted Quadrant recently came into conflict with some. Misai continued to translate. His voice kept even. The Queen wishes to inform you that she is aware that the Exalted Quadrant sees her people as a blight to be exterminated, like the insects that they are, and also that she is not given to petty insults like mentioning that the people of the Exalted Quadrant have brains smaller than that of void ants. Runa snorted, then caught herself. She looked slightly worried she might have offended someone. Crossed Antennae added a few more words. She says she appreciates you reacting to her joke. In truth, the Exalted Quadrant actually have enormous heads. Runa relaxed slightly. I think I like you. Queen, is it? Crossed Antennae tried to protest, but Misai was the translator. She is a daughter of the great queen of the Void Ants. She has borne many colonies of her own, and so whether she likes the title, she is certainly a queen. But she prefers to be called Crossed Antennae, as she chose the name herself. All right, Runa said. So may I ask, why you are here? Velvet explained that, simply because it was more efficient, though when Crossed Antennae had relevant comments, they were always brought up. And so, our intention is that they are our enforcement methods. But I promise that they are steadfast allies who will support you against the Exalted Quadrant, should it become necessary. A terrifying proposition, Emmerich said. Their discovery would bring much risk upon us. Velvet nodded. They are willing to let you deny knowledge of their existence. Or, we can entirely forego their presence. But in the Scarlet Alliance's interests, we would have to vastly limit the information we can provide. Runa looked at Crossed Antennae. So your people eat energy? Directly sever it from cultivators? Or free energy? Crossed Antennae clarified. Can you show us? Runa asked. Obviously. I mean, once we're somewhere it's possible. Velvet kept her smile internal. She had mentioned that aspect precisely to spark the curiosity of the spirit-slicing sect. They were quite similar to void ants in that way. Perhaps there was even some ancient connection. Or it could be a coincidence, based on finding metal with similar properties to the void ant's chitin. Crossed antennae, of course, indicated she would gladly demonstrate. "We will need time to think on this," Emmerich said. "Of course," Velvet agreed. "It's not as if we expect you to make such a decisive choice about your future on the spot, especially since it carries certain risks. But I can promise you, the information we have is of great value, matched only by a symbiotic relationship with void ants. They're a significant factor in how we won the war in the lower realms." "We?" Runa tilted her head. "Indeed," Velvet said. "We. Because while the Scarlet Alliance operates in the upper realms, we are still tied to the lower realms. It's a much more effective way to get materials from the lower realms than trying to colonize the planets or invade them every cycle. It helps us raise more effective cultivators." It was a very significant revelation, but aside from trusting Runa and Emmerich, Velvet knew that the chaotic conglomeration as a whole had nothing to gain from revealing such information to the Exalted Quadrant. They were enemies, after all, though it would be best kept a high-ranking secret so that no opportunistic trader types thought to try to sell the information for some personal benefit. Aside from the various revelations, Velvet resolved to get Runa and Emmerich as much exposure to void ants as was reasonable in the near future. That included lessons in their sign language. Direct communication would make them much more at ease. The fear of void ants came from a lack of understanding. Well, understanding didn't necessarily solve things, because then people would know how dangerous they were. But cultivators were also dangerous. You just needed them to be your allies. Centuries of details about how the void ants had lived with the people of the lower realms in harmony would be quite helpful for acclimatizing the sect leaders. Crossed Antennae was also invested in being accepted because she had grown fond of the upper realms, and the Scarlet Alliance couldn't safely accept her among their members. Not just yet, though perhaps that needed to change as well. The one difference was that the chaotic conglomeration was already being threatened with potential extermination. The risks weren't quite the same, but it was also hard to say they were allies with the void ants if they constrained them to the lower realms. Another project to look into in the future. Simply because the void ants accepted their reasoning didn't mean it was right to exclude them. Though Velvet would feel better if the Scarlet Alliance at least had a domination cultivator first. That should only take an unknown number of centuries or maybe a millennium or two. Chapter 1077. One thing Velvet felt like she should have researched before things got to the current point was the chaotic conglomeration's history with void ants. However, considering the reactions had been unease instead of instant aggression, she thought it would likely work out. It was too bad the chaotic conglomeration didn't have computers. There were many methods for libraries to document the information contained within them, but there was nothing as good as simply having relevant information appear in front of you. That said, she did ask the twins to look into anything related to the void ants if they got the chance. Velvet's presence was actually unnecessary beyond the current point. She could certainly continue to help convince the spirit-slicing sect to accept their conditions, but she wouldn't be involved in actually disseminating any information. That was all the others. Rather than being troublesome, Velvet found it quite freeing. With nothing pressing on her time, she could relax. At best, she needed to oversee the transportation of void ants and eventually return the ship. Until then, she chose to spend time with Runa without mentioning anything about void ants. The easiest thing for two cultivators to do was train together, and since their combat styles were similar enough, sparring was actually quite useful. The two faced off in a small arena. They didn't need much space, so it was better to conserve the energy used by the defensive formations to a smaller area. It was unlikely either of them would cause serious injury to the other even without, but the certainty of formations helped them go all out. They had some effects even against void steel, though they had to be specially made. Velvet wielded her two void steel daggers against Runa's one. She knew her friend wasn't limited to the single weapon, so it must have some sort of advantage. When they began, she realized Runa's defensive energy was extremely light. As Runa ducked and dodged Velvet's attacks, she sliced only irrelevant quantities of energy away. Meanwhile, Runa cut away a greater portion of Velvet's energy. Realizing she would be worn out, Velvet adjusted to match, maintaining only enough energy to keep her movements at top speed. She wasn't looking to turn things into a long brawl, but Runa didn't make it easy to target anywhere vital. Even without enchantments, the durable robes that Runa wore could entangle a void steel blade, potentially entrapping it or even breaking the brittle metal. Velvet made full use of her two blades, threatening Runa with both and forcing her to stay on the defensive. However, she soon discovered why her friend chose her particular fighting style. Runa was continuously pushed back until she struck out with a kick. Velvet sensed her energy building up and reached out to counter with one of her daggers, preparing to cut away the energy, but none extended beyond Runa's robes. Velvet's blade skimmed along the surface, causing only a few tears, and then the kick hit her side. Velvet had only barely ramped her defenses back up, so she was only tossed to the side instead of properly obliterated by the kick. But Runa didn't let up, following after her. Her dagger cut first, flicking in front of Velvet's chest, and then a fist struck her ribs. "I win," Runa declared. Mostly, Velvet agreed, though she made sure to draw attention to one of her daggers pressed into Runa's left armpit. With a solid thrust, she could have still pierced through the robes, though she'd been a bit slow. In some scenario, both of them were heavily injured by similar results. "How often do you find yourself facing off against similar techniques?" Velvet asked. "Almost never," Runa admitted. "But it's important to know how to deal with things. The blades don't carry energy well, but cutting apart defensive energy leaves people vulnerable to even a simple fist. You can even temporarily nullify enchantments if you do it right." "I'd do better with an enchanted dagger," Velvet said. "But I suppose that's more threatening." "It's a viable option," Runa admitted. "It might make people less wary of the void steel. Either can be just as deadly." Velvet nodded. She had some idea of that already, but the ability to cut apart energy was too precious to ignore. She could cover a much larger area with two blades, especially important when fighting multiple opponents. Though if she managed to sneak up on someone, she rarely ever needed two to kill them in a surprise attack. It was good to have options, though. Based on what Anton knew, getting proper embassies established with Zafiat and Eris happened several hundred times faster than the Trigold cluster. Then again, they hadn't even been trying for the latter, and it was only a couple factions within the whole great power. In short, they really weren't comparable situations at all. But Anton was glad that both had happened. It would have been quite reasonable for the two planets to be xenophobic, considering their entire reason for living underground. And unless they were particularly good liars, good enough to throw off literally all of Anton's insight, that was how things were. It seemed like an awfully long way to the next known inhabited system, but Anton suspected there were many more. They just weren't on this one specific path. After all, the stars weren't simply packed into a single flat plane. Anton was going to have to expand his explorations after he finished filling out the greater shape he intended to trace. Not that he had to worry about that in the next year, or 10. It was going to take quite a long time, and he was quite content with that. He found it unfortunate that the upper realms could be embroiled in wars that they could not assist with directly. But then again, the lower realms contributed quite a few people as they ascended. Even though assimilation was a valid alternative path, most still chose to ascend instead. The exceptions were those places that didn't believe there was a place for them in the upper realms, preferring to remain in solidarity with their own planets. Or in the case of the original Solani's cluster, mostly because they wanted to lord their power over others. Different intentions, similar results. As for Ratna visiting the Scarlet Alliance, Anton saw that as ultimately a good thing. His brief conversation with her had confirmed that they at least did not need to be enemies. And as far as people like that went, it was valuable enough. Her affection for her nephew Durf was likely genuine. Anton wondered when he would have an opportunity to meet the man. They were making more ships that were capable of the journey, though they were currently avoiding any sort of less official reasons to transport people. Ascension cultivators wishing to meet those they left behind was one thing, but someone who had never been to the lower realms with no important business wasn't high on any list. As for the other direction, Anton heard they had done some tests. It was difficult for lower realms cultivators to adapt to upper energy without properly ascending themselves, but it hadn't proven dangerous except that they would be weaker for the duration of their stay. They were still running tests to determine if it would be reasonable to carry any sort of assimilation cultivator. Anton had even more reasons than most not to leave the lower realms, but it could still be risky for others. Sometimes, Anton found himself doing things that others might think was a waste of time. Not all others, of course, as everyone had specific curiosities. He knew that many astronomers would be interested in studying the same system as himself, though perhaps not for quite the same reasons. Anton looked upon a brown dwarf, almost a star but just short of an important threshold to ignite sustained fusion. Around it was a large disk of cosmic dust that might eventually settle into planets. He wanted to know if he could transform the brown dwarf into a star, but not simply by adding mass. He already knew that he could do so. He'd done it for Pariza. After all, there was no particular reason Anton needed an answer to his question. He simply thought the brown dwarf was somewhat sad, but he didn't want to turn it into a star while at the same time making it lonely. Anton knew that stars didn't have feelings, Meheg accepted, but that didn't mean he didn't care. He liked things as they were, but thought they could be a bit more. He was a firm believer in enrichment, so he thought he would do something. Adding energy directly was a bit of a difficult subject. He could throw natural energy at a star all day and do nothing more than disturb its surface. As an enrichment cultivator, he might do a bit more when he was serious, and it was an awfully small star, but there was a significant issue. Anton wasn't at his maximum strength. In a binary system, if he had a proper star bound, he might be able to slowly build up a star such as this, but he was at a fraction of his power currently. But sitting around wouldn't get anything done, so Anton gave it his best attempt. He set himself into a nice orbit up close, then began to pour out his power. He doubted he would have enough energy to destabilize it even if all of it went into one place. But making things even would be more optimal if it happened to work. He infused his energy with his desire for the star to be something more, like he did when trying to bring plants to grow. However, normally he wasn't the only thing feeding into even a simple planet. He relied on, well, stars. Even though he was drawing upon his other stars for the task, his energy simply drained away with no apparent results. Anton spent a full month trying to infuse the brown dwarf with the power to be more, but achieved nothing. He intended to move on, but he decided it would be a shame to not at least catalog it. Actually, Madia and her whole community would yell at him if he didn't take proper readings and a good scan of any star he stopped at. Usually, that was all he did. But this time he left a note. Feel sorry for this guy. Just short of being a proper star. Someone would read the note. He wasn't visiting stars at such a pace that the entire community couldn't keep up. The scans he could do with hand tools were limited in quality, but the time people needed to spend analyzing that information was more significant. Either way, Anton was far from the only explorer they had. He was just the most comfortable going far away from their already explored territory. The rest were being more thorough. That was a wonderful goal. But Anton just went where he wanted to, wandering along the general path he had chosen to stars that looked the most interesting for whatever reason. He named the little star Kars. Like all the others he visited, he would remember it. Maybe he'd even bind a nearby star and return at some point to try to give it another boost. There was no point to his little distraction, but if everything he did was only striving towards the goal of cultivation, then he wouldn't be cultivating for anything, except perhaps power itself. But that was Anton's least favorite reason for cultivation. Though others might argue that the purity was beneficial in some way. Just because he was one of the strongest individuals in the lower realms didn't mean Anton believed he'd always be right about that. Maybe they knew better. But Anton also didn't have to care. He was enjoying the current age of peace in the lower realms. He hoped it would stretch on forever, instead of breaking with the next cycle. Chapter 1078. It was 1 month before Misai reported back to Velvet with information about void ants and the chaotic conglomeration. Sorry it took so long, he said. Some of the information was difficult to find without mentioning names to the librarian. In that case, I believe you were rather quick with your results, Velvet replied. You and Julie are known to be curious, so most likely anything you asked about wouldn't have been notable. How did you find what you were looking for? Library search techniques. We needed them before joining the Scarlet Alliance, since there weren't any computer databases, Misai explained. It is a similar sort of data processing technique as 10,000 scrolls, except you never even see things with your eyes. Instead, you find certain connected words. He shrugged. Even in those libraries available to the public, sects often try to gain an edge by making it difficult for others to find what they are looking for. They can still say they fulfilled certain obligations of making information available to others that way. Interesting. So how are the results? Nothing I would worry about, at least, Misai commented. It doesn't appear that most of the chaotic conglomeration actually came into contact with the Void Ants. They participated in extermination efforts only on planets where they personally came into conflict. There's only so much I can learn from the information available on a single planet, but I would suppose that they have a healthy fear of Void Ants, but no long-term vendetta. They shouldn't be too biased against it, then, Velvet nodded. I would expect the spirit-slicing sect to eventually agree to our terms regardless, but being able to properly spread the influence through agreements with other sects is rather important for this plan to come to fruition. Velvet wondered how long she would have to wait for a response. She understood that Runa and Emmerich would need some time to consider the situation, and more to convince elders or potentially other sect heads to go along with their plans. The fact that things had to be done in secret would make it more difficult as well. However, she simply hoped that things would not stretch too much into Cultivator timeframes. If they waited decades to begin, that was a significant amount of time wasted. The sooner they could add to their options, the sooner they could achieve the necessary growth to withstand the increased pressure from the Exalted Quadrant. The problem Velvet had left for Katarina and the Scarlet Alliance to solve was more difficult than it appeared. The simplified version could be described as detect a domination cultivator, but they could already do that in normal circumstances. Nor was it even as straightforward as create formations that can detect Ratna's hidden cultivation, creating a solution that solved one problem while not solving a broader problem lingering behind a waste of time and resources. They could begin the project right now, and Katarina could guarantee that their teams would work out a solution that could detect Ratna's hidden cultivation crossing their borders, probably about the time she left and had the actual ambassador come replace her. They already had ways to detect domination cultivators, though that was those who were traveling openly. Those who were hiding themselves with proper techniques were a trickier prospect, especially because it would benefit the Alliance most if they were detected without tipping them off. So the process really became to detect obvious domination cultivators openly and hidden ones in secret. Tuning things to individual cultivators might be possible considering the limited number of domination cultivators. But that was assuming they hadn't missed any information. This led to many long nights trying to solve seemingly simple questions with Engineer Uzan. Among their questions was one they repeated frequently. What is an anchor? The answer was many-fold. It was a physical object bound to a domination cultivator. It might not need to be physical, though, Uzan postulated. We can't assume anything simply because the citadel of exalted light is Zor's. The ensoulment chambers of the Twin Soul sect, or something closely tied to them, seem to have been Sudan's. Too bad nobody was about to observe that. Then again, I don't think anyone anticipated that result. Not even you. Katarina smiled. I have great faith in Anton. But no, that was a surprise. Even he doesn't believe he could consistently replicate the same circumstances. So let's go over what else we know. What about her? Katarina didn't want to say the name while Ratna was even on the same planet, no matter how much she believed in their privacy formations. No known anchor. Karonis is rumored to have some sort of beast, which does somewhat counteract the other part of my definition. Not an object. So far, physical seems likely. And Everheart systems? Or perhaps the formations within the systems? Katarina shook her head. It could be something deceptively simple or deceptively complicated. The deception was not in question, of course. It was Everheart they were talking about. We might need to risk someone studying his systems. Vari might be able to accomplish it, but he may be more sensitive to such scrutiny now, Uzan commented. And we can't be certain if the original Everheart system or some other is the actual anchor. Maybe none of them, Katarina suggested, but then we wouldn't have a way to find out. So we'll have to base everything on what Velvet did. A minor flow of devotion and a connection to something with a greater flow. Detecting that without alerting someone like Ratna. Actually, this is a great opportunity to test it. If we can complete the project, more formations work? Uzan asked. I think we might have too many. And if we're chiefly concerned with domination cultivators, wouldn't some sort of technology be optimal? They might not even realize it does anything. Most likely it would require a hybrid, but straining energy flow by weaving in complex detection systems to the borders could cause more harm than good. Our drones could use upgrades as well, not just in detection, but also transmission speed. Uzan was most likely thinking of Karonis' approach. If the warnings had come significantly ahead, they might have been able to react properly. Or if they had detected her as domination, or a half step from it, then they could have had different warnings. Tied in with their wish to understand anchors was the potential to use them to advance themselves, or at least someone in the Scarlet Alliance. They still had many questions. Did an anchor need to be made of precious materials? The citadel of exalted light clearly was, and it was durable, but that didn't mean it was necessary, nor that the durability was not imbued by the process. They had to compare to assimilation and other similar paths as well. Quality certainly mattered for assimilation, but most important was connection. World-binding cultivators weren't inherently weaker than assimilation, but instead many of them had been connected to planets merely for the sake of strength and an alternative to ascension, not because that was what fit. An exception had been the necromancers of the Ivory Maw. Because of that, Bala Sakura had been one of the most dangerous foes they encountered during that time. It was clear that there were significant differences between assimilation and domination, not just the timing and cultivation ranks when they were begun, but they needed more information to determine exactly how much. Perhaps they would be fortunate and Karonis would slip up. She was new, after all, and they might be able to witness what changed as she completed her advancement. Or Ratna might give them a few more tidbits. Perhaps they could gently prod Vlasta on the topic. They would likely have to give something up even for scraps of information, but to secure the future of the Scarlet Alliance, understanding domination was critical. Several populated systems were discovered all at once in the western portion of the lower realms. They were further removed from the vague plane most of their current known occupied systems were on. Scouts had noted their locations, but first contact had been delayed. The Lower Realms Alliance wanted to make a good first impression, and they also had to consider that many of the systems could be under Exalted Quadrant influence, either direct or indirect. They needed to be prepared to act upon whatever they discovered. With the cycle having passed just a few decades prior, it wouldn't be possible to protect any of the systems, except that wasn't quite the case. While it was more prominently seen among the Trigold cluster, devastating a planet and infiltrating their sects as they regrew was a tactic the upper realms used. Catching them early in that process would be better. Either way, they wanted to prepare a balanced revelation of force, enough to show strength but not be unnecessarily intimidating. They had no desire to provoke wars unnecessarily, nor to lose any ships because they were too meek. Of course, there was one approach that was frequently quite successful, but Anton had specifically expressed his opinions that those specialized in diplomacy should be the ones to take care of those matters. It was not that he didn't care or wouldn't assist them, but he didn't want to deny experience to those who would thrive in such scenarios. Anton was quite pleased to come across a planet teeming with life. He sensed no cultivators, nor beasts of significant power. Instead, it was simply a planet with a balance of life. Many of the life forms were familiar to him, be they plants, animals, or more exotic forms. But some were new, at least to him. Cataloging the life of an entire planet was actually a much larger endeavor than it seemed. He might be able to quickly approximate the total biomass of the planet, but calculating the number and diversity of even one category of related species was a monumental task. Anton had a particular affinity for plants, especially those that were usable as food, but even he wouldn't dare to say he could casually catalog every minute variety of grains alone on the planet. His focus was mostly on those things he found to be entirely new. Were they simply complicated interbreeding of plants he would have recognized? Or were they unique to the planet, potentially native? Either way, he had strong feelings of similarity to Acaris, a life-seeded planet. Except this one had not developed such powerful energy, and certainly not enough to promote seemingly normal animals into sapient life. The purpose of such a place was unknown, which made it most intriguing. Was this a powerful cultivator's personal garden project? The product of a nearby civilization that had forgotten about it? Perhaps he might find someone just a few systems away, preparing an expedition to observe their work. It was unlikely that the planet was developed by the upper realms. It was too far from the borders to be convenient, unlike Acaris. Though perhaps it still was, in which case Anton could say it was something of a failed project, not because it wasn't a good planet, but because it wasn't extraordinary enough for cultivators to travel all that way for. At least, not those interested in scouring the planet for resources. The Lower Realms Alliance doubtless had many individuals who would be glad to come visit, just to see it. Their people were able to appreciate a place for what it was as well as what it could be, without everything being envisioned solely as resource extraction sites. Not that the Lower Realms Alliance didn't need many supplies of different sorts. However, they were wise enough to build up the places they had to become something more, instead of taking away until there was nothing left. That was even possible with seemingly non-renewable resources such as stone and metal ores. They did not grow naturally, but cultivators could even replenish stores of precious metals with the right techniques. Matter wouldn't suddenly appear on its own, but there were plenty of barren planets that could never host life that could easily be repurposed into something more. Some cultivators might not care, seeing the galaxy as endless. But Anton could already see how such thoughts led them to stagnation, greedy desires to expand into neighboring territory only to run into others with much the same thoughts. Even their own alliance could devolve into that if they did not continue under wise leadership. Though Anton didn't have any true concerns about that, it was important to consider far into the future. Chapter 1079. Around the time that Velvet was beginning to worry that the Void Ants might have been a step too far even for Runa, she was finally called in for an official response. The fact that she was asked to bring crossed antennae with her was probably a good sign. If someone thought they would actually be able to kill the Void Ant, they would be sorely disappointed. They did not delve deep into a mine, which meant their communication would have to be more careful, but the main details that needed to be discussed had been dealt with before. Imric, Runa, and several elders were waiting when Velvet arrived, the twins standing alongside her. And of course, crossed antennae and her royal guard were present, as well, though they were certainly less visibly imposing. "Welcome," Imric said. "We are willing to accept your proposals, but here was the difficult part," Velvet was certain. "We need certain assurances ahead of time. Specifically, we need access to some of the more sensitive information you carry with you, to be certain the quality is as good as you have said." Velvet's initial instinct was to agree immediately. But this wasn't just a negotiation between friends. She was certain that the Scarlet Alliance had vast quantities of information that the chaotic conglomeration would find helpful, though they might not recognize the importance of some of it. Most likely, they would be fixated on combat techniques instead of the more important, lower-level stuff like agriculture. "What do you need to see?" Velvet asked. "The information you have on domination cultivators, especially Zorbarids." Good. They weren't trying to get everything they thought was most important and cut away. Not that Velvet thought the spirit-slicing sect would do that, but the other sects might pressure them for certain things. "We can certainly do that," Velvet agreed after a few moments of consideration, though she knew the whole time what her answer would be. "Misai and Julie can easily unlock those portions of information for you." The Scarlet Alliance wanted to share that information regardless, as it should help them stand against their mutual enemies. But they had to consider what changes they might make into the far future. Misai cleared his throat. "I might also suggest reviewing the language sections. They should prove enlightening and useful for future communication." Crossed antennae wiggled in support of his words. It did not take long after the official agreement for them to review the available information. While it was as detailed as possible concerning domination cultivators, there was only so much dossiers about single individuals could contain. They didn't have in-depth records of their long lives, but only what history was publicly known or otherwise verified, than what they had gathered on their own. Though in the case of Zorbarids, that included several key weaknesses, at least one of which they had caused themselves. Of course, the chaotic conglomeration already knew that Chitty had sliced off some of Zor's fingers, but being given detailed information including three-dimensional scans of said fingers, just to be as thorough as possible. The Scarlet Alliance was being less shy about computerized information. Computer systems had been the best way for them to transport large amounts of data, as well as maintain some semblance of control over it. If they had tried to bring everything written down, they would have found themselves unable to fit everything in a single ship of the size they had available. Or perhaps even in some of their larger ships, despite the vast volume they could carry. Even then, they intended to rely on future shipments to fill out what they had brought. They had focused on the highest and lowest ends of the spectrum, from how everyone could train in cultivation to develop every facet of life, to deep understandings of augmentation. The information in between was of less immediate interest, so they stuck to the core structure. That was still enough for any cultivators lacking in direction to find a proper track. After that initial period came a time of distribution, both the scholars who carried the information with them and the guardians. Feeding a full colony of void ants was barely more than an individual human, except for the very largest colonies. They also used space that humans wouldn't, so it wasn't particularly difficult to house them. All that required was being willing to accept their presence. Something that Velvet did not tell even Runa was that the functionality of the devices they brought with them were tied to the lives of their keepers. While it might seem like a good form of deterrence to have such information public, humans were excellent at getting around restrictions they knew about. Especially motivated humans. Of course, Velvet expected that the void ants should keep their companions safe, especially if the scholars were willing to have some riding around on them. That was up to individual preference. Velvet was fairly certain Misai and Julie would have carried half a colony on them if it didn't become cumbersome, but she did notice quite a few hiding out. Others shouldn't notice unless they had practice specifically finding void ants, though. Runa was doing her very best to replicate the signs she had been learning. Her manual dexterity was sufficient to move as she pleased, but she simply wasn't used to the specific patterns in question, and certainly not using her hands to speak, though perhaps she should have been. "We appreciate you watching over us," Queen Crostantini. The ant inclined her head. "It is for your safety as well as our own purposes." Since Runa was learning Void Ant Sign, Velvet only translated when Runa asked for it. That was mainly for more complicated things, like esoteric cultivation terms. "You sever energy from its hosts," Runa signed. "Tell me about it." "We can sever it, yes, but we also grab onto it and tear it away," Crostantini explained. Then she demonstrated, pulling a bit of energy off of Velvet's outstretched hand. She knew she wouldn't mind. "It holds together?" Runa asked. "It doesn't fall apart?" "It does not dissipate immediately," Crostantini agreed, "though we can allow it or force it." Runa nodded. "Energy does not harm your body?" "You may test," Crostantini said. Technically, there were limits. But as long as Runa didn't do anything that would be powerful enough to harm Velvet as well, she knew Crostantini would be fine. Runa gently pressed down with a finger of energy, watching the different reactions. Crostantini at first let the energy interact with her. From what Velvet understood, that actually took conscious effort. Then she let it react naturally, scattering apart as it touched her. The energy was not gone like when a void ant devoured it, but without direction it was orders of magnitude less effective, simply dispersing back into the world. "Very, very nice," Runa signed, clearly missing some words. Velvet let her continue to struggle through the rest of her conversation. Then once they were done, she spoke to her friend after Crostantini moved on. "You did great, though it's actually easier for void ants to comprehend speech." The sign language wasn't even intended to have a human-speaking version at first, but various people found it useful. To a void ant, however, "You look kind of silly. Since they add pheromones for their own people." "Well, you could have told me that before. Now I look like a fool." "Crostantini would never make fun of you for trying your best," Velvet said. "I might, though," she grinned. Only a few sects were trusted enough to immediately gain access to certain information. There might have been a few more, but they weren't willing to immediately agree to restrictions the Scarlet Alliance placed. Not the Void Ants. Those were on a need-to-know basis. It was instead the other restrictions that the Scarlet Alliance placed. Basic tenets of morality that many cultivators thought they were above having to comply with. That applied both in forcing for a sect's members, but also within their controlled territory. There was nothing that would actually negatively affect sect's ability to function. In fact, it should be quite the opposite. But some were resistant to change, especially when they had not yet seen the benefits. But that would be fine. They could end up decades behind when they finally saw how the others would grow. which would be a fair price for their stubbornness. It wouldn't boost the chaotic conglomeration as quickly in power as it might if the Scarlet Alliance freely handed out every bit of information they had, but it would also protect said information from the Exalted Quadrant. Besides, there were more than a few strategies for growth that needed people who were actually willing to work together to pull off, instead of just focusing on individual power. Most of those required some manner of respect for people's existence. At the top of the list was slavery. That was about the most respectful people got for others' lives, aside from killing them in the streets for trivial or non-existent reasons. It wasn't even terribly practical, but it was a favorite part of traditional hierarchy, and that meant many people approved or at least accepted it. Of course, there were many things similar in structure and similarly harmful to society to slavery that ended up being slavery but by a different name. Those practices took longer to root out of societies, though there were many experiences of success the Alliance had access to. Ultimately, the Scarlet Alliance was only interested in building up what might be a future neighbor if they would not turn out to be a worse enemy than the Exalted Quadrant. Was it a bit much to think ahead centuries, or perhaps millennia? Perhaps. But they weren't interested in causing greater harm to their enemies by losing what had made them strong to begin with. Just before Ratna departed, they managed to test their device. The results were a tentative success. While Uzun believed it wasn't the cause of inherent bias in their tests, ultimately nobody was happy with the results. But they would know to take things seriously if that particular family of devices reacted in the future. Aminu was the official replacement for Vlasta, and while he probably also had some personal goals and some intent to spy upon the Scarlet Alliance, he was still an effective ambassador. He even arranged for a small group from the Scarlet Alliance to visit the distant Shadow Sect safely. The Scarlet Alliance never entirely ceased operations within Silver Fang territory. They simply avoided acting openly. No high-profile targets or anything meant to undermine the sect entirely. But slaves of no consequence disappeared to the annoyance of their owners, and to no response from Caronis. She had returned to the creeping fire sect's territory and would likely be finishing her breakthrough to domination. There were all sorts of spies eagerly watching her movements, and the Scarlet Alliance was not alone in that regard. Of course, she would do her best to hide anything of consequence, but scraps of information about domination were valuable enough on their own. Though Velvet might have been the best scout they had, she had also become a little bit too notable. It was highly possible she would be looked for specifically, so even with her techniques she wouldn't necessarily be better than the next best option, or a third party that wouldn't mind getting paid twice for the same information. The only issue was the latter was how much said information could actually be trusted, probably about as far as they could throw them, and that wasn't counting someone like Durf. Chapter 1080. Deep within creeping fire sect territory crept several squads of scouts from the Scarlet Alliance. They had tracked Caronis to a particular location, but were careful in their approach as the area was being carefully watched. However, no matter how many people were assigned to such a task, it would never be enough. It was possible for cultivators to watch over a given system. It was also possible for a grand array to stretch between systems, but such an array would be extremely sparse. The Scarlet Alliance had created the largest such array that they were aware of, but they were also aware of the limitations of such things. The array was not a barrier that could prevent intruders from entering, only detected them, or when activated to its full extent redirect them. The Creeping Fire sect were not known for their expertise in formations, but it still required caution as the scouts approached. Any one of them being spotted would draw attention to their presence, causing a cascading effect that might get them all caught. While the scouts were aware they were risking their lives and would even be willing to guarantee such a fate to succeed, failure was unacceptable. Thus, they slowly crept between systems, their ships producing only the most minor ripples of energy. Around them were thousands of ships that carried quite possibly every integration cultivator the Creeping Fire sect had. Most likely, however, many augmentation cultivators as well, though the difference was likely thousands to a few handsful. Together, their senses stretched between systems, but feeling the mere passage of an object was beyond what such stretched senses could do. Even the best among the Scarlet Alliance would have to focus on a particular area, but the stretch of light years between each ship meant that they would only be able to detect fluctuations of upper energy. The scouts were built specifically to minimize their impact on such a thing, as they drew ever closer to their target, something everyone was able to sense without even trying. Caronus, placed smack dab in the middle of a large, empty area, though it was not entirely empty. A few small systems were there, though unpopulated to the knowledge of the Alliance. And most relevantly, the entire area was a nebula that stretched for several light years in any direction, odd branches stretching several times as far. While any particular stretch of space could be called empty, as a whole it was very much not. Great waves of energy were flowing from Caronus, rivaling the power of a domination cultivator. But just as Chitty had first conjectured and others had worked to verify, she had not quite made the final step. That was what they were present to observe. Rather than pressing further themselves, the various scattered squads of scouts released unmanned probes, constructions as purely constructed from technology and avoiding the use of upper energy as was possible, except as necessary for certain key functions. One of those functions was sensing the flow of devotion. Those probes would be constantly sending their data back to the ships, each of which would be recording as much as possible. As longer-range transmissions back to the Alliance would be easier to detect, they were not planning to transmit anything unless they were actually discovered. The highest priority was going unnoticed, however, as they were supposed to be at peace with the creeping fire sect, and did not want to cause trouble with a domination cultivator. But they couldn't simply let such an opportunity slip past. So they took the risk. The energy emitted by Caronus in any particular direction was mostly inconsequential, but that was only considering the effects of stretching over many cubic light-years of volume. Being within just a few thousand kilometers of Corini's would have been a different story, as energy sufficient to shatter worlds twirled around her. Like a great serpent or coiling dragon, her energy danced around her, diving into the nebula and reshaping it. Energy flowed rapidly, though on such a large scale it took days. Space-warped, drawing in diffuse matter faster than it could possibly travel under normal constraints. It compressed and twisted around itself, creating a pattern that wove through and about itself. Knots that seemingly started and ended nowhere as the entire nebula was transformed bit by bit. The twisted shapes did not seem to lock in place, but instead writhed and swayed. The colors of the nebula intensified as the shapes began to look like both a mass of serpentine forms and bright flames flickering. The cultivators watching simply looked on in awe, creeping fire sect, Scarlet Alliance, and any others who had come to spy on the process. Every sensor the scouts had was strained to its limits as Caronus' anchor reached its final form. It was quite clear that this would not be an anchor that was hidden through some form of obscurity. Those directing the probes had wisely kept them out of the outer bounds of the nebula, though in some ways that had been a restriction on how quickly they could move in a given time frame. Unlike the scout ships, they were limited to sublight engines. The various squads of scouts kept apart on the return trip, so that if they were captured, they would not all go together. Their most likely scenario to be caught would have been at the site of Caronus' advancement, but they were still cautious on their return trip. They arrived in waves, scattered from 2 months past the event to some who took an extremely cautious and circuitous route, arriving half a year later. Analyzing the data from the various probes would be an exercise that would continue on for decades, at least. Some of what happened stretched beyond the capacity of the sensors, but they were confident they would be able to build up a picture from that and the testimony of the various scouts. There was another threat of a domination cultivation that the Scarlet Alliance had to consider, or rather there was a threat that had been looming on their borders more or less since their founding. That would be Everheart. And while they had mutual enemies and were aware he had some fondness for his world in the lower realms, that did not make him less of a threat, if he wanted something they had. Since his reemergence after the end of the cycle, they had managed to avoid any interactions. But while they would have loved to simply ignore him, that was a greater risk. The individual sent to get in contact was, of course, Vari. She undertook the task begrudgingly, knowing it would be much worse for others. She wasn't really afraid of Everheart, and her interactions with him directly had been relatively positive. She didn't believe he would try to kill her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't die regardless. She cautiously approached the Everheart system, the original, of course. Now there were many more, usually referred to by previous names, or simply numbered. This would be number 1, then. The system no longer appeared inactive, like it once had after Everheart's most recent death. Now, It was once more brimming with obvious formations, and no doubt many more hiding and waiting to trap people. "Hey, anyone there?" Vari called out, spreading her energy as far as she could. From what she understood, the system maintained a similar ratio of death compared to previous times, unlike many of the others that had popped up within the territory of the great powers which had been completely annihilating all entrants. Vari waited around several hours, watching a few ships go in and out. The own ship that had carried her to the border was left behind, as any pilots were not likely to be afforded the same protection as herself. Eventually, Vari progressed forward, wary of any threats. She passed by several planets, but managed to avoid getting drawn into any sort of formation that impeded her progress. Her goal was to reach the star, as it seemed those had become a vital part of Everheart's new formations. Then again, stars did have a lot of power that wasn't being used. The first thing Vari felt was something coming for her neck. She wasn't quite able to dodge, but she formed a compressed barrier of energy that at least let her keep her head. She readied herself and frowned. "I don't have any swords, you know." "I am aware," Rahayu said, slicing his way out of some sort of hidden space. "You should invite her disciple along with you next time." "Chitty." "Perhaps I'll ask him about it," Vari replied, not necessarily intending to do so. Chances were that Chitty would actually go, and then who knows what would happen? "I'm here to speak to Everheart, or at least leave a message if he's not here." "I am," Everheart said, appearing next to her. Vari jumped back, startled by the sudden energy she felt. "I was more comfortable when you were at least nominally in the same realm as me." "Well, that's not my fault," Everheart shrugged. "Maybe you should have just made yourself a domination cultivator." "You're like 6 centuries older than me," Vari retorted. "Also, my path of advancement was sort of fixed. Now there's not much of anywhere I can go." Everheart narrowed his eyes. "Are you sure about that? Do you see any more members of the Citadel of Exalted Light?" Vari asked. She did get devotion from members of the Scarlet Alliance, but it wasn't the same as what she'd done to advance, stealing back unwarranted devotion for promised unfulfilled. Everheart looked around. "I suppose not. I assume you aren't here for a cordial visit, though?" "Maybe I would be, if you had couches." Everheart shrugged, pulling one out of a storage bag and setting it floating between them. "There." Vari grumpily took a place on it. "You know that's not what I meant. You need an embassy or something. You could even create a communications device that we would leave out in the middle of empty space so it couldn't do anything crazy. But having to come out here to talk to you is a pain." Everheart tossed a second couch for himself at what Vari presumed was supposed to be the most annoying angle, floating somewhere above her. She refused to reorient her own furniture in response. "You wouldn't want anyone to know we were in contact." "Even I hesitate to admit I'm in contact with myself." "Maybe," Vari admitted. She considered trying to conceal her intentions, but she knew she wasn't good at that. "We want to trade information." "What sort of information?" Everheart asked. "Because I'm sure I've got it." "Domination and anchors," Vari said. "For what?" Everheart asked. "The same," Vari replied. "Nah, don't need it." Everheart waved his arm. "In case you haven't noticed." "There's no way you don't want more information on domination," Vari declared. "Next thing you'll say is that you threw out all but one book in your library, since you already had one." "Fine, I'd be interested, but I already have all of the information. I know every domination cultivator." "Even the new one?" Vari asked. "Were you there when Caronis advanced, taking very detailed observations?" "Could have been," Everheart said. "In that case, maybe you'd like supporting evidence for your theories." Vari continued on without a pause. "We want everything you have on domination cultivators." "No way," Everheart said. "Out of the question." "Not counting yourself, of course," Vari continued. "It's still very unbalanced. I'll trade you one for one. And for you, the information will be complete." "We'll need two," Vari said, folding her arms in front of her sternly. "Because we know you hadn't even ascended when the last advancement happened, so you didn't get to witness one. Perhaps someone secretly advanced that you don't know about," Everheart retorted. "Did you ever consider that? If you witnessed such a situation, we'll trade for that." She looked him directly in the eye, despite how it made her neck twist. Let us know where to make the exchange. I'm not sure I'd be willing to exchange such information, Everheart said. I don't think you have it. So we want what you have on 2 others. It's a fair deal. Only if you throw in a leg. Vari blinked. What? You guys have fancy limbs? I have someone in need of a new left leg, Everheart said. Vari was trying to figure out where the trick was. Certainly, the best ones were custom-made and rather expensive, but he could probably still manage to steal one if he was after the technology. All right. She'd forgotten. We'll need measurements. And preferably to get whoever this is in surgery. We know how to connect up nerves here. Trust us to handle that part. Fine. 1 mechanical left leg and all of our info on Caronis for everything you have on 2 other domination cultivators. Sounds good to me. But maybe you should have brought someone who could write a contract. If you cheat us, I'll figure out who's missing a leg and make sure they're symmetrical, Vari shrugged. Actually, she still expected there to be some sort of negative. But the actual goal was to give Everheart the information. Not because they wanted to share it, but so that he didn't decide to come steal it from them and then take something else along the way. Whatever they could get in return was just a bonus. They probably could have done better with a real negotiator. But then again, Everheart might have just killed them. He wasn't necessarily the sort to randomly attack people, but there were only certain people he respected enough to interact with them peacefully long term. And at least Vari believed her life wouldn't be directly threatened, much. Except for stuff like the Rahayu thing. Vari was actually surprised he was still here, instead of deep inside the territory of the great sects killing their disciples. But maybe he was just on vacation. Chapter 1081. He sure felt like he had both legs, Vari explained to Engineer Uzan. But I do remember he lost one. It could have been part of an illusory formation or a projection, Katerina commented. But speculating on that too much will likely be a waste of time. Uzan nodded. We have to assume that he'll be able to replicate the functionality if we give him a leg, regardless of who it is for. I think it's an acceptable price. Good, Vari replied, because I don't think we can really go back on this deal. I tried to not accept anything too bad, though. If the man can threaten our alliance with an artificial limb, Uzan said, we have more to worry about than I thought. Even the best aren't necessarily better than a natural limb, depending on the individual in question. The deal went through fairly quickly. Even for the highest quality work for the leg, it only took several months and could be completed without disrupting other production. It wasn't as if only 1 or 2 people lost limbs every year. Most didn't have the same quality requirements, but there were still plenty of high-ranking cultivators it happened to. As for the other part of the deal, they duplicated all of the data they had collected on Caronis. Given the way it was collected, it could only be displayed with computerized systems. Rather than try to outwit Everheart, they simply gave him the most basic systems possible, the main requirement being speed and longevity. The technology they gave him was made to never connect to networks, so that he wouldn't have any unnecessary information in that regard. But the basic functionality was important because they didn't want to find out what he would do if he thought they cheated him. Vari returned later that same year and had a pile of scrolls dumped at her feet. Here, that's everything I know about Sudan. Vari's eye twitched. Technically, that wasn't outside of their deal, but giving information on a dead guy was very much stretching things. What about the second domination cultivator? Oh, right, Everheart said, as if he had forgotten, but he still had a single scroll prepared. Here it is, he said. That's just a name, Vari commented. This scroll contains all the information I know about this particular domination cultivator, Everheart said. Vari wanted to punch him. So she did. He literally didn't move, and his defenses absorbed all the damage. Jackass, Vari said. Then she scooped up all of the scrolls, carefully placing them in her storage bag. She placed down the other bag. Here's everything you asked for, Vari said. You'll find it much more complete. Everheart shrugged. You never said I had to have more than a certain amount of information on the person. Oh, I guess I should say that I am certain that Shalach is a domination cultivator from the Trigold cluster, so you can scribble that down on there. Vari rolled her eyes. Thanks. How enlightening. She resolved to leave quickly before her semi-uncle decided that it would be fun if she were entrapped in some sort of maze on her way out, and before she showed that she was actually unbothered by the results. She'd been warned he'd probably try to pick the 2 least useful individuals, and the information wasn't her goal. It was instead the information going to him that was the plan. They didn't have any reason to believe he would fight Caronis, but if he did, it would be more effective with that info. And they sincerely believed Everheart would have learned they had the info and tried to steal it. So selling it was far superior, and it wasn't like they lost anything. The leg was weird though. Vari paid close attention, but Everheart really felt real. Though it wouldn't be crazy if a domination cultivator could overpower her senses. Within the Scarlet Alliance's most secure council chambers, Vari revealed the information she had gained. So we've got info on a dead guy, Vari commented, pulling out various scrolls and a name. Who bet on just a name? Zazel asked. Tano held up his hand. That was me. Prospero clicked his tongue. I was betting on just a physical description. Is Shalach dead too? Hoyt asked. I got the feeling he was still alive. Vari tilted her head. She repeated Everhart's addition verbatim. He didn't really say that, but it sounded like Shalach is active, though it could be was a long time ago. Katerina was looking through some of the scrolls on Student. The information here is actually quite detailed, at least. Apparently, he had made some attempts to deal reincarnation to cultivators not from the Twin Soul sect, though it's unclear how that worked out. Tano laughed. They're not going to be happy if they made that deal, since I don't think the Twin Soul sect has anything left at all. Probably some infiltrators, Zazel commented. However, their core sect is destroyed, likely including the necessary pieces to capture souls for reincarnation. Though it is possible Sudanin shared the secrets with others. I can't imagine it would have come cheaply, though. Vari frowned. Does that mean any domination cultivators we kill might just come back to life? They'd almost certainly have to recultivate, Prospero said. Of course, we won't have an example from Sudan because his soul was annihilated. But all of the other Twin Soul sect members had to begin cultivation from the beginning. I imagine a domination cultivator would be much more efficient the second time around. But we're still talking long centuries. Personally, I'd want to destroy their sects anyway, Tano said. Anywhere that produced a domination cultivator would be more likely to be able to produce another and take revenge. If we're worried about reincarnation, that would solve two issues. I haven't seen any confirmations of successful negotiations, Katerina said, though there are more than a few scrolls to look through. Some detailed histories and speculation. That does leave the scroll on Shalach rather lacking, though. Everheart promised complete knowledge, but I should say, maybe we shouldn't trust him. Everyone had a good laugh at that. Everyone from Cerritos knew that Everheart was not to be trusted, and his infamy had spread through the upper realms. The only thing that made them slightly believe in what he'd done was that his deals usually went through, at least to the letter, if not the spirit. And they had kind of been hoping his fondness for Vari, because of her aunt, might help as well. We're agreed then, Velvet said. Sometime within the next few decades, you find an opportunity to visit the Scarlet Alliance. Traveling with our people, of course. Runa nodded. I'd love that. Hopefully I can actually find the time. I expect you'll be very busy, but you're not the arbiter on spreading our knowledge. We have people for that. Though if people are coming to you for negotiations, feel free to take advantage if you can. But you know what our lines are. Absolutely. And I'm glad we're actually able to spend time together. When you first left, I truly thought we might never see each other again. I'll admit that was possible, Velvet said, but only in the same manner as it is true for any two cultivators, or any two people. Short of death, however, I wouldn't let our friendship end like that. It was somewhat strange how their friendship had worked out. Velvet had been in a multi-layered infiltration, but she'd still grown attached to Runa. The same was true in return. There were some rocky points, especially when Velvet's true identity was revealed, but enough of what she'd shown had been herself. And the fact that she really wasn't an enemy couldn't be overestimated. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let herself grow fond of anyone. That would have made her infiltration more difficult, however, spending years among people she didn't know and didn't like. That was something others could manage, but it certainly wasn't her area of specialty with regards to infiltration. You'll love it, Velvet said. I guarantee it. There are so many amazing things I can't even begin to describe them all. You can even see the lower realms. They needed people in the upper realms who could escort their people from the border in the future, Otherwise, they would risk too much with future groups. But that meant certain information would become obvious. And that measure of trust was far easier in some ways than revealing the connection to void ants. I look forward to it. Though, are you certain we'll see results that quickly? I can't imagine a planet changes so easily. You won't see a complete transformation of your planets within 2 decades, unless you get everyone on board, Velvet said. But think of a planet like any other cultivator. In the early stages, advancement is rapid. You'll notice the increase in available energy by then, and you'll see a huge increase in the growth of body tempering and spirit-building cultivators. Everyone else will still benefit, but it won't necessarily be as obvious in that limited amount of time. It does seem like a risk to improve planets that could be taken over by the Exalted Quadrant at any time. That's why we're suggesting starting in your core worlds. Renov is safe enough you're making other decades-long plans, right? Fair enough, Runa admitted. I suppose we couldn't have done this on Ton, though. For various reasons, Velvet said. You need full planetary control. Too many selfish people ruins it, even for them. Though efficient training methods will help even without planetary changes. Trigold cluster styles should be very interesting for your people to study as well. Yes, we occasionally came across cultivators who had a partial manual or the like from that far. But incomplete pieces are sometimes worse than useless. On that note, Velvet said, I shouldn't have to say this, but the forbidden techniques are forbidden for a reason. They're there only as a reference, or for those willing to suffer the consequences. We simply wouldn't have shared them if they fell into the other category. Some fools won't realize that, Runa shrugged. But we don't really need them anyway. Leonid was, in essence, a glorified photocopier. No, he didn't replicate scrolls or anything. He was the person who put things into the machines that could also be called photocopiers. He was perhaps slightly more valuable than others because he was well trusted and knew how to handle delicate materials. He'd worked with old scrolls, especially back when the Scarlet Alliance primarily had scrolls. And books. They still used them, but they also kept digital records. Leonid wasn't good with them, but he usually didn't have this much trouble. Ugh, this error again. Let's see. Insufficient resolution to parse glyphs. He looked at the machine, and then he looked at all of the scrolls that had just worked. He carefully pulled the final scroll out, taking a good hard look at it. Even if he was trusted to handle highly classified information, he still didn't read most of what he was working with. But when there were errors that required human intervention, someone had to take a look at things. There it was, written in what he would say was exactly the same letter size as all of the rest of the scrolls he'd just scanned. No, there were actually smaller bits and pieces of Everheart's writing. Leonid took a good hour making sure that it had actually been capturing the smaller letters, but found it had worked just fine. With the handwriting being literally the same, what was wrong with this final scroll? Probably just a dumb bug. It was literally 7 characters. How could it mess up? He opened up the file, which was an image and an associated text rendering. He was just going to write Shalach in there by hand. Problem solved. But what Leonid saw already in the file was quite a surprise. Chapter 1082. Leonid wondered if he had opened up the wrong file. It already had 1,000 pages of information. Had he accidentally copied all the other scrolls' data into this final one somehow? It should have just said Shalach. Well, that was the first word. No, it shouldn't have been copied from the information on Student. The text was talking about Shalach. Leonid took a look at the scroll, the image, and finally the output text. Then he clicked on a word. A tiny pixel was highlighted on the image. He zoomed in and in. Huh, look at that. It is a word. He couldn't make it out with his naked eyes, and even his energy senses could hardly pick out the tiny writing squashed together to make up the text of the name. Then he recognized glyphs that he recognized as being part of formations. And then he had to call for emergency assistance. 15 minutes later, Formation Grandmaster Katerina and Grandmaster Engineer Uzin were standing in the same room as Leonid. Timothy, the warden, was also there, making Leonid feel both that he was in danger, but also well protected from said danger. What are the damages? Uzin asked. I'm not quite sure, Leonid answered. Everheart protocols were being followed, so it should be cut off from the rest of the network. Assuming these formation markings didn't do anything, should we engage the energy nullifiers? Uzin asked Katerina. She shook her head. I wouldn't change anything if we can help it. First, I need to review these images. She began nudging the representative image that the system was displaying, focusing on that instead of the actual scroll. Meanwhile, Uzan carefully scanned the computer systems in the area with his senses, looking first for any sort of physical breaches. Is there anything I should do? Leonid asked. Keep a careful watch on that scroll, Katerina said. I'm not quite sure what it's supposed to be doing yet, and we don't want any surprises. Katerina first followed the runes in the order that the system had detected the actual text went, but didn't find any sense within them. While Leonid had indicated there was likely another layer beneath that, the images didn't have sufficient resolution, and she wasn't risking interacting with the scroll just yet. She decided to try scanning across the page horizontally and vertically to see if that made the flow make sense. She simply wasn't making out the connections, even though all of the runes should have been linked together somehow. System checks return normal. Software shows no signs of tampering and hardware is intact, Uzan commented. It's possible Everheart has an intimate understanding of the error checking process and accounted for it, but we'd have to get the team responsible for the code in here to verify. Might as well send for them, Katerina said. This will take me a while, and having a team wouldn't help me for this part. Several hours later, they had verified as much as they could that the detached input system was not tainted. Even if it had been, they could have disposed of everything. An expensive proposition, but better than risking some sort of infiltration. Technically, Everheart protocols were just the maximum level of caution and could apply to others, but there were reasons it had its name. Katerina had reached the limits of what she could do without directly interacting with the scroll containing Xianxia's name. The images simply didn't give a complete enough picture of whatever formations were in place. They shouldn't be terribly powerful. Katerina didn't even detect a power source, but they still had to be cautious. Leonid, if you could hand that over to Timothy now. He did so, treating it as if it might explode at any moment, though if it was going to do that in particular, it likely already would have. Timothy held it, creating a shield of energy around it. Seeing that there was no reaction, Katerina carefully reached through with her own senses. Timothy's energy didn't interfere with hers in any way, which made him the best choice to minimize risk and maximize her efficiency. Katerina's senses managed to pick up even smaller glyphs, including sub-runes embedded into the larger, if still quite small, runes that made up the first tier. But that wasn't the end of things. She realized that there were layers. The ink in deeper layers of the thick material wasn't in precisely the same spots. Both actual text and runes continued onto the deeper layers, and Katerina finally began to get a picture of how everything was arranged. Small runes and sub-runes were only the beginning, but the layers turned it into a three-dimensional formation which allowed energy to flow around obstructions she had noticed previously. All that put together, and she was able to determine what the formation did, finally. We shouldn't put this in the system, Katerina said. Or alternatively, we must be extremely cautious. Perhaps we shouldn't even mention the name of this Xianxia fellow outside of secure areas. As Katerina spoke, she felt a slight reaction from the page, specifically upon speaking the name. She paused for a few moments to verify that what she thought should be happening actually was. Does that imply that even Everheart was cautious about sharing this information? Uzan asked. Indeed, Katerina confirmed. It appears he significantly under-exaggerated how much he knew. That didn't mean she was going to assume everything was accurate, but clearly they should take things cautiously. Rather than attempt to get more complex systems involved, Katerina simply began to read through. Nothing appeared to be further encoded, though perhaps there might be more than met the eye. Either way, it revealed a story shrouded in mystery. And for all the density of lettering and effort made to keep things secret, the total volume of knowledge about Xianxia was quite limited. Aside from generally operating in the Trigold cluster, there were no known associations. Neither people nor groups. If he was tied to a sect, it wasn't public knowledge. The only clear things were the man's name and probably that he was a man, though there were no reliable physical descriptions. Everheart had tied the man to a large number of high-profile deaths, though any connection between them beyond that was unclear. In addition, the connection was that the deaths were mysterious with no visible signs. The notes Everheart left actually speculated on that count, and Katerina was surprised that he admitted to speculation instead of being certain of the truth. He had apparently seen 3 bodies in person he suspected were the result of Xianxia's actions, and he found needle marks in 2 of them. He had suspected poison, but found no traces of anything he could recognize, nor were there signs of struggle. Any sort of possible anchor was unknown. However, Everheart knew of a death long in the past of another domination cultivator that had the same signs, or lack of signs. That was why he could only presume Xianxia was a domination cultivator or an equivalent level of power. Even at their most defenseless, a domination cultivator wouldn't suddenly die to an augmentation cultivator. As far as aiding anyone in the Scarlet Alliance with understanding anchors or advancing to domination in any way, the information was useless. But as a warning, it reminded them that some cultivators had been around for vast periods of time, and not all were openly throwing their weight around. The Scarlet Alliance would do everything they could not to offend such a character, but they didn't know what those things were. While they didn't generally go around causing trouble, if he had a particular faction he favored, it wasn't clear what they would do. Then again, there weren't any indications of him wiping out entire sections. Everheart mentioned a few incidents of sects being wiped out that some people associated with him, but he mentioned those having too much evidence to believe they were connected. So maybe the Scarlet Alliance would only lose someone important if they got in his way. Not particularly reassuring, but less of an existential threat than certain other domination cultivators at the moment. A careful review was done of all the scrolls on Sudan, just in case. However, they were nothing more than ink on paper, plus minor enchantments for the purpose of making both last indefinitely. That information made it into their networked systems as top secret, unlike the scroll on Xianxia, which was sealed in a vault for individual viewing only. Information on Sudan had already been reviewed before the scanning process, but it did mention a few notable pieces of information about anchors. That led to some theories among their members, but to verify them they'd have to visit an anchor, and preferably the remnants of what the Twin Soul sect had. Velvet was returning from the chaotic conglomeration, so she might be assigned the task to slip in among the various groups, picking through the remains of the sect that was one of the most influential just a handful of decades prior. Anton wasn't afraid of Everheart, for several reasons. He didn't care if the man was a domination cultivator or not. The only place they could meet up was the lower realms where Anton would have an advantage. And he also chose to not be afraid of the man, as he believed that would actually make him weaker. Perhaps it was a matter of devotion, where it would actually change things, or perhaps a confident front would suffice. Either way, though he'd only faced off against an injured Everheart once in the past, Anton was far more confident now. Both of their strengths had increased, but Anton was confident he'd grown more. Of course, that didn't mean he would trust the man. It didn't even seem that Everheart trusted himself, so if they did ever meet again, he wasn't simply going to let down his guard. But the man had a weakness. He cared about things. Maybe not many, but at the very least he cared about Vari's Aunt Sylvija, and at least a little bit about her. And he cared about causing trouble for the upper realms, far more than he cared about the mischief he'd achieved on Cerritos. Anton also had things he cared about. Indeed, they were far more numerous. But it was only a weakness when one refused to accept they were a real human with feelings. That was Anton's belief, at least. Having things one cared about did provide more openings to strike at, but also more motivation to be better, to be stronger, and to have allies who could cover for any potential weaknesses. Technically, Everheart had allies, or at least subordinates he had poached from various factions in the upper realms. That was all well and good, but given that Everheart had access to perhaps the most extensive stores of knowledge in the entire upper realms, at least on an individual basis, the fact that he was not raising his own disciples really said something about him. The man was, when he chose to be, an excellent conveyor of knowledge. It was too bad he wasted that potential. Anton chuckled, knowing that thinking about an older individual's wasted potential wasn't particularly common, but as cultivators, it was never really too late to live up to their potential. Before he was a cultivator, Anton had certainly made use of his own potential, but without natural energy, it was merely comparable to a weak body tempering cultivator when he was in his youth. Then he discovered a much broader potential existed than he could have ever imagined. He'd known about cultivators, but never thought he could be one. Nor had he been motivated to. He'd been a bit too focused only on what was immediately around him in the world. He didn't regret those times. but he now knew he needed more. Arrows pierced through empty space. Somehow, they were more accurate when Anton pictured Everheart's dumb face there. Even if the only real grief had been during Anton's early cultivation and when he robbed Cerritos before he left. And some trouble he'd caused the Scarlet Alliance. And how he might continue placing them in peril. The man was disliked for a reason. But of everyone in the world who'd actually met him, Anton perhaps disliked him the least. He was just another lost soul who had yet to come to maturity. It didn't matter whether he was 12 or 1200. Maybe he should send a letter. That should produce interesting results. Of course, he'd ask for the Scarlet Alliance's approval since they would have to deal with however Everheart responded. Chapter 1083. By the time the Scarlet Alliance approved a letter from Everheart to Anton, he had gone through several iterations of what he wanted to send. His ultimate goal was to encourage the man to continue to focus on mutual enemies, as well as to encourage the few positive traits the man had. Everheart had put a large amount of effort into creating tombs meant to raise the generation just before the invasion, knowing what would happen. Even if he'd done it to spite the upper realms, he still took care not to unnecessarily kill too many people in his tombs. He already knew about the connection to the Scarlet Alliance. He'd been back to Cerritos, after all. So Anton focused on the most recent information to come in. Specifically, the information on Sudin. I find it interesting how Sudin used various forms of attention, including devotion, to empower himself and the soul-drawing chambers the Twin Soul sect made use of. I find that contrasts with the information I know regarding other domination cultivators. Sharing information about Shalach with the lower realms had been a careful process. The process had taken several years to carefully transport the original scroll for those who needed to be aware of the details, primarily enrichment cultivators. Even if they were confident in the security of their transmissions, they thought it better to not risk potential dangers. It was a curious question, how a man like Shalach might have formed an anchor. If nobody knew about him, or the anchor, where would he get devotion? If perhaps he cultivated spite or similar negative emotions like Everheart seemed to, it would still require being known. And fear. While the fear of a small number of individuals might be powerful, would that really be enough? Perhaps it might be, especially if he kept himself secret. Fear of the unknown was often worse than fear of the known. In such a case, spreading the information could either empower Shalach or weaken him. But knowing whether or not he was going to be a problem for them was important first. Either way, Anton wasn't afraid. An assassin from the upper realms meant very little to him. He didn't believe he would be killed, nor was he afraid of death if it did come for him. But they would have to be careful about others. Whether they tried to find out more or not would be the prerogative of the Scarlet Alliance, since they were the ones actually at risk, though hopefully, their formations would be prepared to pick up sneaking domination cultivators. Anton's letter continued, touching mainly on topics of power. It is unfortunate that I couldn't witness Caronis' advancement firsthand. Bonding with a nebula is quite adjacent to my own style. I hear that you have been quite interested in stars lately as well. You'd better take good care of them. You never know when one you mistreat might develop a consciousness and try to hunt you down. The chances of such a thing happening were practically non-existent. Though, if Everheart was messing around with stars, perhaps such changes were more likely, as it was outside of the normal bounds of stellar interaction. None of Anton's stars had showed signs of growing independence or sapience, and Meheg might truly be a unique phenomenon, but it was worth considering. Speaking of which, Anton had promised to see if they could bond together. Anton wanted to take some time to prepare for the possible results still, and the star was nothing if not patient. But soon enough, he probably would. Have you been practicing your archery? I know you aren't the sort to devote yourself to a single weapon, but I imagine you should at least learn to shoot something in an adjacent system. It's quite a useful trick, and perhaps with enough practice, you might strike much further than that. In all cases when interacting with Everheart, first his projections, then the real man for some time. Confidence was key. If he saw weakness, he was liable to exploit it. Oh, right, Anton added at the end. Paradise says hi. He heard you got a new turtle and would like to remind you to take better care of it and not abandon it for centuries. With that, he included an image of Paradise, taken by an excellent photographer. There was of course a planet nearby for scale. Paradise was significantly smaller than a planet, but he did outscale most landmasses except the proper continents. He should be something like a couple hundred kilometers across. The invaders from the upper realms who saw him had gotten quite a shock at that. After delivering his letter, Anton found himself on the border of the upper realms. He didn't have to roam far to confirm how much the Exalted Quadrant was pushing into the Scarlet Midfields. The Trigold cluster too, and they should have had first-hand witness that they were on shaky footing. But since the upper realms had only really seen the one shot that annihilated Sudan, most of them didn't really know the danger they were in. When the time came, Anton could take out anyone on any of those planets, just a few handfuls of light years over the border. They weren't close to cutting off the connection between upper and lower realms, as they had only pushed a few systems deep on either side, and the Scarlet Midfields were far wider than that. But the Scarlet Alliance certainly had to think about expanding. Anton practiced his shots far from the occupied planets. He couldn't surpass 100 light years like he had with Sudan, but his attacks could withstand the corrosive effect of ascension energy trying to annihilate him. And the more he grew used to it, the better he was able to steal it, or use the energy of the upper realms that was trying to annihilate his own against a target. By the end of the next cycle, Anton didn't expect that anyone would be able to cross the border if they were stupid enough to invade. Or at least, he could take out a great number of targets in the days it would take them to pass through his range. More domination cultivators might be an issue, but perhaps he could discover the next step beyond enrichment before that theoretical time. He already had ideas. Domination was an interesting topic of study, but if anything, the similarities were in the concept of anchors, which assimilation used from the beginning. It was possible that Anton wouldn't be able to reach the next stage due to taking the wrong path or a lack of guidance. However, he had no worries that it didn't exist. It was clear to him that it must. Another great increase in power. Cultivation might have an end, but he could see enough of the path ahead to know that being restricted to natural energy didn't somehow limit the heights of power that could be reached. Infiltrating the planets being established in the Scarlet Midfields was easy. They weren't completely without defensive formations, but establishing secure planets took more than a few decades. Velvet noticed the Exalted Quadrant was well prepared for void ants, but they were looking in the completely wrong direction. She hoped that the chaotic conglomeration would soon cause enough trouble to make the Exalted Quadrant feel less comfortable about pushing into the midfields. She would think that their losses in the lower realms would make expanding seem like a bad idea. The same should be true of their increased pressure on the conglomeration. But perhaps their losses were exactly why they were taking risks. Other than a clear intent to drive out void ants, there didn't seem to be much else to it. The Scarlet Alliance would like to claim the entirety of the midfields, but that was simply infeasible. This was over 100 light years from their southern border. They were being obvious that the Trigold cluster could have accused them of violating the compact if they actually cared, but both sides were pretty well beyond that point. They'd both interfered with the Citadel of Exalted Light, and both had their own conflicts with the emerging Scarlet Alliance. Trying to push them into conflict over the old compact of neutrality would just be asking for trouble for the people who actually lived there, which happened to be most of the people in the upper realms that Velvet knew. It was still somewhat surprising that there were others. Not just Runa and the chaotic conglomeration, but also Ratna, at least a little bit. Velvet was still somewhat bitter at having been tricked, but she couldn't really say it wasn't her own fault. She hadn't been good enough to see through the deception. It was a relatively lengthy trip across the midfields to the Trigold cluster, but she had to verify that their situation was similar. A desire to confirm the eradication of the void ants, and for what resources they could squeeze out of the planets. One detail that Velvet noted was how few people were colonizing the new planets. It made sense, as it required cultivators to withstand the rough state of an early developing planet. But the Scarlet Alliance was able to grow more quickly because they simply had more cultivators. Even if most people wouldn't make it past body tempering or spirit building, each person would be several times more durable and generally effective. Even a single tier of cultivation improved body strength and cognitive function. The problem for the great powers was that they were not willing to share. Each cultivator was a drain on the energy in the area. But with proper methods, they would be a net positive over time, allowing each cultivator to actually boost each other. Velvet didn't intend to give anyone advice, of course. They would have to figure it out on their own, and they didn't yet seem to find the Scarlet Alliance worth emulating. Hopefully, they would hesitate to take them at full seriousness for a few more centuries so they could further establish themselves. Leonid wasn't supposed to do anything involving physical storage. He was more of an archivist. However, the Scarlet Alliance did have a number of dangerous artifacts, and he happened to be the closest person of sufficient security permissions when something happened. Thus, he found himself running into the secure vaults to do something. He sure didn't know what that something might be, but maybe he could make whatever bad thing was going to happen delay until someone actually important showed up. He preferred a quiet life, and the last few years had been far too stressful. What are the contents? Leonid asked the guards outside the room. They might not know, which would help inform his reaction. I dunno, said one young woman. Fingers or something? The older man next to her shook his head. Not or something. These would be some rather important digits. Leonid knew this one. The exact details weren't public, but Zorbarids had lost fingers in the most recent confrontation. So what should we do? Asked the woman. Do we open it up or? Absolutely not, Leonid said. We'll be watching to see if the formations are doing their job. If they struggle, we'll supplement their energy until someone proper shows up. A worrying burst of energy came from behind the door. Leonid had felt that before, but only from a great distance. Everyone on Xianxia had. Nobody would forget a domination cultivator. His mere presence above the planet had caused some people's cultivation to go awry, and others broke through barriers they'd been struggling with due to sudden insights. Leonid had hidden under his bed, but apparently he had ended up rubbing shoulders with too many important people, so here he was. Oh good, the formations worked. He felt things settle down in a few moments. How many times has it done that? He asked. 4 or 5, the woman said. Exactly 4. Stronger each time, the more reliable older man declared. About every minute then, Leonid grumbled to himself. There was another surge of energy, and something in the room cracked. Leonid just about jumped out of his skin, but he supported the wall with his energy. He really hoped that someone else would show up soon. Surely they couldn't be more than a minute or two behind him, right? Chapter 1084. As focused he was on keeping the vault sealed, Leonid almost failed to notice when help arrived. That said, his failure to notice could slightly be excused by the fact that the person who showed up was only a life transformation cultivator. Or at least, that's what he felt like. What's happening here? Said a voice that caused Leonid to nearly jump out of his skin. He quickly recognized the individual who had suddenly appeared. Indeed, he couldn't have his current position as an honored archivist without knowing about Chitty. Swordmaster. The, contents of this vault were suddenly imbued with energy. I can feel that, Chitty said. Hold it like that for just a few more moments, will you? Yes, sir, Leonid said. He nodded to the 2 guards on either side of the door who were providing the majority of the augmentation of the formations. Honestly, he wasn't even sure if their efforts mattered, let alone his own. Leonid was a cultivator, but his most practiced technique was 10,000 scrolls. He was supposed to read things, not do things. How long was a few moments anyway? He felt the power of a domination cultivator from the other side of the door, emanating from what he understood to be severed fingers of Zorbarids. Suddenly, with a great burst of energy, the door was broken apart. Leonid's eyes couldn't register what was happening except for the blinding light. By the time he was able to react, he knew he would be long dead, but at least it didn't hurt. Perhaps it was cowardly to close his eyes to his death, but his specialty wasn't fighting and risking his life. He could have preserved a library full of books in an afternoon, though. Odd, he didn't remember practicing any sort of reincarnation technique. But here he was, still conscious. He opened his eyes to see 2 fingers, the index and thumb of a right hand, pointed at him. Chitty had closed one hand around them and held them in place. The power of domination was gone, and in its place was nothing. Go welcome my family, would you? Chitty said. I need to continue to hold this. Of course, Leonid said. He noticed Katerina and Timothy approaching. Along with them was Yuval, who technically didn't have clearance to enter the area. But who was going to tell him not to, when he was with those 2? Counselors. The remnants of Zorbarids are acting up. He noticed the guards he had been expecting simply remaining in the hall. Surely they could have come to support him? But perhaps there was a bigger plan. That's why we rushed over as soon as we could, Katerina said. She and Timothy didn't bother walking or running along the corridor, instead nearly teleporting as soon as the door was properly open. They were probably just flying in a straight line faster than Leonid could comprehend, but he didn't know if they had some other special technique. This is probably the most exciting thing that could happen on my birthday, Yuval commented. He stepped forward, wiggling one hand. It's those fingers, right? Indeed, Leonid said, escorting Yuval towards the actual incident. Your birthday? We only celebrate once a decade, Yuval said, but I'm still a kid in their eyes. Well, I suppose I'm never really going to catch up. I probably won't even hit augmentation before my parents figure out domination. And Chitty will do whatever he does, Yuval shrugged. By the time they walked back down the corridor, the room was sealed once more and the fingers were dormant. The actual structure needed repairs, but the formations were fully active. What should we do about this? Katerina asked. I dunno. Burn him? Yuval commented as he approached. She shook her head. It's too valuable to have them around for research. Yeah, but he'd be permanently weaker, right? Obviously he'd be mad, but that's never not going to be the case. I could cut them into microscopic pieces, Chitty suggested. Katerina rolled her eyes. That kind of ruins our ability to study them. It's not any better than the burning. Leonid knew his security clearance was significant, but should he really be standing around listening to them discuss this? He decided not, simply for his own sake. Later, far away from the vaults, Katerina asked the question again. Obviously, we have to do something. But even though I didn't see any ears, she shrugged. Who knows if he could have overheard somehow? Zor clearly figured out how to channel his energy through them. Yuval grimaced. Should I not have suggested burning them? Or throwing them into a star? Or freezing them on an ice planet? Timothy smiled. Those were all wonderful distractions that will hide our true intentions. So you knew we weren't going to do it? Yuval asked. If we were going to destroy them, we wouldn't have bothered sealing them, Timothy pointed out. It was tough enough even with the built-in formations, and he could only channel a fraction of his power. Useful information, Katerina said. He can channel full power at his body or his anchor, but this disconnected part of his body is far less functional. I could chop up the fingers, Chitty said, but I could do it in a way that we could put them back together layer by layer. How many layers do you think would be good? We could hide a sliver in each system to study later. As much value as there is in studying pieces of a domination cultivator, I can't actually allow for a security breach, Katerina said. We do have to deal with them. Your idea, while interesting, won't produce the best results. I would prefer to ask for assistance elsewhere. I suspect we're headed towards a third invasion by the Citadel of Exalted Light. Later that same week, the fingers were moved to an independent location, sealed in what appeared to be an ordinary box, the sort that might hold jewelry. It was of course far from ordinary, with preparations made internally and externally to secure it against even the most extraordinary events. The incident was kept secret from the general public, which was why the Scarlet Alliance definitely didn't let anything slip to their new ambassador Aminu. They certainly wouldn't have been counting on word to make it through him to Ratna. After all, they weren't allies with anyone in the Trigold cluster. Though Ratna was also an enemy of Zorbarid's, so if she happened to act against him, they wouldn't be upset. Those assigned to watch the box knew it was important. The exact details were not shared with most of them, but they were to report if the box did anything more than wobble, and the regular wobbles would be reported at the end of the day or if they had a change in frequency. For the first several weeks, things were quite tense, but there was no immediate reaction. The box did wobble frequently, but the energy was well sealed. The cultivators guarding it took their jobs very seriously, even as weeks stretched into years and it began to act up less frequently. It was only because of a slight slip-up that Vergis noticed the enemy incoming. However, that slight error gave Inistra several days' notice. Once he realized what he had felt, it had only been the slightest change on the periphery of his senses. A mere blip of magnetism next to Azan. Perhaps it wasn't even Vergis that had sensed it. The fleet had actually circumvented the domain of the star, though whether it was because they were cautious of some sort of connection or for another reason of practicality Vergis was uncertain. But the movement of a great amount of metal created just enough fluctuations that Vergis noticed something, and after confirming it, he called upon the people of Inistra to prepare to mobilize. It was possible that the fleet would turn off towards an adjacent system, so they had to be prepared to intercept them in such a case. But it seemed that as the most populated planet, they were chosen as the direct target. Once they entered the system, Vergis realized he wouldn't have noticed them at all if their ships were of the normal build. There were ships made entirely out of metal, a very unusual construction for cultivators. It wasn't unique, but the fact that they didn't even resemble waterborne ships was a surprise. Along with them was another group Vergis actually felt only dimly, not because they were particularly stealthy, but because they came with a complete lack of metal, so didn't register to his understanding of magnetism, but only his normal senses. Though Vergis didn't expect that large fleets showing up out of nowhere came in peace, he supposed he should at least try to speak to them. Be aware that you have crossed into the sovereign territory of the Lower Realms Alliance, Vergis declared as he approached with fleets at his back. He projected his voice from quite a distance to prevent any fighting starting before his attempt at diplomacy. Your alliance means nothing to us, the woman declared, so it was going to be like that. May we at least know what your sects are called? We are the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters. Should you act respectfully and comply with our demands, we will not need to disassemble your planets. Listen, just because I asked who you are didn't mean I was worried about offending your faction. I just wanted to know what to call you when I turned you into pulp. Though Vergis would have liked to attack then and there, they were really too far for him to fight effectively. Anton could have, of course, started attacking long before, but Vergis was generally more close-ranged, and the influence of his local stars was significantly less. Still, he could fight at full strength well away from the planet so that no collateral damage would come to them. It didn't seem that the enemy fleets were necessarily interested in facing off against them. They weren't turning to retreat, but rather spreading out. What Vergis could only assume were the broad-eyed harvesters, flying stone ships, were clearly trying to circumvent them. Vergis didn't want to leave the planet undefended, but splitting their forces was just perfect. Inistra still had plenty of cultivators, and of course some defensive platforms. Meanwhile, he was quite looking forward to crushing the imbued fragments like so many suits of armor, or tin cans, but he hadn't seen those until far later in his life. He waited for the enemy to be well within his range, so that if they immediately turned to flee somehow, they would find it more difficult. The surrounding fleets were ready in case the broad-eyed harvesters attempted to flank them, but Vergis was first to attack with the imbued fragments closing in. With a single horizontal slash of his sword, Vergis created a plane of magnetism intended to pull in the enemy fleet. And it did, though they actually resisted better than he thought they might. Instead of instantly flattening them and then forming them all into a ball with his cross-stroke that created a line of magnetism in the middle of their fleet, their ships managed to struggle against his control. But struggle they did, their movement slowed. Then the ships began to tear apart. Vergis hadn't done that, he was quite certain. Perhaps their wrestling for control had strained the hulls? No, it didn't look right for that at all. The ships were pulling apart into slivers instead of tearing off random chunks. Somehow, the dislodged bits and pieces all crashed together into his intended space, but the rest of the ships continued forward. A fascinating level of control, to negate his magnetism with decoys. That was a level of rule-breaking insight most would never reach, and the combined fleet performed it so naturally. However, if they thought Vergis was done with his first move, they would be sorely mistaken. Chapter 1085. Redirecting magnetic pull to a small portion of their ship's mass was an interesting trick that this new imbued fragments sect managed to pull, but Vergis wasn't about to quit just because he didn't utterly annihilate them with his first attempt. Seeing that they had methods to counter that only made him more interested. How would they deal with that if their own ships were the epicenters of the magnetic fields? Vergis shifted in space until Azin stood precisely on the opposite side of himself and the fleet. Perhaps that didn't matter, but they had fastidiously avoided the neutron star, which happened to be the greatest source of magnetism Vergis had ever interacted with. Even if the angle didn't matter at all, it certainly wouldn't hurt for him to feel that everything was aligned properly. In his head, Vergis saw each ship as a blot in between him and the neighboring, and rather tiny, star. He imagined its connection to him settling on the ships as his aura flooded over them. Immediately, The loose fragments that they had unleashed onto the crossed planes that Vergis had first created began to flow towards the nearest ships, but that was not the end of things. Each ship began to drag towards each other. Having so many nodes made none of them quite as strong, but soon enough ships were crashing into each other. Surprisingly, they molded together like waves, once again revealing how the structure of the ships were not as they seemed on the surface. But even as ships tried to fuse with each other, Vergis felt death. The material might have survived, but not everyone could get out of the way of the process. Against an entire fleet working together, Vergis wasn't certain he could take them out in a short time, but their concentration was solely focused on him and their own survival, without even the opportunity to attack. Meanwhile, their other fleet was likely waiting for them to break through and help with the assault on Inistra. The local defensive fleets had split between those providing backup for Vergis. Even an assimilation cultivator could be overwhelmed with numbers, and those chasing down those who tried to bypass them. In their eagerness to attack the planet directly, the stone ships of those referred to as the broad-eyed harvesters had foregone their potential to flank and had instead found themselves in nearly the same situation, with ships behind them and orbital defense platforms in front of them. Inistra actually found the enemy ships to be surprisingly effective, holding together under their assaults. Their cultivators even managed to disembark the ships and begin hacking pieces off of the orbital platforms, using picks to break apart the structure. But for all their haste and dismantling, they couldn't withstand the continuous assaults forever. Soon their ships began to crumble, though they still managed to carry random bits and pieces of the orbital platform to their ships, killing some of the defenders along the way. But they swiftly lost momentum and were beginning their retreat about the time that the fragments began to flee. Rather than trying to catch everything and potentially letting them all slip through his fingers, Vergis focused his efforts on the densest group of metal ships. The structure of the ships shifted moment by moment, splitting into shards and then returning to smooth surfaces as the cultivators adjusted the placement of their ships. Their form of metal control was a direct elemental synergy. Their training to resist magnetism was simply a necessary defensive measure. By focusing on a smaller area, Vergis was able to use more strength. Perhaps a third of the remaining fleet was pulled together into a single mass, with local ships chasing after the others and shooting down as many as they could. The fleets of Inistra gave chase until the enemies felt safe to jump into subspace at the edge of the system's influence, though a few ships jumped early and left a bit of themselves behind. Vergis still had a large mass of metal that was once many ships, and still had a good number of cultivators who had carved out their own places within the structure. He projected his voice to them. "If you surrender now, I can guarantee your lives will be spared and you will be treated with dignity. But if you continue to struggle, the consequences will be on your own heads." He was slightly worried that nobody would act up and let him demonstrate, but in a group of cultivators beyond a sufficient size, there was always going to be at least one. The question was simply if they had already gotten themselves killed. This time, there were a few spares. They had worked their way towards the outer segment of the metal mass, striking outward and sending sharp metal shards flying at Vergis. The distance the attacks had to cover gave him plenty of time to swing his swords a few times, flames extending from his weapon to melt the metal, which he then sent back directly towards the attackers. It was a completely excessive and inefficient method of killing them, but the point was to show how little control they really had. "Anyone else?" Vergis asked. "Because I'd like to remind you that there's also a fleet surrounding you." He could feel people shifting into more structurally sound pockets within their mass, but beyond that everyone seemed to be capitulating. Vergis sent word ahead to have special restraints prepared. Energy nullification cells should be sufficient, but it was still better not to have bindings that matched the preferred material of prisoners. Fortunately, the Lower Realms Alliance had more than a few options for just such cases. The damage to Inistra was not significant, but they had not managed to entirely avoid casualties. How the planet would respond to the assaults depended on what they learned from their captives. The Unified Sector, formerly under the influence of the Numerological Compact, was not expecting an attack, but they were ready. When attackers came to their systems, they acted in tandem. Many were parts of greater or lesser hive minds, but even those who were not fought in harmony besides the rest. Devon was among them, having made the cluster of systems his long-term home. The shattered chains were strong there, built by cultivators who were turning their worst experiences into power they used to take control of their future. The attacks were not precisely at the same time as those on the eastern portion of the Alliance, but they came in too short of succession to be entirely coincidental. Even with their most efficient communication systems, word had not yet spread to the Western Front. Devon recognized the cultivators, not entirely from previous interactions, but in large part from recordings sent from the upper realms. Chief among them were cultivators of the Citadel of Exalted Light. There were several other sects from the Exalted Quadrant among them. The most notable exception was that there were none from the Numerological Compact. Either way, all were clearly from the lower realms. There was a visible difference between cultivators who typically used ascension energy but temporarily adapted to natural energy, and those who always used it. Beyond that, their cultivations maxed out at life transformation. It was a foolish attack. Devon doubted they thought it through at all. Thousands of ships, but for what? If all the fleets had come to one system, he could likely have wiped them out himself. Did they really have so many cultivators to throw away? That might only be answered along with the more important question: where had they come from? It was well known that the exploration of the lower realms was not complete, especially more towards the west. But even so, they could not have been from within 50 light-years in any direction. The only thing that made sense in Devon's head was that they were assuming that these systems were weakened from the invasion a few decades ago, and that one final push from these lower realms flunkies would cripple them. But of the various options, the unified sector was perhaps the least damaged aside from the First Worlds to join the lower realms alliance. Having an enrichment cultivator like Devon around certainly helped. Devon had several hundred people chained up, and not a single ship had made it back out of the systems. There were plenty of people who could spill the beans. Anton suddenly found himself having to choose between his grandson and his disciple, though the choice wasn't something that kept him for long. Inistra itself had done well, but it wasn't the only system attacked on the east. The western systems happened to be more isolated, but they had established a very powerful fleet by using the technology of the Numerological Compact. Thousands or tens of thousands of individuals could combine their energies into one greater whole, facilitated by cultivators or by ships. They were not forced to anymore, but chose to be part of the fighting forces. With the initial attacks causing them little harm, they could afford to wait for backup. Combined with the attacks on Inistra happening first and thus alerting Anton to trouble, Anton had already begun to move. He did ask the Cerritos branch of the 100 Stars and others to send reinforcements, just in case. There were also other colonies being established in that direction, and they might be next. Thus, people were mobilized to support the systems that suddenly found themselves attacked, and preparations were made for those that might. The origin of the attacks would be hunted down. Anton had been hoping for centuries of peace, but the upper realms had to call attention to their continued presence skulking about in the lower realms. That simply wouldn't be tolerated. While he was on the way, news came to Anton that the Adamant Federation and the Free Planet Guardians, which had once both been under the control of the Trigold cluster, had also been attacked, to greater success. A few border regions of the Shining Cooperative had also come under attack. That gave a better picture of where the enemy could have come from. He had some information to add to their potential routes, given he had sensed various ships passing by some of his bound stars. Ultimately, Anton expected that most of the assaults should have come from further east, perhaps including southeast of Inistra. There was also another dimension to consider, but if they were coming directly from the upper and lower edges of the lower realms, their attack patterns would have been different. Conversely, Anton expected that the attackers approaching the unified cluster might have come from perpendicular to the galactic plane. He himself had made a large loop around the western region just recently. After all, he hadn't sensed any planets housing cultivators within his very significant sensory range. But if they were away from his plane of motion, they could easily be a few systems further. Before Anton could reach Inistra, there were several more attacks in the region, including on the system of Inistra itself. Anton watched closely through his connection to the local star as the imbued fragments began to adjust themselves to Vergis' style, only for him to adjust his actions in turn. Magnetism wasn't the only tool in his kit, after all. It simply happened to be the best one to use against ships made entirely out of metal. Anton was looking forward to hearing a better explanation of what they were doing when he arrived. But for each attack along the way, he tried to find a good spot to stop and aid them. Unless enemies were right next to one of his bound stars, Anton was far weaker than he would have been. But that didn't mean he couldn't have any effect. He wasn't trying to annihilate a fleet on his own, just protect those he could. He didn't find any proper engines or even movement formations in either the metal or stone ships, but that simply meant that shooting through them to kill the cultivators inside served double duty. If they were the power source, then killing the right people would rapidly make them non-functional. But if he was there in person, he could take them out before they could even threaten a single person. He didn't have to do that, but he kind of wished he could, which once again made him consider what the step beyond enrichment was, even if it felt a little bit greedy to seek that much power. Chapter 1086. I trust you kept a few stars free? Anton said to Vergis. His apprentice nodded. Of course. I likely would have done so on my own, but certainly with your wisdom. Good. Because that is the main feature that allows us to be mobile. Now then, do you trust your branch? Vergis actually looked offended, but he replied evenly. With my life. Then I would hope that you would trust them with the lives of Inistra and everyone else. I know you wish to act as a defender, but that's not what is needed at the moment. Anton gestured broadly towards the east. There is a wide area to cover, and we need people who can act if necessary. That may be the case, Vergis admitted. But away from bound stars, I am little more than a life transformation cultivator. Once we find targets, of course, I could bind to local stars, but I would be at risk alone otherwise. Anton thought for a few moments about what to tell his apprentice. Directly telling him might guide him down the wrong path, but so could saying too little. Sometimes, we must take risks. You have among your branch those who can take over your responsibilities while you are away, but I doubt any can take over for you out in the field. I suggest you take a group of sufficient size to support you to help hunt down the precise locations of our enemies. I will move too quickly for any to come along with me, so I will be alone. With that, Anton changed the topic to give Vergis some time to think about his suggestion. Anton could order him to do what he wanted, but that wouldn't achieve the desired effect. I felt the way you adapted to the invaders. I was quite impressed by your versatility even within the same domain. Clearly, your own control overwhelmed their own. I imagine you can do even greater when you next encounter them. Vergis nodded. Yes, but they will adapt to me as well. Will they? Anton asked. I suspect they will try. But tell me this, can they perfectly share the feeling of battling you with each other? We found no traces of computers or any sort of formation-based recording device that could do as much. How much can each individual adapt to battle you, and you alone? Certainly it is important for them to try, and maybe some will be ready when you next meet them, but not all of them. And if they somehow happen to perfectly counter you, then you will have a clear example of your flaws. Survive and return with them all erased. All of them? Vergis raised an eyebrow. Might as well, though you don't have to let them see that. Now then, I'm going to see if I can beat the scouts in reaching the territory we've heard about. Stay in contact with me if you need any further advice. The attacks upon the lower realms felt like a very delayed reaction to the failures in the previous invasions. Whatever the reason, be it a lack of understanding, a large communication lag, or some sort of belief that they had a usable opportunity, the Lower Realms Alliance, at least, was quite ready for more trouble. Even without considering the presence of assimilation cultivators, the Alliance itself had far outgrown what had been seen at the end of the first cycle where they surpassed the invasion. They had no lack of essence collection or life transformation cultivators, whereas once only the strongest sects had life transformation cultivators. Any powerful planet had at least a few assimilation cultivators, with Cerritos having over 100, but so far, they had only a very few enrichment cultivators. That could only be explained in part by many of the cultivation generation around Anton choosing to ascend. It also seemed that advancing far into assimilation took greater insights than a similar increase in integration, perhaps due to the nature of the available energy. Enrichment was a step more difficult. Even the latest war hadn't been sufficient to push many beyond the threshold. Yet now there was one more opportunity, and people flocked to it. They'd had decades to digest their insights since the end of the war, and now they might have a chance. On the way out from Inistra, Anton passed by Azin. He was able to sense that Vergis had more influence over the neutron star than himself, which was a comforting thought. It didn't mean that Vergis was weakening Anton's own position, but instead that he was focused on his particular style properly in the area around him. Meanwhile, Anton doubted there would ever be a cultivator more in tune with Cerrito's star while he was alive. That was his home, even if he ranged far and wide. Anton sensed ships passing in another system. He debated trying to take them out, but decided against it. It was only a small group of scouts, and he would do better to report their position. There should be enough spare resources to deal with them. It would be good practice for someone. Besides, Anton didn't know what they already knew about him, or if they had some way to send a communication back to their sects from their ships. If they had long-range communication easily available, there might be warnings about him. If he thought that this particular group would be dangerous, he wouldn't mind. But he had other goals beyond simply winning. There was a reason sect heads didn't clear out secret realms themselves. Aside from the fact that Everhearts in particular wouldn't let them. Now that there weren't lost pieces of history hanging around on their own planets, such formative experiences had to be found elsewhere. Anton was most interested in the growth of his people, whether that be the Order of 100 Stars or the Alliance, including those in the upper realms. Only vague directions had been given to the locations of enemy territory, and while they weren't much more useful than the approximations the Alliance made independently, it did give Anton a better idea of how far he was going. He was surprised at how far the sects were willing to go for an attack. It was a big risk, as that left them effectively without supply lines. It took Anton weeks, which meant it likely took them months. But he saw where some of their confidence might have come from when he saw the first of their planets, if they could even be called that anymore. He'd seen asteroids stripped of their precious metals that had more structural integrity than the planets. He was fairly certain they had to be held together by formations. While Anton found himself directly revulsed by what he saw, he had to admit that at least it was functional. Whatever they'd done, the remaining skeleton of the planet had dense natural energy, and presumably the rest of the planet had been used for something. Anton could sense the two sects that had attacked Inistra. The imbued fragments made use of metal, while the broad-eyed harvesters dealt in stone. He somewhat doubted it was efficient to tear apart planets, but perhaps it was training. He noticed that they seemed to have little effect on gas planets, except for any terrestrial moons. Frankly, Anton thought that if they were going to be scouring everything, they should have gotten in good with a sect that would want everything that gas planets had to offer. Anton eventually drifted back towards one of the largest rocky planets, intending to take a closer look. He would have to actually enter the system instead of simply sensing from outside their influence, but he thought it would be worth it. He didn't want to give away his presence, so he was trying to constrain his energy signature, but that couldn't be perfect. Perhaps he'd be discovered and have to fight or flee. Appearing weak might be to his advantage. The planet was even more strange than he'd first imagined. He had felt the general shape, but it was more extreme than he'd even thought. Once again, even calling what remained a planet was a bit of a stretch. Currently, there was a metal core in the middle of an earthen cage. Upon that cage, with spindly stone perhaps only a couple 100 kilometers thick at any point, was what remained of the planet. Stretched along the protrusions and up the structural spires from the core were all the cities. Not that there was anywhere else for him to be, but it quickly became apparent that it was all city. They'd effectively turned the planet into little more than sprawling skyscrapers, stuffed with everything people needed to survive. Anton didn't think that people were really living, just producing sufficient food and consuming it, with some small portion of them absorbing the natural energy that was clinging to the remains of the planet. In a way, it was a clever setup. The natural energy would tend to gather around what structure there was, and thus it could be much more dense if there was little planet left. The logic just barely checked out, but that didn't mean it seemed sane. All the effort they put into tearing it apart and then keeping it from collapsing with formations could have just gone into energy-gathering formations directly. It was absurd. What were they even doing with all the material, evaporating it? That clearly wasn't the case, and Anton managed to find some examples. The most obvious was found all around him, with ships flying every which way between the various planets, as well as in and out of the system. Anton had kept out of their paths, of course, but it was far more traffic than he was used to even in the core systems of the Lower Realms Alliance. Then again, most seemed to be small, individual ships, an inefficient use of resources, unless one had many planets' worth. But even then, there were certain requirements for quality that Anton found they seemed to solve another way. It took him several days of snooping around at their various uses of energy until he found the right one. A great factory that seemed to take in a constant stream of rocks and junk ore. Anton knew the best, or was taken away separately. What then did they do with all the junk? They transformed it. Technically, that was something the Lower Realms Alliance could do as well, but they never did it on such a scale. No, they didn't make such extravagant uses of materials and energy anywhere. Anton saw many tons of, or compacted into something like a tenth of its size. At first Anton thought they had simply made it more dense, and they had, transforming it into different elements. But as he continued to watch, he found that some was missing. It was just gone, or perhaps transformed into energy. Not necessarily natural energy that was usable, but heat and light and vibrations, and perhaps a million more kinds that Anton would only be partially knowledgeable about. He'd seen matter annihilated before, in large cultivator battles. The link between matter and energy was well known from the perspective of natural scientists and cultivators alike. However, it was massively inefficient to convert between them. There was a reason Anton didn't make arrows but spirit arrows. He achieved the solidity he needed in the moment, but it wasn't a permanent effect. Likewise, turning matter into energy through nearly any process was extremely inefficient, because even if technically the same amount of energy or matter still existed, that didn't mean it was usable. But perhaps they didn't care. They had a result they wanted. Certain types of stone he recognized both as making up the structures around them and the stone ships, and they had a method to get it. That might be the end of things from their perspective. Who cares if it was wasteful? As long as it was more efficient than finding another planet with the materials they wanted naturally present. Though wasn't even sure about that. Anton didn't like these people. They did exactly the opposite of everything he stood for. Where he wanted to build up, they tore down. Where he wanted to grow, they took away. They were fine with ending up at a net worse situation because they had the specific things they wanted, and to an extreme Anton had never considered before. The deep Trigold cluster that spawned these sects and then established these in the lower realms were an abomination Anton hadn't heard about. He wished he'd seen them earlier so that he could have already finished annihilating them, but he didn't start the process immediately. There was likely more to learn, such as who might be innocent in the process. Certainly there would be some, living among them somewhere. Ignoring them wouldn't sit well with Anton. Chapter 1087. Despite having a powerful sensory technique, Devon was far from a scout. At the very least, he needed to already know where his targets were. Seeking them out wasn't within his purview, but the unified cluster was extremely qualified for the task. All they needed was a vague direction to begin their search, and they began to scour the area en masse. Of course, they were making use of more than just numbers. As they spread out, they made use of the web of connections between them to cover a broad area, making use of only one central group to connect them to all the systems in an area. It was a taxing effort, but still more efficient than individually searching each and every one of potentially thousands of systems individually. It wasn't difficult to find the first few systems through interrogating captured individuals, but the concern was that there might be even more. Though it seemed unlikely the upper realms had foreseen events, their remaining systems were outside of the comfortable zone that had been scouted properly. Even reaching some of the enemy systems took over a year, both due to distance and the required slowdown from properly exploring the area. However, once they found the first system about 200 light-years off, in a direction perpendicular to the galactic plane, they found more and more. They didn't avoid notice completely, nor could they have been expected to. They came across dozens of occupied planets. In some places, the scouts lost their lives, but their sacrifices were not in vain. Their deaths were sensed by their connected brethren, even at a vast distance. Normally, the connection only stretched throughout a planet, or at most a system, but consciously extending it was possible. With their location discovered, Devon prepared to set out, along with local fleets and reinforcements from other parts of the Lower Realms Alliance. That included the Wayfarer under the command of Gabriella. The vessel was the oldest Ascension-class ship still in use, but that did not make it obsolete. Instead, it had been constantly upgraded, and its crew and commander had grown deeper connections. Just recently, in the grand flow of time, at least, they had begun to integrate the unified cluster's technology, allowing for better mass energy sharing. Along with some other familiar faces, including some powerful residents of Acaris, Devon was surprised to find out that the most familiar face was also planning to join the war. It was a face he saw more than his own, that of his wife Runa. "I thought you would avoid the war," Devon commented. "We're far from the point that we can make good use of a diplomat." Runa held her head high. "Perhaps that's simply because your diplomats have not been good enough. I refer even to myself." Devon could have told her that she was already the best he could imagine, but she knew that. She didn't seem to be in a mood where she needed mental reinforcement, at least not in that manner. In fact, she looked more confident than he'd ever seen her. "What are your intentions, then?" "I need to know the truth," Runa said. "Whether those of us who cultivate a path beyond battle can reach the same heights as others. I am an assimilation cultivator, of course, but I find the concept of enrichment difficult. It came to me that perhaps I have not properly challenged myself." Devon nodded. "Very well. What challenges do you think would best suit you?" He knew what worked best for him, and while he also knew her very well, her path of cultivation was far different from his own. "I need to understand people, not just individuals, and not just those we have already connected with. I can spend a century with the natives of Cerritos, or the hive minds of the unified cluster. For everything I learn, however, my understanding broadens only slightly. How little I have treated with those who remained enemies I only realized recently. Like the stubborn hardened crown, perhaps we can reconcile with the rest." Stubborn as they were, or as they are, they still showed a measure of nobility during the initial conflicts on Cerritos. They refused to follow the orders of annihilation from the upper realms. The same was not true of many sects, both from the Exalted Quadrant or the Trigold cluster. "I know, but that doesn't mean it isn't possible. Surely, they aren't all completely tainted." Devon took some time to carefully word his next thoughts. "Not every sect, I suppose. But there was little room for the Twin Soul sect to raise any half-decent disciples." "Perhaps not them," Runa admitted, "though I never took the chance. The question must be, could we tolerate peace if they should agree? The very reason we can't is because they never would. I find it quite doubtful that their leadership would let their sects have peace, nor would we be willing to forgive them. Even with the leadership slain, could we trust those who remained not to simply prepare to backstab us later?" "Not easily," Runa said, "but that is the challenge of which I speak. The ability to say with certainty that a large group will act a certain way, or that they will not. Or the ability to influence things to a desired end. To even know if it is possible, I have to be there. Showing up far after the fact would provide little value." "Where are we headed, then?" Devon asked. There was no need to say that there would be danger, and there was similarly no need to say that Devon would be there to protect her wherever she went, either from enemies or from her own successes or failures. As the Scarlet Alliance continued to receive updates from the lower realms, they did not forget to pay attention to their own borders. Zorbarid's fingers had not yet caused further trouble, but with news of the Citadel of Exalted Light acting in the lower realms, would he really do nothing against them? That seemed unlikely. As for whether the deeper connection had been made between the Scarlet Alliance and the lower realms, aside from of course receiving many ascended cultivators into their ranks, that was yet unknown. It was unlikely the great powers would take their losses at the end of the cycle lightly if they knew that they had a part in it. Just as they were looking for some way to affect the wars in the lower realms, preferably to cause damage to the upper realm sects in the short term and not just crippling their long-term prospects, someone happened to show up. "For the archives," said the handsome young man who had walked in, hefting a few scrolls. Leonid didn't usually work the front desk, but someone had to be there for classified receipts, and today that was him. "Thank you," Leonid commented. "Just leave them on the desk there." It might seem careless to have potentially sensitive documents just lying on the edge where anyone could snatch them, but security in the archives was not so lax that robbers would be able to make it out. More importantly, the mere act of placing it down shielded the contents with the local formations. Aside from noting that the young man was the kind to attract others, Leonid didn't take note of him. The scrolls were of interest, of course. Everything that came to his desk was. But when he took a look at them, well, it wasn't that the information was not valuable enough to come into his hands. Instead, he realized there were a few things missing, like certain security markings. Leonid rubbed his forehead. Again? Why does it always have to be me? Sure, there weren't many others of his rank, but he hadn't heard about them running into so many problems in recent years. Though maybe it just didn't make for good workplace conversation. He sent his senses out, finding of course that the young man was nowhere on the premises. Security, please review cameras of drop-off desk B-17. Possible unwanted entry. Leonid relied on the formations to keep him safe as he inspected the scrolls. He wanted to make sure there was no tampering, since apparently that step had been missed. Whether anyone was going to get fired for this was another question. An hour later, when it turned out that nobody showed up on the cameras, Leonid had to accept that some sort of remedial training might be in order, but it didn't appear that anyone failed to properly process the young man. They had simply missed him entirely. Someone might figure out how later, but as far as Leonid could tell, they hadn't actually missed any danger. The scrolls he now held were for formations, ones with which he was familiar, even. It was simply that the exact details were secret, or they were supposed to be, which was exactly why it was good that these came to the archives. Now then, who would want to know that they'd come into what looked to be legitimate schematics for Ascension receiving formations, from among other things the Citadel of Exalted Light, and several other sects that they did not get along with. Leonid could of course simply copy the information into the archives, but someone might be able to make immediate use of this. Somehow, perhaps he'd just show it around to a few people. It wasn't so secret that he couldn't ask some people for suggestions. He didn't need to go straight to the top or anything. One further hour later, Leonid found himself in a meeting with the top. Of course, because it was going to be one of those days. He had been directed up the chain until reaching Katerina and Uzin, though he didn't understand why at first. At least, not for one of the details. The security thing was a bit of an issue, and he'd explained all he saw several times. A young man, clearly handsome, but otherwise barely noteworthy, which was actually extremely odd, because he should have had a perfect picture of face, voice, and clothing. Knowing things was his job, after all. They found it, Katerina declared. Leonid wasn't quite sure what it was, as these two were constantly working on several issues. That's good at least, Uzin said. So, what's the verdict? Katerina sighed. Good news is that the detection formations must work. The bad news is that we're still not the foremost experts on formations. But he wouldn't have bothered disabling the detection if it wasn't going to work. Leonid decided that he probably knew who he was, and also that he didn't want to confirm his guess. Is there something valuable about these formations that I should know? Is it perhaps relevant to the plans for the Citadel assault? Leonid knew about that because detailed information on the Citadel of Exalted Light had been requested, repeating the pattern of their first attempt, but now they had more experience. He avoided learning the actual details of the plans, though. It could be useful, Uzin said, switching back to that topic. But we were also thinking that we might have something relevant to the lower realms. Leonid thought for a few moments. It would be rather extreme to train cultivators in their styles only to infiltrate them after ascension, though I suppose that's not unheard of, if in reverse. Too risky, Katerina said. I doubt we'd inspire much loyalty from people trained up in that manner. Even if we knew they were perfectly loyal, so many things could go wrong. They'd be less effective if underinformed, and a liability if they were properly educated and then captured. Has such a strategy already been considered? Leonid asked. Not specifically. But we've seen how such things go, she said. But with proper details, we might actually have a plan. We were just looking for something like this. Leonid frowned. Ascension formation specifically? Uzin shook his head. Nothing that precise. No reason to assume we have a security breach, at least. Just something connecting the upper and lower realms because of the war. Maybe this won't lead anywhere. But with him involved, there's probably some idea. That was enough of that, Leonid decided. Do you need anything else from me? Unless you remember something else, Katerina said. Should I get myself checked for mental influence? Leonid asked. Start with a self-assessment, Katerina shrugged. My bet is that you never received more mental information, so there's nothing to remember. Should be far easier than memory modification and more passive. The formations should have stopped weird external things. Probably should have stopped him from just walking through as well, Leonid thought. But he wasn't going to say that because Katerina doubtless knew that. And he knew he'd see her in the hall over the coming weeks, adding further, deeper layers to the formations he could barely sense already. Chapter 1088. A bad man had just passed by, and he was trying to hide it. But Fuzz had been assigned the very important task of tracking him down. The man had no scent, which was certainly a difficulty, but Fuzz had dealt with worse situations. He could have smelled horrendous or been trailing caustic chemicals. Simply not having a scent was hardly a big deal. Technically, it was impossible to track someone with no scent. Scent was very small things that people left behind, and if they didn't do that, he simply couldn't follow it. But the bad man had made a mistake. He left nothing behind, but that didn't mean his passing had no traces. Indeed, the very trail of nothing was what Fuzz followed. It wasn't easy, as the surrounding scents had already filled in the area. But he could just pick out the remains of how there were slightly more scents from one side than there should be, and how there were fewer dust particles on the ground from people passing by. Because the man left no scent, anything that touched him hadn't left. So Fuzz would find him. He began at a desk and rapidly made his way out. His paws moved as swiftly as he could parse the scent. The first few minutes he barely waddled forward, but he felt himself getting further behind. He also grew more used to the scent and was able to move more quickly. He followed the scent out of the compound all the way to a teleportation formation, which was where he lost the trail. Fuzz carefully sniffed. "I don't think he came in on this one," he growled to the people following him. He rushed back along his trail, startling security. It was more difficult to pick up the even older trail from when he first appeared. The scent of nothing further minutes in the past was the faintest thing he'd ever tried to smell. But Fuzz was probably the best at smelling he'd ever been. The original trail took Fuzz through winding streets, only to end up in a random alley. "The trail ends here," Fuzz whined. "No, it begins here." Alva had run along after him. "Not gonna lie," she admitted, sniffing. "I have no idea how you did that." She reached out her hand. "I do have some ideas how he did this, though." "Teleportation?" Fuzz asked. "Well, kind of." "I don't need an explanation if you don't have an easy one," the wolf said. "It's subspace stuff," Alva said, "though I'm only guessing on the exact methods involved." A short time later, Katerina had been called over and finished investigating the alleyway. "There aren't any runes here compromising our defenses, at least." Alva nodded. "Good. I suspect he likely used one of his solar orbital stations to break into a level of subspace our formations weren't ready to block. I don't know how he got out, though. Likely specific formation flags prepared for such an occasion," Katerina said. "Either way, I suspect that the Nistar location within our domain might have an activity report. Whether he passed through it or split the difference with the original Everheart system somehow. Can we do anything to prevent further intrusions?" Alva asked. "We might be able to, but that sounds like an arms race we wouldn't win. Instead, I'd prefer to try to secretly monitor this activity. At least he doesn't seem to have stolen anything this time. So once we assess these flaws, we might be prepared for his next arrival, assuming we don't let on that we figured it out. So we'll do our best to look like we're locking down an embarrassing scenario, which isn't untrue. And then hopefully we can use the information he delivered to do something helpful." Beyond the first system Anton found, the others weren't any better. Little better than shells of planets remaining, and even if they were functional for their purposes, they had gone far down the wrong path of how to get the most out of their resources. There were astounding levels of waste. Curiosity forced Anton to look further. He had many questions, such as why these sects had not participated in any prior wars. They hadn't assisted the invasion forces, and they had delayed decades afterwards before launching an attack. He thought perhaps they were attacking other unknown systems in the lower realms. Or they had simply been far enough that it had been impractical to respond immediately, instead taking time to prepare their forces. Anton certainly found that they had copious ships and cultivators within their systems at the current time. Perhaps they had been at some critical point, but he hadn't yet spotted anything that quite fit. Interrogation was outside of his area of expertise, unless it was common knowledge, and he was still trying to avoid revealing himself. He thought that perhaps someone else would find answers first, but he happened to look towards the next system. Normal people might not notice a 50% decrease in light from a star. While that sounded like a massive amount, most cultivators would find their sight overwhelmed by the brightness of a star even at a single percent of its luminosity. The thing that made it stand out to Anton was that particular star had seemed brighter before. It wasn't likely that it had suddenly gotten dimmer, but instead that he had gotten close enough to realize the dimming happened. He made his way to the edge of the system, and then towards the other star to confirm. But if his assumption was correct, perhaps there really was something that happened between 5 and 10 years prior. More than that, and he would have likely seen the changes from yet another system more distant. In just a few days he had his answer, as he was able to more directly sense the star and the structure being formed around it. He'd heard of theoretical star encapsulating projects, but as far as Anton was aware, not even cultivators in the upper realms had made serious efforts. A number of stars had been destroyed over the course of time, which occasionally resulted in securing star hearts, but this particular sort of project didn't seem to have been completed. At a surface level, Anton could not fault them for wanting to harness the power of a star. That was a desire he shared, in fact. Even capturing the entirety of the power it produced was not necessarily a bad thing. As long as the local planets didn't need the heat and light, the energy could be extremely useful. But even in the current state of things, Anton could tell something was wrong. He almost reached out to bind the star immediately. He would have then focused the power to annihilate the structure. But he held himself back, drifting closer. He was glad for his temperance, not because he found some sort of innocence he would have harmed, but because the situation made rash action unwise. Approaching the structure, a partially filled lattice that would cover the entire star when complete, he felt the star more closely. He also saw active links between the structure and the star. It wasn't merely passively collecting energy. Whatever they were doing had put the star in an unstable state that Anton was certain of. He likely had the skills to stabilize it if the structure was destroyed, but not taking at least a few minutes to study it would have been an unnecessary risk. After he took a closer look, Anton realized it would be a waste to destroy it immediately even if he could do so safely. The structure was immensely valuable for its composition and the formations that made it up. It needed to be studied. He didn't like leaving a star in a state of suffering, but this star didn't show any signs of consciousness. For all his love of stars, he recognized that this was just a massive ball of plasma and it would be fine. Even if the structure was meant to dismantle the star somehow, another few days, weeks, or even years wasn't going to cause great harm, unless the destabilization accelerated, in which case everyone in the system would reap the consequences of their hubris. It would have to be monitored, of course. Anton didn't want a supernova to wipe out the innocents remaining in the system, and there had to be some. Even if the majority of what he was were cultivators contributing to the dismantling of both planet and star, there were always innocents. War would be so much easier if there weren't. Hundreds of light years away on the opposite side of the Lower Realms Alliance, the system that Devon and Runa first arrived at looked far more typical of cultivators. They had a presence on multiple planets, as typical for spacefaring cultivators. They were clearly concentrated around the best locations with the highest levels of natural energy. Devon could tell that from afar without anything fancy. "So what's your plan?" Devon asked. "Simple. I'm going to approach a planet and ask to speak to them." "Reasonable," he said, "but it doesn't sound enlightened. Then again, if you could explain your insights, you might have already mastered them." "You're right. That's just the surface. But that's what you should expect. I expect they'll attack, at which point I'll retreat, and you and the fleets can do as you please." Once expectations were set for the fleets, they made their approach. It didn't seem that this particular system was ready to defend their whole domain, though the individual planets clearly had their own defenses. Runa moved in front, with Devon supporting her. Before she even got terribly close, enemy ships were already departing her chosen planet. That didn't dissuade her, however. Her aura spread out, much as one would usually do when projecting their voice through empty space. But Devon could tell that wasn't all that was happening. "People of the Exalted Quadrant, why must you bring war?" Before any sort of audible response, Erona recoiled. She looked crestfallen, but not defeated. However, she withdrew her energy and shook her head. "That's all I'm going to be able to do for now," she said to Devon, "though I'll wait for their response nonetheless." The commander of the fleets soon responded. "It's the only logical response for those who don't understand the glory of the exalted quadrant." "Damned fanatics," Erona said, though without sending her words towards the approaching fleet. She turned to Devon. "You'd think they'd at least be a little hesitant with you here." "Should I try to be intimidating?" Devon asked. He'd just been keeping his energy fairly neutral. "Just wipe out the ships. Nothing will happen with them anyway," Erona said. "Very well," Devon said. Then he projected his voice to the fleet. "Prepare to engage. Negotiations have fallen through, if they could even call it that." He understood the aggressive response, given they approached with fleets. But that didn't mean these people had to throw themselves into battle. Several ships from the Lower Realms Alliance chose the same target, specifically, the ship of the enemy commander. At the current distance, only the more powerful ships could attack, but they certainly did. One was Gabriella's ship, clearly prioritizing the strongest cultivator felt among the enemy. The second was the ship of Byron, the first true confluence cultivator. The third was one of the larger hive mind ships. It was impossible to say if it was even necessary for two of the ships to attack together, but all three together were clearly overkill. The barrier of the ship lasted only a single instant before crumbling. Then the entire vessel was annihilated. The commander was only a life transformation cultivator. After all, even with the power of the ship and crew, they were gone before they could even make a single flash of light to counter. The rest of the fleet was rapidly annihilated. But Devon had the feeling that they hadn't seen the limits of what their enemy could do. Fanaticism was one thing, but the enemy had not displayed the numbers or any sort of secret that would give them the confidence to launch an attack, knowing that the upper realms failed in their invasion. Perhaps that was it. He would suggest Erona bring up them being lied to, in case they thought otherwise. But Devon had the feeling they were simply hiding something, and while it was just a feeling, as a cultivator he knew it was unwise to ignore such things. Chapter 1089. Even with the enemy fleets defeated, they still approached the planet with caution. Too much was concealed behind formations, but the enemy wasn't going to give them the luxury of time to try to peer through carefully. Devon had his world-encompassing chains, but that wasn't particularly great if people were coming to attack him. Instead, he needed his presence to be unknown. They still approached with caution, their large ships beginning their bombardments of the planet below. The combined energy of thousands of cultivators struck repeatedly, giving them a better picture of how to break through the barrier. They could just wear it down, but seeing how it reacted to assault and adapting was more efficient. Devon was waiting for further trouble. Perhaps fleets from the other planets would be the greatest risk factor. However, soon it was revealed that there was more they hadn't anticipated. So far, they hadn't seen any cultivators beyond life transformation. But a sudden surge of energy appeared. Not natural energy, though. Ascension energy from the upper realms. Even as Devon was making that connection, a vast beam of light shot towards their fleet. Dozens of smaller ships were caught up in the blast, but most critically the Wayfarer was the main target. Gabriella and her crew reacted instantly, not only fortifying their forward barriers, but also jumping the ship a quarter of its width out of the line of fire. Even with that, their barriers were shattered and a portion of the ship disintegrated. The casualties wouldn't be as great as a ship carrying a confluence cultivator, but the loss of life and material cost were still not trivially ignored. Devon felt the energy begin to build up again, but he could tell it wasn't from a cultivator. The planetary barrier hadn't recovered from their own assault, leaving him free to extend his chains down towards the planet and towards the great cannon angled up towards them. Did they have more of them? Most likely, as a planet wouldn't be well covered with just one. But how did they store so much ascension energy and even create a device that could release it in the lower realms? Rather than directly battling the energy, Devon's chains merely sealed parts of the formations. He didn't quite know which ones to target, but he figured that every part was necessary for such a thing. And he was right. He'd intended to capture the cannon so they could study it, but instead it exploded. One moment it was charging up, and the next thing he knew, one side of the planet was disintegrating. The explosion also rose towards the fleets, but the cannon was not placed directly beneath them. They caught only the edge of the blast, with enough time for the fleet to form a single larger barrier, anchored around Wayfarer, a second Ascension-class battleship known as the Stellar Redoubt, and the Resolute Heart captained by Byron the Confluence Cultivator. Together, their energy deflected the blast. As Devon saw that one face of the planet was rapidly turning into a crater, the fleet called for a retreat. No matter how much the damage was to their enemy, the Lower Realms Alliance couldn't afford to casually remain where such absurd quantities of energy were being stored. Devon wondered if it would have been better or worse to have his grandfather present, given how Ascension energy felt about him. Well, Anton would have been fine as he wouldn't have been within range of the attacks or the accidental blast. But whether or not he would be particularly good or particularly bad against such a thing, he was involved in another war on the far side of known territory. As Devon was more mobile than the larger ships, he watched their rear as the fleet began to retreat. However, the planet below didn't seem to have any additional ships, or if they did, they weren't willing to scramble from the far sides. Nor would they want to be anywhere close to the still ongoing explosion. His instincts of danger had certainly been right. Should he have warned anyone? Devon decided not to doubt himself. Everyone was ready for danger, and since he hadn't known a precise trajectory, things went as well as could be expected. He was still troubled by what happened, though. It was known that the Trigold cluster had been preparing devastating weapons on a similar scale in the Eastern War, but now the Exalted Quadrant? And both great powers were attacking at the same time. Devon didn't know if it was worse for them to be working together, or to have independently come up with superweapons. Neither idea was much good. Soon the fleet reached Erona. "Sorry your plan got disrupted," Devon said. Erona shrugged. "Sometimes that's how things go. I'd actually try again right now, but the energy is a bit unsettled." Devon found that an understatement, considering that the mushroom cloud from the explosion was still growing. He wondered if the planet would still have an atmosphere when all was said and done. If the local inhabitants weren't cultivators, they certainly wouldn't survive the event. Gabriella sighed. The Wayfarer had extra parts, but not so many that they could fix almost a quarter of the hull being gone. And here they were, dozens of light years away from their nearest proper base. They had established lines of supply this far out, but nobody expected an Ascension-class battleship to sustain so much damage and hold together. The beam had almost gone straight through them. If they hadn't managed their side hop, that would have been it. Maybe she would have survived, but without the ship and her crew, she wouldn't be much of anything. Of the two, crew was more important. Bad luck. Gabriella turned to see Byron. She'd missed his approach because he didn't feel like much. Mostly like a life transformation cultivator, of which she had plenty on her crew. "Our ship might have done better." Gabriella raised an eyebrow. "Against that magnitude of energy? No offense, but I don't think you could take it directly, and with your ship packed to the gill with crew," she grimaced. "The ship is modular for a reason. The compact made their vessels too rigid, but current models are flexible." Byron held up his hands, placing his palms flat against each other, then folding them into a circle. "We might have fit around it." "Interesting. But can you teleport into position?" "No, but our reflexes are more streamlined," Byron said. "You are nearly a confluence cultivator yourself. I think your main difference is you aren't willing to call upon your crew for everything. You rely on yourself and your ship." "That's not true. I value my crew the most." "How should I say this?" Byron frowned. "It's not bad to value your crew, but overvaluing them to the point that you aren't willing to let them give as much of themselves as you would give is a weakness. It might sound like the opposite of what you intend, but you have to trust them to know their limits. Ask for everything, and they will give what they can." He shook his head. "Of course, nothing guarantees that we would have done any better against such a surprise. And you yourself are further along in your cultivation journey, so perhaps my words are pointless." "Your words ring true." "Thank you," Gabriella said. "As for that cannon, we clearly need to reveal them. I can't imagine that we simply didn't notice. It couldn't have just been the planetary formation dulling our senses, either. How do you counter that, a ground assault?" "Infiltration," Byron said. "And I hear we have just the right folks. Well, perhaps the second best. No void ants along, since we were focused on ship-to-ship combat." Leaf of common oak in early spring was a stealthy ninja. Nobody would spot her, and even if they did, she was just another leaf. Her energy was undetectable by these foolish humans. Well, she'd better stop herself there. Arrogance was how bugs got squished. Unlike the Great Queen, she did have her own stores of energy, but also unlike the Great Queen, her body had kind of plateaued at the can't get squished by children level. In short, she needed her energy to defend. But if she was actively doing that, she would be easily picked out by cultivators. Common oak was a stealthy leaf that wasn't going to get caught moving, or be seen in anything but outer hallways still, because she did not want to be squished or slashed or burned or blasted by beams of light. She wasn't the only one infiltrating the planet, but each of them had their work cut out for them. Planets were big, and no matter how fast they went, it was kind of hard to explore all the potential secret facilities hiding gigantic weapons with ascension energy. So they were doing their best and looking for any weird energy fluctuations. There was an area Common Oak had tracked some weird fluctuations too. She sensed members of the Golden Huntsman, which she hadn't even known had a presence in the lower realms. No, none of them thought there were still any exalted quadrant sects hanging out in this odd place, or the entire alliance would have already dealt with them. Aside from the Golden Huntsmen, who were probably still mourning their best and brightest from the upper realms, there were a number of other animal-focused factions based out of this same facility. She had already seen some overly muscular horses, a den of wolves which didn't look particularly bright or happy, and some birds which actually looked quite content and wouldn't have minded trying to snack on a bug if they knew she was one, and if she wouldn't have annihilated them with a flick of her leg. But what they were keeping on the outside of the facility was frankly the least interesting. There was way too much security further in for there to not be juicy stuff. And juicy they were, though some were goopy and slimy. Clearly a number of creatures had been inexpertly smashed together, and whatever survived were contained in various cages. Slipping her way past formations wasn't that difficult, because even if she didn't have the abilities of the Great Queen, she'd still learned a few things from her friend about energy disruption. Even if it wasn't natural to her, it was valuable to pick up. Though it was rather horrid to look at the beasts, Common Oak reminded herself that they didn't have the spark of sapience inside of them. That made it slightly less awful, but they were still suffering creatures. She didn't like these people. That said, that was kind of assumed going in before she even knew there were Golden Huntsmen present. Upper Realm sects in general had not received favorable reviews. Eventually, Common Oak came to a particular set of doors that she just had to sneak behind. She tried to slip under them like many of the others, but these doors seemed to be extremely precise. She couldn't see even the slightest gap, so she climbed above the door and waited, and waited. But everyone knew that secret facilities needed daily maintenance. She presumed. Common Oak waited more. Okay, maybe there was nothing living inside? Or the people here were worried about that whole atmospheric scouring happening and slacking off. But eventually her patience paid off, and she was glad that her leafy body didn't get stiff like those with weird internal skeletons. Someone went into the room, and she slipped in the top of the door. What she saw inside were a series of large glass chambers filled with crawling black forms, and she didn't like it at all. She hadn't had plans to cause any trouble. But when she found colonies of void ants stuffed in prisons, she couldn't help herself. She could tell that they weren't just normal ants, because once the door was open, the energy anomaly created by their colonies was obvious. A single ant-sized hole in her energy senses? Ignorable. But when it was an entire column, she didn't even need a special technique. She waited for the person who came in to leave. Apparently, he was just dropping some sort of slop into some tubes, which then found their way to the void ants' chambers. Once the place was empty, Common Oak made her way to the base of one of the glass chambers. She began to sign to those inside. "I'm here to rescue you. Stand back from the glass." They just looked at her, stopping and staring. Well, whatever. She just had to use careful control, or hope that these workers weren't people yet. They looked young enough. As for breaking the glass, she couldn't expect it to be that difficult. It had to be stronger than standard glass, but it wasn't enchanted. Actually, that would have made it easier for the void ants to break out. Even then, Common Oak would have expected them to find their way free somehow. But maybe they hadn't been here long. With a single flick of her wing, infused with natural energy, of course, she cracked the glass. Then she pulled out the shards, letting dirt and void ants spill free. Some were probably buried, and they would doubtless dig each other out, but she flapped her wings to blow the dirt away regardless. The saved ants came forward to thank her, though they were really unexpressive, except for their pheromones. They were clearly on edge from their captivity, radiating aggression and hunger, and Common Oak leapt back as they lunged for her, crashing against another structure indelicately. "What the heck, guys?" she signed down at them. "This isn't the time for playing around." And they didn't sign back. Common Oak realized that their pheromones also didn't smell quite right, as if these weren't even descendants of the Great Queen. She looked at the cracked glass she was standing on, and the ants pushing their way out. She was suddenly quite glad she could fly. Chapter 1090. Common Oak was quite startled by the attacks from what she had perceived as allies, but she still kept herself vigilant for aerial assaults. Then she realized that traditionally, void ants didn't keep their wings. That was a recent development among the ones she knew, which she had rather expected to be all of them. Where had these void ants come from? Had their queens been captured from the upper realms and transferred here? Common Oak had many questions, but they would have to be answered later. Right now, she was being attacked. She hadn't seen most of the structures the void ants were putting together before, but they were fairly straightforward. Ladders of ants trying to climb up to her. All she had to do was flutter a slight bit to the side, and their efforts were in vain. The most annoying so far were the catapults, flinging void ants at her. That required constant movement, but even if they could predict her trajectory in a particular instant, she was more than capable of shifting her motion. She took note that the two colonies seemed to be working together instead of trying to eliminate each other. That wasn't necessarily typical, based on the Great Queen's tale of her history, but they were quite focused on her. Of course they would be. She was the largest source of natural energy in the room. No, on the whole planet most likely. Even away from her namesake source, though leaves in general still provided her power, she was still an assimilation cultivator, after all. These local cultivators seemed set on ascension, so they would no longer be present after life transformation. Seeing how the void ants were climbing the walls, Common Oak decided it was best to not let the void ants figure out how to kill her, because they might actually manage it. She led them over towards the door, which was the only other source of natural energy around. They began climbing that too, but at least some of them began to pick at the formations. Since her task here clearly wasn't going the way she wanted, Common Oak found it most important to leave. The humans likely had some way to contain the void ants, or to eliminate them, should something like this happen. She hadn't wanted to kill them, but if they couldn't communicate with her, she really couldn't save them anyway. Aiming at the wall above where any void ants had climbed, Common Oak spun around, using her wings as cutting implements. Since the chaos would have already revealed her presence, holding back her energy for the attack wasn't necessary. A formation meant to stop weaker individuals simply wasn't enough. The walls were quite durable, but she made a leaf bug-sized hold easily enough. Then she fluttered through its speed. Before the void ants could cut her off, Common Oak liked void ants a lot more when they were on her side. Unlike humans, she couldn't easily squash hundreds of them. Her only method of combat was her natural energy, which they were nearly completely immune to. Even if these ants happened to be young enough that her power as an assimilation cultivator could kill them en masse, Common Oak didn't want to see it. Rather than instantly fleeing the facility, she made certain that the humans were panicking over the void ants being loose, using them as a distraction to leave. Fair was fair. She would have gladly led them out secretly, but they tried to eat her, so they had to either live or die on their own merits. And they tried to eat me. Common Oak ended her message to the Great Queen. Mostly, she was talking about how rude the feral void ants were. She didn't know if they were somehow descendants of the Great Queen who had lost their learning, perhaps through captured royal eggs, or simply some other void ants left over from the extermination over a millennia before. The final step, at least, had to have occurred during Everheart's lifetime, or he would never have been able to keep them safe. Of all the miraculous things Everheart could pull off, time travel surely wasn't one of them. Common Oak believed it be impossible, though manipulation of time flow as one progressed forward was actually quite doable. Even she knew some of that, since she liked to keep some trees near the right season for comfort. What the Alliance was able to discern of the chaos at the facility after her escape was fairly minimal. Common Oak had kind of been hoping they would at least wipe out the city, but it seemed the Void Ants were contained to the facility, potentially exterminated, which was sad, but only because she couldn't help but think they looked like friends. Normally, she didn't care too much about the lives of anything that tried to eat her, though. Across the galaxy once more, the Eastern forces had been fighting their way through enemy fleets. Their approach had been cautious, as they did not want to overextend themselves into enemy territory. However, once actually in enemy territory, they would conversely be safer to some extent, specifically because of Vergis and Anton. Roaming around, they would not be at full strength, but with bound stars, they would be at a level difficult for the enemy to match. Before they could begin their counterassault properly, there were various details to consider. The various scouts combined their knowledge, and would pass such knowledge onto the cultivators of the Shining Cooperative when they arrived. The Free Planet Guardians were also expected to participate, as their borders had also been threatened. A personal discussion between Anton and Vergis came before anything else. Anton especially noted the star they were draining. It would be a risk to bind it. Then again, every other star here is also a risk. The Trigold cluster is more than aware of our abilities. Do you think that they have more star-destroying weapons? Vergis asked. We are but a small step away from where I created my blockade, Anton said. I don't imagine it's much more difficult for them to shift their launch location. However, the border is significantly further from these systems. The locals would likewise have to stretch themselves. Vergis nodded. But we can't afford to ignore the threat. Do you think it would be inappropriate to call upon the Free Planet Guardians to take on that task? It's closest to their territory. Coordinating with them is the least we could do. We must be willing to handle it ourselves, though. Perhaps I could repeat my efforts, Anton said. It seems like a waste of your skills. Perhaps, but it would require just myself, instead of however many squads to block off several systems. We can't guarantee the Trigold cluster will be using the same tricks, but we can't expect them not to either. Anton stroked his chin. We might not have to do that, though. I could take an active role in hunting down unwanted packages. Specifically, I can shoot across the border now. This is a situation worth revealing that Sudan wasn't an exception. As long as I don't show my actual limits, it should be worthwhile. Didn't they take forever to show up? Vergis asked. Indeed. They were sending kinetic packages at sublight speed, which means at least a decade of travel time between realms. They would have already had to have begun this task, if they were planning it. Or perhaps they might already have finished, thus the reason for the assault. Their first attack was kind of pathetic, Vergis said, but that could have been specifically to throw us off. Enough effort to possibly look serious, but based on what has been seen within their systems, they could have had fleets 10 times as large. Vergis looked at a star map projected in front of him. You're not at risk of them attacking a star with you next to it, are you? What if you never had to leave? I'm intrigued, Anton said. Continue. It's fairly simple. Any of these stars here puts you in range of most of their territory. You can hit 10 light years out, right? Slightly more, though my shots would be far weakened. How weakened? Vergis asked. Like, could you still take out ships? Kill individual life transformation cultivators? With a good star at my back, Anton considered for a few moments. I wouldn't be much good in a planetary siege, but I could cause chaos before that. Though I could likely handle whichever system we chose on my own. New superweapons accepted. Vergis laughed. You just have to prevent them from getting anywhere near you. What could they really do? Anton raised an eyebrow. Should we really ask the question like that? Vergis sighed. Fair enough. Perhaps there is some extreme they could achieve. But we're confident that their cultivations are limited, right? Indeed, Anton said. The cultivators themselves wouldn't be the issue for me, though it seemed they were quite capable in their own right. Yeah, Vergis admitted. I thought I'd completely wipe them out, but it wasn't good enough. I'm so close to enrichment, though. I just have to figure out the next step. I wouldn't suggest pushing for it in a war, Anton said. But if it happens naturally, then it would be riskier to try to stop yourself. Pay close attention to your heart and make sure you're not fooling yourself. The target planets of the Trigold cultivators weren't strictly difficult to attack, but their unusual structure bore special consideration. Their formations were more tightly bound to what remained of their hollowed-out planets, and it appeared that they had weapon emplacements that could cover the planets inside and out. The fact that there was an exposed inside of their planet would have been a major weakness otherwise, though there had to be some consideration for whether or not they cared. While traffic between planets and systems was consistent, it seemed that there was a pattern where older planets were less active instead of more. If their only goals were to tear apart planets for resources, it did fit, but everything had to be considered. They had yet to understand their enemies' full motives. Among other things, they knew that these sects had to believe there was an avenue towards victory for them. They weren't the Twin Soul sect, counting on some sort of reward after they perished. That was why more forces were being shifted to guard the Alliance's worlds, their cultivators readied for battle. Caution was appropriate, but too much caution would lead to inaction. They laid out a plan of attack that would go through the enemy systems starting at their nearest border. No doubt it would have to be flexible based on how the enemy responded, but they were prepared to attack the first system immediately. Since it was their first intrusion into enemy territory, Vergis didn't hold back. As they were approaching, he bound the local star. They had plenty of reason to be cautious about such moves, but they determined there was nothing wrong ahead of time, and it would be a good place to establish themselves. Having a bound star would make that more stable. He didn't push himself out front beyond the fleets, however. He used exactly the same attack patterns as he had the first time, trying to draw enemy fleets into each other. Without another target, the stone ships flew with the rest, so they were of course unaffected by the magnetism. But the metal ships responded about the same as before. Perhaps they were hiding their new tricks too. Anton forewent binding the first star they approached, instead keeping his distance at the back of the fleet. He was still able to pick off key targets one at a time, drawing upon his substantial energy stores. The enemy quickly fell back towards the nearest shell of a planet where some surprises would no doubt be waiting, but the Alliance was ready to deal with all sorts of counters. Chapter 1091. As they approached the first planetary shell, the Lower Realms Alliance targeted weapons emplacements and those parts that were most obviously starports. They remained cautious, but nothing could quite prepare them for what happened. One moment they were approaching the planet, the next moment it was approaching them. The skeletal structure of the planet bent and twisted, angling more of itself towards their fleets. Waves of attacks propagated along the thin structures, massive projectiles of stone and metal launched at extreme velocities. They targeted not a single ship, but the fleet as a whole. With a sweep of his sword, Vergis deflected much of the initial burst, at least those made of metal. He couldn't stop everything from hitting the fleets, and many ships were impacted. Smaller ones were annihilated, and even with their barriers, larger ones took severe damage. Their barriers could resist kinetic force, but at a sufficient level, it was impossible to completely adapt. Anton had been hesitant to attack the planet previously. Its structure was doubtless more durable than it appeared, but with such a dense population, any damage would be catastrophic. But it was a different story when they were all contributing to the war. It wasn't a clearly unified effort like the hive minds or ships controlled by Confluence cultivators, merely soldiers following commands. Now he didn't have to worry about impacting non-combatants. Ascension energy gathered between his fingers, drawing into an arrow. It cut through space, arriving among launchers just as they were beginning their volley. For that instant, the barrier was down. A weakness Anton was conveying to the rest of their forces at that very moment. The stone skeleton from which the attacks were coming trembled and cracked all across its width, some hundreds of kilometers. The shock waves spread through the structure, rocking it to pieces even as the stone cultivators tried to hold it together, but they were better at destruction than solidity. That was a choice they had made for themselves, consciously or not. It was just one segment of many, but as it began to crumble, the greater planet became more hesitant. No doubt they had felt invincible, but they were not. A planet full of cultivators was certainly a danger, but if they couldn't perfectly bring their energy to bear, it wasn't beyond the might of the Alliance fleet, who had come ready to invade a planet if necessary. Vergis seemed to take inspiration from Anton's assault, flying forward among allied fleets to reach the closest segment. His sword slashed outward with the power of the local sun, thin lines of flame melting through another segment of the structure. The cross pattern he cut destroyed anything it went through, but a moment later the structure settled as his slashes weren't wider than the width of his blade. But his attack was not finished, the lines of attack becoming magnetic zones that drew in any surrounding metal, including ships, weapons, and armor on all sides of the structure. Everything warped and twisted as it pulled, causing another segment to crumble. Enemy ships joined in with the bombardment from the planet itself, but they had already been beaten back. The Lower Realms Alliance ships spread out so that the bombardments were less effective, and the attackers from the planet below also split their fire, decreasing the density of the assaults and allowing them to avoid more of the incoming fire. The planet's barriers stood strong when they weren't attacking, but the Alliance fleets took advantage of every moment the barriers were down, attacking with a wide variety of abilities. They were not just one sect and one style, but along with the 100 stars there were many styles local to Inistra, and many more that came from the rest of the lower realms. Mobile assimilation cultivators found their way inside the barriers together, fighting hordes of weaker cultivators. Any collateral damage was a victory, weakening the structure of the remains of the planet. The locals had to be careful, the Alliance did not. Soon enough, a third segment was weakening, then a fourth. A wave of fear swept over the planet, and they began to haphazardly shift to a defensive posture, attempting to pull away from the attacking fleets. That worked to some extent, but it also left their own fleets off kilter. The Alliance let them retreat, focusing on taking down as many ships as they could. Chasing too vigorously would only result in unnecessary casualties. Finally, the groups broke apart. But things weren't truly over. Anton didn't bother to stop attacking just because the enemy ships were further. In fact, he focused on the best of them. What did it matter to him if they were another 1,000 kilometers away? Or 1,000,000? Or 100,000,000? Anything within the system was an equally valid target. However, he could only do so much without a bound star of his own nearby. He focused on powerful shots rather than hundreds at a time. The retreating planet seemed to be safe, but that was far from true. Even if the attackers had let them be, it was too late. Their formations were strained, their cultivators disorganized. With pieces crumbling, shockwaves rippled through the planet. If there were no other factors, over the course of 30 or so hours the shockwaves would travel through the whole planet like a massive earthquake. But that wasn't the only force acting upon them. For a moment it looked like the planet might stabilize, then all at once it began to collapse inward. Over the course of the next half hour, the structure was twisted and pulled. Stone and metal cultivators tried to stop it from collapsing, in some cases tearing it apart even more quickly. At a certain point, it was too late, as they couldn't hold the planet together. The skeletal shell of the planet collapsed into little more than a pile of rubble. Whoever could get away from the planet did, holding onto small islands of stone and metal, regardless of whether they would be able to survive beyond that. For those who remained, only a small number of life transformation cultivators who were able to remain on the outside of the collapse survived. The rest perished from inevitable disastrous impact. The Lower Realms Alliance fleets were regrouping, loading any of their survivors who could not survive in a vacuum onto their ships, and any enemies willing to surrender. A few thought themselves clever and tried to tear the ships apart from the inside, but the ships were made to resist cultivators, and those aboard quickly took down those who violated trust. Their fleets repositioned into the middle of the system, next to the star. Should the enemy approach them there, Vergis would be able to wreak havoc alone, let alone with so many allies around him. But they did not immediately move to press the attack and conquer the rest of the system. Vergis stood next to Anton, his twisted face revealing his thoughts. Why? Anton just shook his head. The fault here lies in the choices of these sections. Their greed to core out their planets. Their arrogance to think that they can still use what remained as spires of might instead of monuments to instability. In truth, the planet ship had held together quite well until the end. The engineering wasn't flawed so much as it was unnecessary. Spherical planets served their purpose just fine. How many deaths? Vergis asked. Fewer than there would be if we let them do as they pleased, Anton answered. But I had not quite expected this reaction either. Let me ask, do you think I was too aggressive with my power? Vergis shook his head. No, not given the circumstances. This was the best way for our people to be safe. But we must consider carefully what will happen with the other planets. Their fleets were still calculating their own casualties, undergoing necessary repairs, and patching up their wounded. They had hoped to take over a planet, but they were making do with the setup they had. Eventually, Anton continued his thoughts. Even though they did most of the work destroying the planet long in the past, I wish it could have been avoided. And this may just be justification, but I noticed the planet had no world heart. In a way, it was already dead, little more than a large ship or the corpse of a planet. Not that it makes up for all the deaths. Vergis nodded. Do you think they would accept an end to the war with this? A ceasefire, at least? I think anyone with a heart would, Anton said. But I'm afraid that these sects are too far gone for that. The only thing we can do is try. And if they try to lie, make sure to cut off the heads with the highest cultivation first. Perhaps eventually someone will listen. In the upper realms once more, a box trembled slightly. And though those around it had no visible response, it did not go unnoticed or unreported. Each incident required investigation, and none failed to take the duty seriously. But unlike the previous incidents, there was one difference they managed to discern. The connection was slightly closer. The risks of keeping something of that sort on Xianxia was not for nothing. The connection went both ways. And now, the former possessor of the contents of the box was moving. The first time Zorbarids had attacked the Scarlet Alliance, they had survived more through providence than plan. It just so happened that Ratna, a rival of his, got wind of the situation. The fleets he brought with him also weren't sufficient to take them out, though they could have been. Of course, the word reaching Ratna might have been someone's plan, but not theirs. The second time, they had a plan. They'd even implemented it with some success. They'd obviously hoped that their formations and Chitty could kill Zor, or that their assault on the Citadel of Exalted Light could break his anchor. Neither had quite worked, but neither did they exactly fail. The Scarlet Alliance survived at least to some extent on their own merit. Plans were already in place for the third time. It was inconvenient that it might be coming while the lower realms were in turmoil, but perhaps that was also a plan of some sort. Void ants in the territory of the Exalted Quadrant spoke only of hypocrisy, which wasn't that surprising. Perhaps spreading the information might cause internal turmoil, or maybe there was some sort of unspoken rule that they only had to be truly exterminated in the upper realms. For those with high cultivation, void ants were a greater terror than for random commoners. After all, they could by and large ignore their best attacks and defenses. The Lower Realms Alliance was aware of the dangers more than perhaps any others, which was also why they were unafraid. All they had to do was be careful where they landed. In truth, things weren't quite so simple as that, but it just meant they needed proper caution. There was also a world of difference between their own void ants, which were allies, and the ones that Common Oak had seen. Even if they weren't as feral as they described, the true dangers of void ants came in their alliance to humans. If necessary, there were protocols to fight them, but the humans were reluctant to unleash any if they didn't need to. So they settled for the solutions they had at hand. Proper caution was first and foremost. They also called for Nthanda. She would generally be effective, of course, but against void ants? She and any others with bodies tempered beyond standard limits would be practically invincible. Not that they planned to relegate her to squashing ants, but if they were in particular need of an agent to land on a planet, calling upon her to help would be the most effective they could achieve. And unbeknownst to most of the Western fleets, there were others joining the fight because of the void ants. They weren't afraid of their special properties in the slightest. Chapter 1092. The Western War wasn't suddenly going to stop and wait for reinforcements. That would be far too much time during which the enemy had the initiative. Nor were any reinforcements strictly necessary, as their battle power wasn't lacking. Along with the void ants, which could be avoided, they had found several more ascension energy cannons. Rather than attempting to infiltrate the areas to take out the cannons, they simply planned to avoid certain parts of the planet at the moment. If the enemy had a way to rapidly redeploy said weapons, they would adapt. Before beginning the next assault, Runa once more attempted her part. Their approach was highly visible, so a few moments for diplomacy wouldn't ruin some sort of surprise. And if she could actually accomplish something, it would be worth more than a slight tactical advantage. Runa's energy easily spread about the planet. Their formations weren't set up to block low-intensity energy, such as that used to project sound, though they did still slightly restrict her. However, Erona wasn't bothered. Why do you persist in your aggression? Your exalted ones in the upper realms sent their best to die. Your remaining tricks won't benefit you. Though Erona had countless books full of arguments, she knew that ultimately few would be convinced by her words. However, that wasn't her goal. Though if they happened to stumble into a group willing to negotiate, it was another matter. Instead, she was aiming to develop her abilities in a particular way. A few verbal responses came from various parts of the planet, unorganized shouting, but she was able to filter them easily enough. That was actually quite revelatory. Nobody is in charge, Erona said. Not really. And they are still quite unwilling to surrender, despite the previous damage they sustained. Why? Devon asked. It seems they still believe themselves superior. Perhaps our retreat and following delay seemed like hesitation instead of preparations for a final assault on this planet. Erona shrugged. Perhaps you were too tame before. I'm not really an expert at mass combat, Devon admitted. I think the unified cluster will be more effective in that regard. We know that. They don't. And unlike the hardened crown, these fellows aren't just hard-headed. Right. So, how did it go? I'm slightly closer. Perhaps you might even say I was already effective here. The sentiment for resistance still exists planet-wide, despite the massive wreck caused by their own failures. Regardless, we can continue our assault without worries. I suppose that's good, Devon said, though it would be nice if they would have surrendered. I didn't think they would be as bad as the Twin Soul sect. Perhaps they will change their minds soon. The assault on the planet began again shortly following. The planet-wide barrier was significantly weakened due to the fact that a chunk of the planet had been blown off, unbalancing it as a whole. That made battering their way through in whatever areas they pleased much more straightforward. Rather than contributing directly, Devon spread his energy around the whole planet, his world-encompassing chains creating a suppressive atmosphere. For their enemies, of course. Their allies would find it quite helpful. It wasn't as flashy as capturing an enemy leader in his chains or causing a cannon to explode, but it was effective. A small boost compounded greatly with their ships as each individual fed into the greater confluence cultivators, or those in similar positions. The enemy's long-ranged attackers were quickly targeted, being taken out by orbital bombardments. Only a small portion of the planet was actually being targeted, since they wanted to avoid the ascension cannons, but that was to the benefit of the Alliance. They were able to concentrate their forces. It didn't seem that any of the other planets were willing to send their fleets to support them. The Lower Realms Alliance had been operating beyond the level of life transformation cultivators in space for more than a full cycle. And though the enemy had a numerical advantage without their tricks from the upper realms, they were at a serious loss. Within an hour, they were putting boots on the ground. They had many soldiers who were better in individual combat than ship to ship. Another hour later, and most of their forces had lifted off. Not because they were losing, but because they had confirmed something important. Just because they could fight void ants didn't mean they wanted to. So once they confirmed their presence, they lifted off. Then the locals had a problem. Once they released the void ants, there wasn't much they could do. Devon noticed that they tried to guide the void ants to some sort of containment area with pheromones of some sort, which massively backfired. It was like someone throwing a huge speaker that yelled, "Come here. It's safe," in the middle of a battlefield. It conveyed a message people wanted to hear, perhaps, but it was also completely unbelievable. And even if the local void ants seemed somewhat more feral, they were still intelligent. They sensed where everything had come from, and without the Alliance on the ground, they simply moved towards the largest sources of energy remaining. That was the local barriers and cultivators. The Alliance didn't just end their assault, though. Instead, they focused on aerial assaults while the various areas were under siege by their own last-ditch attempts. If the Alliance had been surprised by the void ants, they might have had a slower response, but it was still the easy call. Even if not every cultivator under their command could fly, their ships were able to pick up everyone quite easily, and those who couldn't fly could at least jump 10 or 20 meters up to a waiting vessel. Weaker cultivators simply wouldn't be deployed as ground forces, as their numbers would be most effective as part of a whole. The numerological compact ship designs had been iterated upon, and it was possible for a single confluence cultivators to control the entire ship or for individual segments to make use of the weaponry in their own sections. Ultimately, they could focus on single powerful targets or dozens to hundreds of different targets, combining the powers of hundreds of cultivators to tens of thousands into a greater whole. The hive minds were especially good at multitasking while keeping in mind the battlefield as a whole. Soon enough, the local enemy forces crumbled. With footholds established, the Alliance then began to push to combine their controlled area, connecting their various landing zones. That did mean in some cases moving on the ground or flying low, but if more void ants were deployed, they would already be ready. It would be one thing if it was a coordinated ambush by the locals, but with the void ants not having any loyalty, their deployments were usually worse for the locals. When their forces got close to ascension cannons, close in the global sense, at least, Devon was ready. And this time, he actually managed to bind some instead of causing them to explode. The exalted quadrant cultivators were not thrilled at that, but despite how massive the cannons were, Devon could easily rip one at a time out of their hands and up into space, where they could drift into Alliance-controlled territory, out of the way. Of course, a few were fired at their cultivators. The results were devastating, though not only for the Alliance. With their forces intermingled on the planet, they destroyed their own buildings and took out their own people as well, perhaps even more than the attackers. After all, the weapons were not precise, and the Alliance knew not to group up. Even with their numerous fleets, the majority of targets weren't them. Runa returned to the planet as the battle dragged on. They expect to die even if they surrender, she commented to Devon. Unfortunately, I am currently unable to impress upon them an alternative idea. This seems quite abnormal, Devon said. I would expect them to be more self-interested and taking any chance to survive. Perhaps they've been effectively brainwashed. We will learn much from capturing them. Devon nodded. All right. Are you sure you want to remain on the battlefield? I've seen it before. And I think I have to, Runa said. I'm not bothered by death. Well, ours, perhaps. Far away, on Ratera itself, the greatest research centers of the Lower Realms Alliance were hard at work. The other core worlds were nearly as good with technology as Ratera, but it was difficult to catch up with their long history. Those focused on the topics wanted easy access to others in their fields, and thus they at the very least tried to establish themselves in the same system. Information was shared to those who needed it, but concentrating some aspects together was simply more efficient. There was a split on whether what they were trying to do would be more effective from a pure tech standpoint or a combined tech formation standpoint. Pure formations would be the worst, because they were trying to overcome set formations. The particular problem they were working on was based on information sent from the upper realms. Specifically, detailed plans for ascension chambers, both for some exalted quadrant sects and some in the Trigold cluster. Verifying the information wasn't possible without infiltrating their enemies. But the source was something that couldn't be ignored. Ratera finally felt Cerrito's pain. Everheart hadn't even grown up on their planet, but he was causing them headaches. Some portion of them were aware that he had actually been there, post-ascension, and his retreat to Cerritos to try to recover, but only those who needed to know. But given their connection, nobody could be unaware of how much trouble Everheart caused, and how much people couldn't just ignore him. Because his knowledge was extremely valuable, their plans might not work. In fact, it wasn't just a single plan. Either way, the goal was to do something to mess up the enemy's ascension chambers. Making sure there was nobody to ascend was also something of a goal, but if they could directly damage the upper realms, they'd do it. All of the current designs involved creating a sympathetic connection of some sort. It would be best to have cultivators of the right style ascend within some sort of device they made. The chances that they would willingly do so were slim, so second best was having those who were close and pushing them over the edge artificially. Artificial ascensions were a terrible idea, because even if someone survived the process, they would be less potent afterwards. But that was only if you cared about their survival or continued ability to cultivate. If they were being used as a weapon, it really didn't matter. There were some ethical concerns. However, it also had to be considered that they were currently at war, and the upper realms had previously attempted to exterminate them entirely. Killing a few of their people was only justified. The damage that might be caused in the upper realms was questionable, but there were certain sects that they could easily justify destroying entire planets if it worked. For example, the Citadel of Exalted Light was a perpetual enemy of their inter-realm alliance. There were more bitter enemies of the Twin Soul sect, but their destruction had happened top-down. Though there was a sort of connection, as their particular versions of Ascension Chambers also happened to be related to their reincarnations. Both processes involved capturing souls that had certain cultivations. It was just that one of them also came with a body. Since the Twin Soul sect collapsed, however, the Citadel of Exalted Light was widely recognized as the biggest threat. Not in the lower realms, perhaps, but to the Scarlet Alliance, in which many people had friends and family that they cared about, in which many people who still intended to ascend planned to join. But along with them, there were many sects that people wanted to cause trouble in. That included the Golden Huntsmen. In fact, despite them only focusing on a single planet, and that particular planet having completely annihilated the invaders during the last cycle, public sentiment put them almost as high, or perhaps low, as the Citadel of Exalted Light. Because nobody wanted to see cute animals killed. Not that they would, because the people of Acaris were also cultivators who could defend themselves. But that didn't necessarily change how people felt about it. But before picking a target, they needed to be fairly confident what they would do would work. Fortunately for them, brilliant minds in the upper and lower realms were working on the task, and motivated by the thought that someone else might finish before them. And with the time lag involved, they might claim to be first and find out they were 6 months late. Not a world-ending result, but embarrassment and competitive spirit were good motivators. Chapter 1093. Since he had been given no reason to stop shooting, Anton continued picking out targets within the system. Unlike Vergis, he hadn't bound the local star. With each step of cultivation taking longer and having covered a much wider range, he simply didn't have the spare capacity unless there was an emergency. From his current location, he could have bound the central star of the cluster, and that was still the plan. But he didn't want the enemy to know he could do that. His continuous attacks taught them a few things. First, the planets, or what remained of them, were all able to move. Or perhaps it should be said that all the cultivators working together could move them, since those movements were something done by their energy control and not formations or technology. They weren't terribly fast, but they did slowly make their way out of the system. But as they only moved at sublight speed, they couldn't make it outside of his range. Anton didn't want to let the enemy know his exact comfortable range, but as he was more than fine with shooting into adjacent systems 5 or 10 light-years away, he certainly wasn't worried about something in the range of 1/10,000th of that distance. So while they weren't willing to approach the star, they also couldn't get away from Anton. Thus, he was able to keep damaging them. They did have some way to replenish their natural energy, or extremely large stores, so he wasn't able to bring down their barriers permanently. Instead, he had to puncture them with each shot, or bypass them. The latter he achieved with spectral energy, targeting some of their stronger cultivators. By the time their fleets had gotten proper rest and were prepared for their next attack, Anton had killed somewhere around 10% of their life transformation cultivators. In addition, he had taken out numerous weapon emplacements at various points around the skeletal planets. There was one downside of their delay, but it seemed to be an inevitable result. Even since the first planet had mobilized to attack them, the other planets had been converging together. Now, the remaining handful of rocky planets stood as a unified whole. Whether there was any boost in power beyond simple numbers was unclear, but it had to be assumed that they would be more difficult to fight. Even so, the fleets of the Lower Realms Alliance were far more maneuverable than the enemy's planet ships and even their actual spacefaring vessels, so they were able to maneuver into an advantageous position. The enemy being further from the star would have weakened Vergis, if it had been him shortly after he reached assimilation. But now, the distance the enemy was able to reach in a few days was insignificant. For all they had done, they were still in the effective range of the star. Anton watched happily as his apprentice led the charge against their foes. Though Vergis had a very different style than himself, he made great use of the concepts of starbinding. Magnetism had been one of his favorites, even before he reached the point of assimilation. However, Vergis also had control over flames, light, and gravity to various extents. He used the latter to great effect when the enemies thought they could resist his magnetism. They were right, to some extent, but when their ships suddenly found themselves pulled towards each other, or the planets they were swarming from, they lost confidence in their own abilities. That was when Vergis suddenly turned up the magnetism. As for the stone ships, he had plenty of tricks for them too. Nothing stopped Vergis from simply cutting their ships in half, and if their cultivators were willing to fight him outside in empty space, Vergis was still at an advantage. Some of the cultivators might have had a few centuries of training, but since they didn't have anyone beyond life transformation, their major threat was numbers. And numbers they had. Anton could hardly comprehend how much difference there was between armies he had seen on a single planet and what could be gathered from multiple planets growing for far longer. Tens of thousands of individuals made up a relatively small fleet, and there were even individual ships with that many people in the alliance. Here, they were fighting against planets with limited space but dense populations, numbering somewhere around hundreds of millions, even if the only contribution of some cultivators was to make the planets move. One might assume that some of those many individuals were unwilling, but Anton hadn't seen any indication of cultivators willing to surrender or otherwise achieve peace except out of fear for their lives. From those they had interrogated, they appeared in some ways to be worse fanatics than the Twin Soul sect, because they didn't think they were fanatics and had no promise of something for their sacrifice. Rather than try to overwhelm the enemy planets, though they could, they chose to retreat after causing sufficient damage to the enemy fleets and infrastructure. The reason was simple enough. Only the enemy ships were mobile enough to chase them down. Even though the planets could protect each other, they couldn't stop the Alliance from an organized retreat where they would be able to return refreshed. With fewer but higher quality cultivators, that was their best way to manage their own casualties. The current system they were in wasn't the only one controlled by the stone and metal sects, but potential reinforcements were being monitored, and the Alliance wasn't entirely focused on just the one system. Nor were they the only ones involved. The Free Planet Guardians and Shining Cooperative had also been targeted and wanted revenge for the damage they had sustained. Unlike the Alliance, not all of their initial encounters came away in a victory. Some of their planets had been partially dismantled, with no heed taken for those living upon them. Over the course of several weeks, just to be cautious, they finally completed their conquest of that first system. It wasn't pleasant, but war never was. Their next goal was driving deeper into enemy territory, striking at their heart, though not their most populous systems. Instead, they were going to secure one of the central stars for Anton, following their original plan. That would allow him to have a greater influence on future battles in many systems. News continued to reach the Western assault forces about attacks on the unified cluster. However, Devon wasn't worried. The systems formerly under numerological compact control were some of the strongest systems in the Alliance, or at least they had the most concentrated power. For all the terrible things the compact did, the aftermath of their existence had resulted in some amazing things as well. The hive minds were happy with their existence, despite the horrors some had endured. Together, their many individuals took their traumatic and painful experiences and built something far better. Overlapping with them were the Shattered Chains, Devon's sect. He was proud of them as well, and it seemed there were some potential new recruits. Not that it made Devon happy. The only thing he could say he was happy about was that this particular combination of sects didn't have a huge abundance of slaves. But that didn't mean there were none. Devon was always able to pick them out as they resonated with him. As the war had progressed, he'd had various opportunities to use world-encompassing chains on new planets they encountered, taking in the planet as a whole, but he always ended up focused on those in chains, physical or otherwise. He focused his energy on a mine, where miners rested after a hard day's work. Anton always said work was hard enough without intentionally making it more difficult, and these people could use a full belly and a release from unnecessary burdens dragging along with them. Normally, Devon wouldn't interfere for worry about the consequences to slaves. If they were seen as some sort of weakness, they would be threatened or killed. However, they were just about to begin their assault of this planet. And with his personal attention, he could prevent any issues. Devon created an image of himself in between the bunks. The slaves weren't even cultivators, so they didn't react to the changes in natural energy. However, several were alert enough to pick out his presence regardless. "Who are you?" asked an older woman, probably ineffective for a position in a mine. Not that the local cultivators likely cared about being effective, or they would have done the work themselves. "I'm sure you've heard something about us," Attackers from space or miscreants of some sort. I prefer the proper inhabitants of the lower realms, much like yourselves, perhaps. Honestly, Devon really didn't care about the origins of these people. Just like they had accepted sects from the upper realms under the banner if they were willing to swear them off. Anyone oppressed by them willing to despite the exalted quadrant was all right in his book. How did you get in? I'm a cultivator, Devon explained, the sect head of the Shattered Chains. The woman looked down at her own wrists. Will you destroy these? Is that what you want? Devon asked. At this point, the rest were waking up, and many were clearly getting worried. Don't worry, they won't hear us talking. Why wouldn't I want my chains destroyed? The woman asked. Your sect? Oh, don't get me wrong, Devon said. I'll free you, and I can absolutely break your chains if you want. But wouldn't you rather I teach you to do it yourself? You think these old bones can break steel? The woman asked. Can you break stone? Devon asked. Hardly. They just enjoy seeing me struggle, and I've refused to die. Devon grinned widely. That sounds like exactly what you need. In other circumstances, I'd let you defeat your former captors with your own hands. But we don't have the luxury of capacity to hold on to them. So you'll have to settle for taking your revenge as you please. Or you can ignore them and wait to be picked up. Outside of the densely packed shack the miners were kept in, the sound of clinking chains began to grow louder, and even those inside felt the pressure of natural energy as Devon forced his energy through the barrier and bound the guards and all those responsible for keeping them in place. Go ahead and take a look out the window. The old woman dragged herself along, an unnecessarily heavy ball and chain wearing her down. Between the simple slats, the opening not wide enough to squeeze out of if they were removed, she just managed to pick out some of the guards struggling. That was around the same time that Devon ripped off the door leading to the outside. You can wait in here for rescue or go out. A ship will be here in an hour or two at most, Devon said. Devon watched the old woman, weighed down as she was, struggle her way to the door first and out. What is your name? He asked. It's Gayla, the old woman grunted. You said we can do what we want of them? Yes, Devon said. He understood that captives might be particularly cruel to their former captors, but he knew they all deserved it. It would also let him judge what people might need to recover their minds. Gayla dragged herself out to the closest guard, held by Devon's chains. She walked right up to the other woman, then shoved her with her relatively more mobile hands. What are you doing? The guard demanded, trying to sound strong but the quiver in her voice making her not very successful. They'll kill you for this. Gayla just shook her head. None of you get to choose if I live or die, or I would have died long ago. She stepped forward, eventually dragging the heavy ball onto the other woman's chest. The guard was a cultivator in early body tempering, but without the benefit of her energy, sealed by Devon's chains, the weight was more than she could bear. But not in the short term. Her body was just strong enough that she could breathe, with great effort. Gayla just watched as the woman struggled to fill her lungs, until finally she collapsed. Then Gayla dragged herself off to the side and looked up at the sky. Let's see if that ship is coming. Chapter 1094. As Anton entered the next system, he was overcome with a feeling of dread and death. He almost instinctively called for a retreat, but he recognized the source as outside of himself before the words could reach his lips. It was not his own instincts, nor was it an active projection of energy. Do you feel that? Anton asked Vergis. His apprentice swept his senses around the system. Is there some problem? That told Anton enough, and his further exposure to the sensations was making the situation more clear. Not anymore, I think. During his previous scouting, Anton had not entered this particular system. At most, he had scanned it from outside. Normally, that would have picked up anything of note. But upon further consideration, the feelings around him were extremely faint. It was only upon being completely surrounded by them that they were magnified. It was quite possible Vergis did pick up on what Anton was feeling, and simply did not interpret it the same way. A thin haze of spectral energy could have any number of reasons for existing. But something that made Anton react in this exact manner could only be the result of a great number of deaths. Many had died in the system they had just come from, some allies, and many more enemies. However, Their grievances upon death were broadly spread out with little lingering spite. To have the same results as in this second system, something truly terrible had to have happened to the inhabitants, or the previous inhabitants, since the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters were clearly inhabiting this system quite happily. Normally, Anton would have expected traces left on conquered planets, but he also would have expected that said planets hadn't been torn apart, stripped of the majority of what made them a planet in the first place. So perhaps whatever had taken place here would remain a mystery, except that the fear and spite was denser around the planets. As they moved further into the system, Anton let the feelings flow over him. It wasn't pleasant to dwell in negative emotions, but sometimes one had to move through them. Anton himself couldn't resolve the negativity of a whole system ordinarily. But in this state, perhaps he could. Before any of that, however, he needed to bind the star. He took special care, uncertain if the spectral energy might hinder the process. But aside from the distraction it provided, Anton felt no hindrance as he opened a connection to the star. "I'm going to try something special," Anton informed Vergis, and the fleets with them, as he didn't wish to worry them with his actions. "Something regarding whatever it is you felt?" Vergis surmised. "Spectral energy," Anton confirmed. "I feel this system was occupied by others in the past." Vergis nodded, well aware of the situation in what was now the territory of the Adamant Federation and Free Planet Guardians. Anton immediately locked his senses onto one of the larger planets. There was a man commanding their forces, preparing them for the assault, no doubt. Anton formed a spirit arrow, forming it with his own spectral energy. The results were far beyond what he anticipated. His bowstring resonated with the surrounding spectral energy. Soulstring. It seemed there was a connection of purpose between his bow and the surroundings, though Anton did not think it reached beyond a similar intent. His arrow flew straight and true. Anton did not need an arrow without substance to avoid physical barriers. The arrow gathered surrounding spectral energy, building momentum as it approached his target, slipping past their natural energy barriers as well. The commander was pierced through the heart, and a wave of souls, or the remnants of them, spread through the surroundings. The reaction from the locals was immediate. Cultivators scrambled for ships, and the shells of the planets themselves morphed and bent. If Anton wasn't mistaking things, they were faster than the previous system. Anton's projection of their trajectories placed them together at a central point, and Anton had the suspicion that the results would be less than pleasant for the Alliance. "This system will not be as easily conquered as the other," Anton said. "Yet I don't hear you suggesting we retreat," Vergis commented. He was forming his own connection with the local star, as his personal risks were too high without a bound star, given that he had to fight from closer to their enemies. His personal strength would be something that could be overcome with numbers, without the full power of assimilation. "I assume you mean without your empowerment and that spectral energy you made use of." "Indeed, but we still must pay special attention to their intentions and thwart their plans before they come to completion," Anton said. "We must be swift about this. We will direct the fleets to act decisively." Anton took another shot, carefully drawn out to rally the local spectral energy. Another of the strongest cultivators fell, along with the area around him. Slaying them would both severely damage their power and disrupt their morale. But Anton wasn't content to deal with one individual at a time. Fully empowered by his bound stars, he could do far more than single shots. Even consecutive shots from his bow could only reach so many, hardly effective for a wide battlefield with vast numbers. While they were far weaker without a physical bow to support them, he created bows of pure energy around him. First 10, then 100, then 1,000. They fired consecutively, with Anton acting as a legion of archers on his own. That was his preferred method, as he was able to influence more of the battle. Besides, he wanted to leave some of the stronger enemies for Vergis. The man needed to push himself to break through to the next level. He wasn't far from enrichment. There was another reason. With Anton focusing on the wider battlefield, not only could he better accustom himself to enemy tactics, but also because he could see they were doing something new. Of course, he still intended for it to be disrupted, but giving them just enough time to show off their plans seemed useful. This system had 12 planets, though perhaps the smaller ones were once moons. Either way, they were barely skeletal structures of what they had once been. But the way their trajectories were lining up, they weren't just preparing for a combined assault. As they got closer, it became ever more clear that they were headed for the exact same overlapping area from their various points around the system. Defeating them in the time it took to reach that point was impossible, but with Anton's support, the Alliance fleets took out several structural joins on the closest planets. They fought their way through enemy fleets, the battle one of widespread destruction. Finally, when it appeared that two of the planets were going to crash into each other, they bent and twisted. Their long segments twisted and separated, swinging outward away from the core, then connecting to each other. Anton felt their formations combining, as well as the energies of the inhabitants. That was enough of that. But Anton wasn't the one who was best fit to prevent them from continuing further. His combat style might have been capable of destroying a single planet, something he hadn't tried for obvious reasons. But without a core holding everything together, he would only be suited for breaking some of the limbs holding everything together. The various segments of the planets were like polygonal edges that moved to snap together, but as more planets beyond the first two began to fit themselves together, Vergis turned his attention away from the fleets. The planets were made only of bare stone and metal. They had no ability to move on their own, but were instead controlled by the cultivators. Rather than the mix of metal and stone being a disadvantage for Vergis, however, his magnetism was put on full display as he flew into the middle of the first pair. His sword slashed around him, drawing complex curves that he inscribed inside the structure. He wasn't creating any sort of formation that would direct the flow of energy beyond his own, but instead simply relied on his own might. That might, of course, came from his bound stars. Azin was one of the mightiest, despite how small it was. He manipulated magnetism to pull many parts of the structure inward, while also making the field splay out in random directions, pulling the great structure of the planets into torsion. Or rather, he created a wide variety of stresses altogether. For a moment, it began to collapse, then a few nodes began to resist the magnetism. Those were the next targets Anton focused on, drawing upon the surrounding spectral energy with only his main bow. Cultivators fell one after another, and the weaker cultivators simply did not have the technique to stand up against Vergis' constantly shifting magnetic fields. The combining planets began to collapse inward, clipping a third planet as they bent and twisted. Vergis flew out from between them, holding the fields in place to continue the accelerating collapse as he formed a connection to the next shell of a planet. Alliance fleets had already swarmed the planets around him, though they kept their distance to allow Vergis to spread his magnetism as he pleased. Instead, they provided supporting fire to take the pressure off of him. It was clear that the planets hadn't been set up to deal with attackers inside of their structure, though the fact that their own fleets would make use of the area should have tipped them off. Then again, having to face rains of attacks along the way would have stopped a weaker cultivator, or even a large group of them. They never got to see what the combined planets would do. By the time they fully understood the magnitude of what Vergis could do, it was too late. 6 of the planets he entangled together, and the remaining ones, 2 larger and 4 small, were unable to reach each other. Yet they also couldn't retreat, with Anton's full power attack meaning they would just let themselves be worn down if they tried. One of the larger planets tried to catch Vergis in its own inevitable collapse, their cultivators focusing their formations inward. But when Vergis noticed what they were up to, he didn't even bother trying to break out. Instead, he let Anton take out those coordinating the efforts, and during the final moments of the collapse, simply cut his way through the crumbling structure. The planets weren't fast enough to retreat, but a great quantity of enemy ships did flee the system. Several of the moons even had industrious individuals form something similar to the ships out of part of the planetary structure. The only thing they were missing was the proper experience. Rather than trying to shoot down the fleeing ships, Anton focused on minimizing their own casualties. While those fleeing ships would be a problem later, Anton had a good reason to prioritize things as he did. Simply put, he wasn't moving from his spot until the war was over. It might take them several hours to clean up the rest of the enemies in the system, at which point the retreating fleets would be at most a quarter of a light year away. They wouldn't reach the neighboring system for days, and Anton could shoot them while they were in subspace. So after they were done in the local system, Anton would move on to them. And then another system, even if they weren't ready to attack yet. Because the enemy couldn't stop him, Anton might not get much rest for the foreseeable future, but neither would their enemies. If they knew what Anton did, they might be even worse off. He could feel Vergis resonating with the stars that they had bound. He had no doubt that these sects would have another enrichment cultivator on their hands by the end of the war. Though even if Vergis didn't advance, the rest of the alliance were up to the task. It was simply a matter of what cost they would have to bear. No doubt their enemies would attempt to pull something horrifying, but the alliance was ready to respond. Chapter 1095. Elder Sadir of the Silver Rhino Legion may not have seemed like the optimal sort of individual to bring to defend a system from invaders. His armor might have fooled people, but his style didn't exactly scream defense. However, just because he wasn't going to be sitting around blocking people didn't mean he wasn't a valuable part of the Alliance's defensive strategy. These imbued fragment cultivators controlled metal, so he really didn't want to hang around them longer than he had to. But his natural style worked just fine for that. He picked a target, usually a nice big ship, charged headlong towards it at maximum speed, and sent it on a trajectory headed for one of its allies, crushing both ships and optimally sending them towards a third and sometimes fourth vessel. Chain reactions longer than that were difficult to set up when every cultivator aboard actively controlled the structure of the vessel. Sadir paid no attention to anything trying to get closer to the local planets. His only job was to find his next target, preferably one of the rock ones, and hurl them at the next target. Rinse and repeat, building momentum and transferring it all to his enemies. It actually took special techniques for him to not simply create a body-shaped hole in the vessels. Targets were chosen in some part by proximity, but also by power. Strongest first, because that would cause maximum damage and he didn't want them hanging around. Highest on the list were ships he felt were avoiding him, though at the same time, others were the lowest priority. It relied on snap judgments to differentiate between types, but ultimately Sadir focused not on those who were shying away from them, but instead those who were trying to slip past. The former were just around, the second had a goal. And whatever the goal was, he didn't want it. He slapped his chest to collapse his breastplate back into its place. He was going to need to spend a good long time with some smiths getting the thing ironed out, but even his defensive energy couldn't completely stop the enemy's manipulations. They primarily focused on trying to stab him with his armor, but when they found that didn't work because it had a good sense of form, they tried to separate the pieces. Fortunately, nobody ever got to affect him for more than a few instants. Swiveling his head, Sadir found his next target. He was breaking all of his guidelines about strength and proximity. Honestly, he almost hadn't noticed the ship at all, but instincts told him to look. And there it was, a tiny ship flying far away from the other vessels. It didn't have any notable energy coming off of it, which was actually probably what tipped him off. It was too minimal, as it didn't even have the fluctuations of natural energy the ship had to have with the cultivators who were effectively shoving it about. He knew he made the right choice when suddenly other ships tried to block him, and instead of letting them distract him, he just continued to speed up. Anything that got in his way was flung aside callously, unless it was angled right for him to stomp off of and boost his own momentum. With only 10 or 20 layers of ships between himself and the edge of the fleet, Sadir was out of there in no time. Meanwhile, the little ship was not particularly impressive in its manner of acceleration. It did make a sudden lurch as he approached, but Sadir wasn't planning to impact it with pinpoint accuracy regardless. He didn't have to hit it with his body, just his energy. Sadir was an enormous rhino rampaging through the stars, just as he liked it. His presence extended widely, and he impacted the tiny ship, only to be met with a counterforce that sent him flying backwards into the fleet he'd just departed. The first thoughts to flicker through his head were, and what's that dense, and then, where'd they get Worldheart? The answer to that final question wasn't actually that difficult to figure out, either. From what he'd heard from the front lines, they were literally ripping apart planets every day. Perhaps it was surprising he hadn't seen a ship-sized chunk before. As he righted himself, Sadir was at least glad to see that the ship hadn't managed to maintain its trajectory. It was able to force a massive rebound force upon him, but he wasn't so fragile that it could crush him. The ship didn't seem to have been damaged either, a number of solidly powerful life transformation cultivators holding it together along with whatever formations it had. He was pretty sure he'd knocked loose some of their stealth stuff, because he could feel them now. He wasn't sure he could break that ship. Maybe he should throw it into the sun? Sadir was already charging them, of course. Thinking was done in the moments between motion and impact. He decided not to toss them into the sun simply because they looked like they were going towards it. And if he couldn't break the structure, he just needed to impact in a different manner. He crashed into the ship, his momentum instantly negated. The ship managed no counterforce, however, because all of that kinetic energy bypassed the hull and transferred to those inside. Sadir thought they would probably be shocked if they had comprehended the situation. Then the ship exploded. All right, whatever they were doing involved something inside that ship. Sadir got a shard of World Heart piercing through his heart and out his shoulder blade as World Heart turned into shrapnel. Fortunately, no one else was near enough to be hit right away, though the planetary barriers in the system were going to have a field day deflecting that debris. Sadir looked down at the huge chunk of metal through his heart. It fit pretty snugly, so at least he wasn't bleeding much. Time to look around to see if there was anyone else he should butt heads with. Elder Sadir was not the only one to discover a ship made of World Heart-bearing weapons. He was the only one to cause one to explode directly next to him, and fortunately he was also the only one to cause one to explode in general. The Alliance managed to capture a couple ships, their various sensors picking them out as a threat. More than a handful of others determined they couldn't complete their mission and were able to retreat from the various systems. As for the payloads, experts determined that they had a similar effect to what had previously taken the Trigold cluster an entire fleet, a destabilizing force meant to destroy stars. Sadir had actually been around for the first such incident with Zunro's star, where they'd even been willing to destroy their own people. There was a reason the Lower Realms Alliance had sent him and so many others as reinforcements. They feared something like this was possible. Fortunately, they didn't have to experience anything the hard way. If they had merely brushed off their enemies as a bunch of life transformation cultivators, the results would have been catastrophic. Gayla was a determined and diligent student. Devon paid close attention as she focused on her training. She wasn't particularly filled with great cultivation talent. It took her 4 months to complete her first step of body tempering, though some of that was because she needed to recover from her nutritional detriments. Her determination reminded Devon of his grandfather, though it also showed Anton to be a wild exception to the norm. By 4 months, he'd ignited 4 stars. Even if his physical condition and health had been better, his training methods hadn't actually been as good. Devon knew that because Anton himself had helped develop new training methods for both those young and old. Perhaps the Shattered Chains was simply a worse cultivation style for an elder. Then again, if it was subpar, then someone of advanced age wouldn't be able to take even the first step of energy cultivation. Yet despite all that, Gayla didn't give up. Now she was lugging around her heavy ball and chain, making laps around their base. Any former slaves who wished to were able to be taken away from the front lines, but she desired Devon's personal instruction. She wasn't the only one, and though Devon hadn't quite intended it to end up that way, he certainly had made an impression on the locals. Despite the minimal involvement of slaves, over the various planets they had gone through, he found more than a few batches of new disciples. All of those interested in learning the Shattered Chains accepted Devon's declaration, and they continued to move around with their chains. They could have them removed at any time, but it would be better if they could do it themselves. 4 months became 1 year, and where the most talented disciples were breaking into the late body tempering stage, their success was through talent more than determination. Not that Devon would disparage the success of any of his disciples, but Gayla might have become something amazing if she had talent. No, Devon supposed she still could. She should still be coming out ahead on lifespan, at least. Her wrinkled face wasn't growing any smoother, but that was probably from her constant expression of determination. After a year and 2 months, she broke through to the first tempering, besides the full body tempering. She chose muscle, an unsurprising choice among the Shattered Chains. However, Devon found it somewhat risky. Following her breakthrough, she took several days to ready herself, and then she set about breaking her shackles with her bare hands. It was not pleasant to watch. Even with the first general tempering, her skin was thin like paper. Blood flowed down her fingers when she was barely started, grasping the inside of one of her restraints. But it didn't stop her, even when Devon felt her bones straining. The metal gave out first, though just barely. Gayla fell unconscious, only 1 out of 4 of her targets down. Devon wrapped her hands in bandages filled with medicinal herbs to help stop bleeding and promote recovery. When she woke, she replenished her natural energy by eating and meditating. He wasn't certain if she even noticed the bandages, and at the end of the day she repeated her efforts with her other wrist. The bindings around her ankles were stronger, and her fingers gave out before the metal. She spent months in recover, but made another attempt as soon as she was healthy. First one ankle, then the other. When she was done, Devon expected a shout of joy, an exclamation of victory, any sort of response except for standing up and stretching. "Ah, that feels better," she nodded to herself. She did eventually come to find Devon. "I'm done," she said. "Congratulations," Devon said. "Now you can begin cultivating in earnest, having freed yourself." She smiled at him, a big smile with many missing teeth. She hadn't exactly received proper care in captivity. Having any teeth left might be a sign of her stubbornness. "Nah, I'm done," she said. "Just wanted to let you know." Then she sat down directly in front of him, closing her eyes. "What do you mean?" Devon asked. She opened one eye. "I thought it was pretty straightforward. I'm done now, so I'm not going to do anything." "If you merely wanted to be freed, the option was available," Devon said. "I didn't mean to force anything upon you." "Oh no, you were right," Sect Head. "Teaching me to do it myself has made me the most free I'll ever be. So I can finally decide what I want for myself, and on my own terms. I'm done with everything." It didn't take a great level of insight to understand her. She wasn't hiding anything, after all. Even so, it was not what Devon would have expected. "I don't suppose I can convince you otherwise? You still have potential. I've already heard you speak about Anton, and aside from knowing that I don't even have a sliver of his talent, I don't care. I don't mean to seem ungrateful for your rescue, but I'm done." "Are you just going to sit there until you die?" Devon asked. The old woman frowned, then slowly pushed herself to her feet. "I should at least get somewhere out of the way, shouldn't I?" "That wasn't really the issue I had," Devon sighed. "In that case, could I at least encourage you to share your story with others? Some have become discouraged about their lack of progress, and I am not much good at encouragement in that regard. Saying I understand would be disingenuous." "Well," the old woman tapped her wrinkled chin, "I suppose I might as well. Until my heart or lungs give out. Or perhaps my liver. Or anything else. Doesn't hurt to yammer on a bit." Devon smiled slightly. He could understand something of what she felt, even if he hadn't experienced it himself. Anton spoke of accepting his end in a peaceful manner, until he'd been disrupted. For Gayla, it had simply come in a different order. But still, she might find something more if she stuck around for a while. Chapter 1096. Fatigue was slowly building on Anton, but he imagined that the fatigue on the dual sect that had attacked them was far worse, because it was far easier to attack 1,000 or 1,000,000 times than to be attacked so many times and be able to do nothing about it. There had been some consideration given that, with Anton's range, they could eventually take out all of the imbued fragments and broad-eyed harvesters without risking more of their own people. However, the enemy's movements made that an impossibility. Many fleets were targeting their own systems, and the defensive war was harder on them. If the Lower Realms Alliance gave up their initiative, the enemy might be best served by focusing only on offense. If their various fleets banded together to target just a single system, they might not be able to withstand the assault. That wasn't the only potential danger. While Anton was immensely strong around a bound star, their enemies weren't completely without options. They had been consolidating fleets together, and the surrounding systems had begun to combine their planets as well. It was clear that it was extremely energy-intensive for the planets to move and build upon each other's defenses, but Anton alone couldn't cause much damage through the combined barriers. Fortunately, not every system reacted with the same speed, and the Alliance was able to target those that adapted more slowly. Before the enemy could consolidate too many of their forces, they managed to take apart some of the isolated systems. They still found it possible to take on the systems with consolidated planetary mass, but they had to draw out the enemy fleets, causing as much damage as possible while minimizing their own losses. Then they retreated, taking advantage of the relative immobility of the planets. Anton was now focusing much of his efforts on fleets traveling between systems. It wasn't always possible for their own fleets to cut off the enemy movements, and their forces seemed to be gathering in one particular system. Ever since he saw it, Anton knew it would be a critical system, and their greatest problem. That was the system with the star being encapsulated and slowly drained. Oak Reef, according to the local naming, the project hadn't advanced in any measurable way in the relatively short time the war had been ongoing. A project like that likely took centuries, but it wasn't completion that was the threat. It was its mere existence, what it represented, and of course the fleets and shells of planets gathered near it. In any other situation, it would have been vulnerable. Even some other sort of megastructure could easily be taken down by a star-binding cultivator. But one connected to the star? The risks of destabilization were high, and Vergis had personally experienced the dangers that came along with that with Zunros. While the sects might not prefer that their star was destroyed, it was possible they were crazy enough, and it was a decent defense against star-binding cultivators. Anton was in reach of the system, but he wouldn't be maximally effective. Before they could attempt to deal with them, however, it was best to ensure they had no backup. And from what they'd seen of the attacks on their system, this wasn't a war where there could be a peaceful end. Unlike with Zunros, these sects couldn't be ignorant of what they were doing. An arrow pierced through the stars, striking a lone ship traveling between systems. Normally, that would have been the point where the arrow pierces through the ship's barriers and hull before exploding inside of it. But instead it was snuffed out. For a moment, Anton thought he'd fully exhausted himself without noticing. But taking a moment to check his current stores of energy, he didn't seem to be empty. Forming a spirit arrow in front of him, it was if not full power at least 90% of what he expected. He still needed to rest. But before that, he had to figure out what was going on with that ship. His consciousness flew with his arrow, but instead of crashing into his target, he spun around it. It would make his intentions obvious, but his normal senses could only lock onto the ship's location from a distance, revealing few details except for cultivation auras and the like. They were enemies, so he had attempted to destroy them. The ship was certainly larger than normal, but size didn't necessarily equate to durability. Indeed, a large ship had to spread its barriers more thinly, and a ship with a grand scale could often have a thinner hull to save on weight. Though that wasn't the case with the imbued fragments. It was a metal ship, and it only took Anton a good ponder to surmise what he was looking at. He would have come to the conclusion more quickly if it were a smaller ship, but at that scale, he hadn't expected to find Worldheart. Looking at the bow in his hand, it measured in the low number of kilograms. Anton knew that his bow was not made of a full Worldheart, but the size contrast was staggering. The Lower Realms Alliance was quite adamant on not harvesting Worldhearts, because that involved destroying a planet that had occupants. Technically, the planet didn't have to be destroyed, but harvesting the Worldheart would turn them into a dead planet. Obviously, these sects had no problem with that, as they had been scooping out the majority of their planets, not leaving even the entirety of their surface. Still, Anton hadn't expected them to have such a massive ship. What worried him more was the possibility that it wasn't the only one. Anton would need to consult with Vergis once he returned, and of course, he would be passing the information along to the rest of the Alliance. They might have more subtle plans. Vergis's first thought was to test if Worldheart was magnetic. It was a reasonable question, since many metals weren't to any significant degree. Anton's bow flew out of his grip, though he could have easily stopped it if he wanted to. "Well, that answers one thing," Anton said, "but I can't imagine it's enough on its own." "No," Vergis agreed. "Not on its own, but it gives me greater potential to counter the ship. Could you make out any weapons?" Anton was tracking the vessel with his senses still. He could have brought his consciousness closer with another shot, but his memory was sufficient. It seemed to be a solid shell. Though knowing the imbued fragments, the vessel itself might be the weapon. "I imagine propelling Worldheart would be quite useful," Vergis agreed, "though I could counter that as well. Assuming not too many enemies aboard." Anton frowned. "That's where you might run into an issue. There were probably at least a dozen life transformation cultivators aboard. Would your spectral energy work?" Vergis asked. "I'm not certain. Worldheart is valuable for being supernaturally resistant in many ways. I doubt I would be completely ineffective, but if I test now, they might confirm that I can't damage them. There isn't any extra ambient spectral energy around them for me to call upon to boost that at the moment. Would it hurt for them to believe your alternatives can't damage them either? Vergis asked. What if you simply confirm the possibilities? Lure them into overconfidence, perhaps? Anton nodded. I like the idea. If I appear to fail, they will believe that. But I'll be able to tell us the truth. Normal spirit arrows aren't good enough unless they're foolish enough to sunbathe by my bound star. I'll make some attempts, then maybe take a nap. Good. You should. It's not like you can't immediately be in play again should something happen. Ascension energy was generally considered stronger than natural energy, but against Worldheart, Anton didn't feel it. That would explain some of Worldheart's value, however. Even if it wasn't a negation of that advantage, diminishing effectiveness could be significant. Spectral energy was still hindered by the Worldheart. However, Anton believed he could have gotten a shot through, just not with enough power to kill anyone important. From their perspective, however, his attack was completely negated. In the right circumstances, he could potentially do more. There were several other systems with lingering spectral energy from their conquests. Alternatively, if he used a greater portion of what he had access to, he could take a handful of shots that should be effective. It was good to know they had the option, but Anton was honestly counting on Vergis. He didn't want to put too much pressure on his apprentice, but there needed to be some. That was how he would grow to the next step. Regardless of what he could or couldn't do, the ship would doubtless become an important factor in the near future as the war was coming to a peak. Before that, Anton was going to rest. Perhaps the enemy would be emboldened by that, thinking him vulnerable. And maybe he was, but a few days off and he'd be good as new. Or perhaps good as old. New wasn't always better. Vergis entered Oak Reef's influence, cautiously. He didn't want to be overwhelmed by enemies, after all, but he had to see it for himself. He had some thoughts. Just as Anton determined, the star was not pleased with its situation. He could feel the strain and was almost compelled to act, not by the star, but by himself. Stars didn't generally need protection, so he hadn't felt anything similar very often, but he wouldn't be much of a starbinder if he just let his chosen assimilation targets be harmed without repercussions. The structure around the star was only half complete, but that was not much comfort. That would be like saying to someone being tortured that they should be happy only half their body was being destroyed. If the structure was merely collecting the energy that the star released, and the sects involved hadn't begun a war, then Vergis could only say that it was the choice of the locals how to manage their resources. But just like what they did with their planets, it was clear their intent was to consume. A star's lifespan was, even by Cultivator standards, endless. To bring such a thing to an abrupt halt was inexcusable. The same was true for completely dismantling their planets. Perhaps some had no life other than them, but there must have once been other life besides that which they farmed. None of that remained, and the planets could barely be called that. Vergis didn't regret the deaths that had happened. At most, he could only say that these people should have been killed sooner. The two sects were everything, and while among their vast numbers there were certainly some that had no choice but to be part of them, their whole structure needed to be eliminated, preferably in both the upper and lower realms. Vergis could only directly affect one of those, but he had heard about certain devices. One problem they were having was that replicating an ascension took vast amounts of energy. Vergis might have two solutions in one. It wasn't going to be easy, though. He seriously doubted he could do it as a mere assimilation cultivator. But perhaps what was holding him back was not his ability, but certain beliefs. Vergis believed Anton could achieve what he was thinking about, but he didn't think that he could do it himself. That was the difference between an assimilation cultivator and someone in enrichment. Except, Vergis should be able to reach enrichment. He knew that, not because of his belief in himself. His trust in his own abilities was not quite that firm, but because Anton believed it. Anton had always been far stronger than him. If he reached enrichment, well, it might still be true. But he hadn't quite realized that, since it was difficult to measure how much Anton had grown. What did another light year or two of range mean to him, who could only fight within a system at an entirely different scale? But he could do some things Anton couldn't. His master could control magnetism, but Vergis had certainly surpassed him in that regard. Maybe he could find other ways. Or maybe he would die trying. But that wouldn't be so bad, as long as he made sure any consequences of his death fell on their enemies. He'd prefer to live, though. Chapter 1097. Stone wasn't seen as much of a threat to most cultivators, but the broad-eyed harvesters were able to make it both defensively and offensively viable. They were also a large portion of the effectiveness of the enemy's moving planets. However, their bigger risk was what they could do to other planets if they got to them. The imbued fragments with their control of metal were also quite troublesome, providing danger for both ships and orbital platforms. Fortunately, the Lower Realms Alliance was able to adapt their barriers to the sect's energy signature, preventing them from directly affecting vessels without first puncturing their barriers. Both sects favored kinetic weapons, launching their favored materials with great speed. When their attacks hit, they were devastating, though. If they could be avoided, the enemy tended to waste significant effort. The Alliance still found themselves at an advantage, and they were slowly wearing them down, including taking down smaller ships made of Worldheart. However, they had not yet dealt with some of the bigger problems looming, including the battleship made of Worldheart. The correct thing to do would be to continue their slow and steady victories. If they were able to wear down their enemies and minimize their own losses, then they should continue to do so. But Vergis had other ideas, or rather, something called to him that he could not ignore. At the next battle strategy meeting, Vergis had to speak his mind. "We need to attack Oak Reef next," Vergis stated plainly. Though with the presence of both Anton and himself, there was nobody who could really go against them if they said to do something. They didn't just bring the various military advisors in as yes-men. Inistra wasn't the only system of note on the eastern border, but two of the other generals came from there. Jamila of the Reef of Serenity and Sharma, formerly captain of the Iron Plate Mercenaries, were part of that. The latter wouldn't have grown strong enough to be placed in such a position without the influence of Anton and Vergis, but he was not wholly beholden to their whims. "According to what I know," Sharma said, "that is where they are most well defended. Any assault on the system is likely to be lengthy, potentially allowing them to draw in their remaining forces as reinforcements." "Well," Vergis said, "I have a feeling. From the perspective of non-cultivators, that sort of admission was as good as saying he had no reason. That Vergis just wanted to. However, it was something cultivators had to take seriously." "What sort of feeling?" Jamila asked. "Is there some event we could prevent, perhaps?" Vergis shook his head. "I don't know if this would be critical for the Alliance or not. However, I have certain insights I feel like I need to act upon. I don't think I can do so alone, but it might not actually be the best option." "That depends," Anton spoke up, "on whether or not you can advance to enrichment. That is the opportunity, isn't it?" Vergis nodded. "Yes. And well, I believe I can. But there's no way to know until I succeed. Or fail. Even if I do succeed, though, it's not worth sacrificing our fleets if they have to defend me for an indeterminate time. I can't guarantee I'd be functional during my attempt to advance." Anton both agreed and disagreed with his assessment. Looking at things strictly from a strategic standpoint, if Vergis had a good chance of succeeding, or as little as even odds, it could still be worth the loss of lives. With another enrichment cultivator, their eastern borders could be ever more secure. However, that was ignoring the people that made up the fleets. Their lives mattered, even if they didn't necessarily have the combat potential. So Anton had to ask, "What's your actual plan? Bind the star and—" "Well," Vergis said, "they have strange devices, and I've been thinking about connections. Something tells me that this structure draining the star is more than it appears. And it already appears to be quite a lot. I was just thinking, if there's some sort of connection to the upper realms." Vergis made vague gestures. But just because he couldn't put it into words didn't mean there wasn't a sensible thought there. "We'll back you," Jamila said, "as long as you believe you have a strong chance of success." "I can do it," Vergis said, "though I might need help with the star-draining structure. The plan, however, is to keep it intact until I do something about it. But if I get entangled," Vergis looked to Anton. "I can manage that," Anton agreed. "How close do you need to get? I assume if you could bind the star from the edge of the system, or here, you would just do that." "I didn't actually consider those options," Vergis admitted. "But no, I think I'll need to get as deep as possible. The structure is likely well defended, Sharma warned. I don't think our fleets would be able to help if you linger around there. Vergis made a face. Maybe I'll be sundiving. Anton knew binding itself shouldn't take long, so if that went well, he shouldn't get consumed by the star. Might I suggest leaving particularly expensive or irreplaceable items elsewhere? Unless you need them, of course. Anton himself had lost everything on him but his bow once, because even if the star wouldn't kill him, that didn't mean it wouldn't destroy everything around him when he was missing consciousness. Noted, Vergis said. If we're going, we should try to not be too obvious. Which means the majority of the fleets focus on the planets, while some others escort me closer. Once we get close, I'll break through. The last bit of distance shouldn't take more than a few seconds. With the basics of a plan in place, they proceeded to iron out the details. But they couldn't afford to spend too long. Only what their own fleets needed to rest and recover. Anton was shooting spirit arrows towards a system that was not Oak Reef. He didn't know what the locals called it, but that wasn't important. What was important was that it was the most isolated of the remaining systems. Even so, it was adjacent to another system adjacent to Oak Reef, and the point of his assault was to try to get them to draw reinforcements from their neighbor. The actual plans began when movement started, though they had to send their own fleets before they knew the full extent of the enemy's reaction. They had been tracking the Worldheart battleship, and it didn't seem as if it was going to get any further, which meant it had the potential to join the battle, but at least it was out of the system at the moment. And if everything went smoothly, reinforcement would only arrive after everything was settled, which was why they had to assume that things would mess up in nearly every conceivable way. They even had protocols for if the star seemed liable to explode. Vergis at least intended to try to nudge said explosion away from their fleets, though he might not be in a functional state to do so. Preparations were good, but Anton believed in his disciple. He had to. Nobody would be upset if things went better than expected, though. Anton kept up his attack the entire few days the fleets were in transition to Oak Reef. He hadn't pulled away quite as many ships as he wanted from the neighboring system, so he shot a few of them. But he then had to focus on the targets in Oak Reef itself. As soon as he felt the enemy react to their fleet's presence, he began to launch his own attacks. They crossed vast distances in mere moments, cutting through subspace. They would have retained more power if the destination system had a star bound to Anton, as he could focus on a corridor, but they were still plenty good for taking out weaker targets, and to Anton, anything below assimilation fit the bill. Oak Reef also had a good bit of spectral energy to draw upon. It seemed a bit thinner than other systems, indicating fewer lives, or an earlier conquest. Either way, he rationed how much he used, focusing on taking down enemy cultivators on their planets. Those same planets happened to be stitched together in close orbit to the star, about as close as they could get without melting, somewhat closer than planets normally could get without formations. It must have been hard on their formations, regardless of how much natural energy they had. Then again, Anton knew it was possible to go even closer with the right designs. It simply didn't seem that was the plan for their planets. The planets formed a sort of half-ring on one side of the star. The Alliance fleets approached from one end to attempt to obscure their true target. No doubt their foes expected them to take down the solar structures, since they knew about starbinding. Speaking of which, Anton could feel the stellar fluctuations. It wasn't a process that took terribly long with practice, and even with the strangeness, Vergis took just a few minutes to nearly complete the task. But it was obvious to Anton that he planned to save the final moment for when he dove towards the star. Vergis broke off from the rest of the fleets, circling around the back side of the star, opposite the planets. There was still a half-finished megastructure on any part of the star, complete with formations and cultivators and weapon emplacements. The cultivators began firing their ammunition, bits of metal from the structure that were presumably extraneous. So far, nothing of the enemies had collapsed without the Alliance causing the final bit of damage, so they had to know what they were doing. The stones were the biggest problem for Vergis. He could influence their direction with gravity, but so he found magnetic fields easier to generate and control in complex patterns. He'd formed a ring around their own fleet to draw the metal debris to the outside, and forcing metal to magnetize was fairly easy for the parts that weren't normally that way. But the stone he simply relied on the fleets to handle. When they got close, the enemy fire intensified. That was the moment that Vergis broke off, drawing more fire onto himself. But he wasn't so slow as to get hit by anything hastily aimed at him. He had only hesitated about going alone, as they could have focused solely on him and predicted his movements. But now that he was close enough, he reached inside himself and the star in front of him. Vergis tied the final connection he was waiting for, opening a link inside his Danteon. Immediately, he felt the wrongness of the structure around, and while he'd intended to keep it intact, he couldn't help but chop apart a very small portion of it as he dashed towards and then into the star. Unsurprisingly, they hadn't been prepared for that eventuality. Some projectiles followed after him, providing irrelevant changes to the star's mass and overall doing nothing. But the drain on the star from the structure was far more clear, and Vergis intentionally sought out that connection. He was linked only indirectly, but instead of relying on that for safety, he did the opposite. He focused on connecting himself and his other stars to the great structure. More than that, he focused on smoothing the flow of energy, expediting the process. It seemed stupid on the surface. He was just giving them what they wanted, at great risk to himself. However, Vergis could now confirm that there was a further connection stretching to the upper realms. How it worked, he didn't have time to study. He would have to apologize to all the engineers and formation masters later. This structure wasn't going to last. Vergis amped up the connection, but he felt the destabilization increase, not only in the local star, but also others he was connected to. Then a gentle hand stretched out, holding him up. He really hadn't considered what would happen to his other stars, and people bound to them. But not only Anton, there were also tiny paws from 3 squeaks supporting him. Tiny only in actual size, of course. The meerkat was nearly as strong as Vergis, unless he made this step. Enrichment. What did it mean to him? He wasn't going to enhance a failed star into a real one. That was Anton's method, and while it had been amazing, it just didn't fit. But he could free this star from its shackles, and he hoped that only his enemies would regret it. Vergis was no longer aware of the outside world. Attacks couldn't reach him, and he was so internally focused he didn't know what was happening with the fleets. He couldn't say whether he was quick or slow, but piece by piece he amplified the draw of every part of the half-built structure, and even imagined it as full. And then he pushed. Then everything melted, including himself. Chapter 1098. Ascension was something Vergis had never strongly considered. His early life was filled with visions of ruin caused by those in the upper realms. He had no desire to be among them. However, he had still heard descriptions of what it was like from others in the Alliance, choosing to end up in a friendlier segment of the upper realms. He imagined it was something like what was happening to his consciousness. Vergis wanted to struggle against it, except that he felt his other connections remain. So he allowed the strange sensations to continue, finding himself drawn over a large distance. Time had slowed down, at least by his reckoning. He followed the familiar sensation of natural energy mixed in among his surroundings. He was suddenly jerked to a halt. His perception still seemed slow, as he felt energy surging. He remembered what he had been doing, pushing natural energy through the structure around Oak Reef. His consciousness just managed to continue that push. Without his body, he was little more than his energy senses, stretched to his limits and beyond. Similar structures to what he had seen came into view, except they were feeding the natural energy into stars in the upper realms. Even split between them, the surge of natural energy overwhelmed them. The structures melted, collapsing into their stars as their rigidity was lost. It took no time at all to begin, but Vergis watched in slow motion as the structures began to crumble. Then he was snapped back to where his body was, in the middle of Oak Reef, with the structure having already melted into the surface of the star, erased from existence except by the slight ripples left behind. Ripples he could only feel through his connection to the star. He wanted to reach out for the fleets, but time surged forward as the star around him tried to come to terms with the sudden change in its status. He held tightly to it, holding it steady, but what felt like a single moment went beyond the end of the battle. Vergis only sensed blurred masses of energy as the fleets and planetary forces clashed, the Alliance eventually withdrawing, but staying near the star, his star. He returned to normal experience just about the time as a small ship approaching Oak Reef was shot out of the sky, Small, but not inconsequential. For the brief moments he properly comprehended it, Vergis was filled with revulsion and fear. The small Worldheart ship still felt off even with the crew dead. Vergis knew that it had most likely been carrying one of their star-disrupting weapons. Fortunately, Anton was watching out for him. Through their connected stars, he sent a feeling of thanks. Anton replied with relief. Stretching his senses to one of the ships, Vergis determined it had been several days. That wasn't bad, all things considering. It wouldn't have been for him to be stuck in such a state for weeks or years. Their fleets were battered, but still holding strong. Vergis spread out his energy to contact them. Sorry about that. It was less smooth than I anticipated. That was a partial lie. It could have been far rockier, especially if he failed. The first thing Vergis did with his heightened connection was reach out towards the ship planets that had withdrawn from his star. It had been a point of safety with the star-draining structures in place, but without they were concerned about the consequences. Surrender, Vergis ordered. After stretching his star's magnetic fields around the half-metallic planets, even before anyone could react, he was pulling them closer. If Vergis had not advanced to enrichment, they would be properly outside of the proximity zone. But now they hadn't retreated far enough, and there were still echoes of their energy inside his star, a connection he didn't appreciate but made use of nonetheless. Vergis repeated his order, focusing on a random life transformation cultivator. They hesitated for a moment, so he cut them apart with some of their own metal fragments. He'd seen them use their style enough to see how they broke down the bonds within metal to reform it. His version used significantly more force, but he was too far to properly swing a sword. One at a time was too slow. Vergis focused on several more life transformation cultivators. They actually verbally refused, so he took them apart. He planned to continue until someone surrendered. That should encourage others. However, the sects reacted quickly. It was impossible for so many millions to be true fanatics, but if such individuals rose to the top, they could have great impacts. That was what he saw as the strongest cultivators among them took control of their combined planetary structure. They began the collapse before everyone could understand what was going on. Once the main structures began to slip, there was no hope of them catching the momentum and reversing the process, though Vergis felt the majority of those remaining try. For a moment, he considered letting the sects come to their own deserved end. Several seconds, in fact. Fortunately for them, they had longer than that before their inevitable crash in the middle. Rather than trying anything complicated, Vergis first eliminated gravity in the area. No doubt some people would debate that being complicated, but it was only a temporary measure, the force of his various stars combining together to sever bonds, if just for a few moments. The momentum of the various segments was still an issue, but the billions of individuals didn't want to die. They fought together to stop the momentum and reattach their planetary structures. The results were somewhat sloppy, as many of the strongest among them rapidly became occupied by a civil war. Perhaps one of the shortest in history, considering it spanned several planets, even if they were mashed together. It wasn't quite clear to everyone exactly what was happening, but they could tell that some of them had tried to collapse their planets. By the time Vergis was forced to let gravity take hold once more, less than a minute later, the battles had mostly settled down. Just to be safe, Vergis let the gravity return a little bit at a time, so that people could figure out where their improvised structures were strained. Because of the scales involved, even slight tremors were catastrophically devastating, the equivalent of entire countries being rocked by massive earthquakes. Vergis didn't let himself be concerned with the scale of damage, however. This was still better than what would have been a single mass of rubble. I'm going to assume the rest of you prefer to live. Be aware that you couldn't stop me from throwing you into this star, if I wished to. But if you surrender, there is a path for your survival. Vergis wouldn't and couldn't promise all of them would be allowed to live. But the Alliance wasn't known for eradicating populations where they didn't have to. It would be a huge project to deal with these sects. But, with so many bound stars in the area, Vergis supposed it was inevitable he'd take up the project. His senses weren't as sharp as Anton's, but he still picked out something else approaching. More fleets, but they weren't what initially drew his attention. It was the gigantic ship made of Worldheart. Neither the fleet nor the ship would have concerned Vergis too much in other circumstances, But he had just expended most of his energy causing planets not to collapse, whether or not they deserved that. How unfortunate. He should have known they were coming. If he'd only bothered to survey the scene thoroughly before focusing on the planets. He was exhausted, but power was flowing into him at a rate never before felt. No wonder Anton could fight for so long. In the time before the fleets drew too close, he'd recover perhaps a tenth of the maximum energy he'd had before advancing. So he certainly wouldn't be useless. And they had to come to him, into his domain. Don't fly out to engage them, Vergis warned their fleets. A response came from Sharma. What if they carry anti-stellar weaponry? It will still be easier to deal with up close. Only the large ship is likely capable. Vergis reached through his combined stars. He couldn't quite create the energy response he wanted to properly speak to Anton, but he got a general sense of support and vigor, indicating Anton was ready to fight. Hopefully the plans the sect head had made would be effective. There was a brief concern that the incoming fleets would link up with the local planets and take control, but they seemed to ignore their presence entirely, even as Vergis continued to very slowly reel them closer. Whether to protect himself against them or to aid them, it was better for him if they were nearby. The fleets were faster, however, and soon the battle began. Vergis found it odd to have no fear for his personal safety. He felt so free. He was fairly certain he still had a body, but given he had half a star between him and any incoming attack, he only had to worry about anything specially made to disrupt the structure of a star. So he was free to focus on offense and tracking the battle as a whole. He created small but powerful magnetic fields within enemy lines. Rather than slashing out with his sword, he caused Oak Reef itself to lash out with solar flares, mimicking his motions. Some portion of the enemy fleet collapsed together, and that was sufficient disruption. The main threat was the Worldheart ship. Vergis just needed to take some of the pressure off the rest of their fleets. Anton's arrows were already arriving, weaving through enemy fleets and dragging spectral energy to the ship itself. Alone, they were insufficient, but they weren't completely useless either. Vergis felt a large grouping of life transformation cultivators aboard the ship. 20, 50, perhaps even 100. The ship moved forward without thought, cutting through anything in front of it. Its shape transformed at the will of the cultivators aboard. Just to be sure, Vergis tried to manipulate the ship with magnetism, but they negated his efforts rather handily. Perhaps he could overpower them, but he didn't think it worth devoting so much of his remaining energy to that. Instead, he focused on an element he rarely used, even though it was far less obscure than gravity and magnetism. Vergis used fire, drawn from the very star itself. The incoming ship was still beyond the stage where he could actually hit it with the star itself, but he still channeled the energy from an extended thread. All he wanted was for the ship to be hot. They had barriers, of course. Fire was a typical sort of attack, so they weren't unprepared. But Vergis's assault didn't end. Frankly, he didn't want to know what they could do, what weapons they had. Perhaps they had one way to destabilize a star. Perhaps they had a dozen. It didn't matter. Likewise, it seemed they didn't care that he was attacking them. They continued forward. That meant that soon they would be close enough for him to simply reach out and melt them. But that moment of contact might be the one their weapons destroyed Oak Reef, and by extension, Vergis and the surrounding fleets. But they weren't as suicidal as they seemed. The front third of their vessel suddenly disconnected, rocketing forward and reversing the rest of the ship's momentum. Vergis instantly called upon Azin to defend its distant brother, enhancing the magnetic field of the star. Even with his focus on a specific area, that disrupted the whole battle. Even the stone ships who were anticipating certain sort of movement from the others around them. Even with a single moment of touching the incoming mass of Worldheart surrounding something, Vergis shuddered. But as the attacking ship withdrew, the cultivator's connection snapped, letting Vergis send the payload into distant orbit. It seemed as if the ship expected to get away. But even if Vergis couldn't control the ship around them, he could control roughly half of their fleet. He connected all of their surrounding ships, trying to provide a corridor for the others to escape, to a shell outside of the Worldheart ship. Ships crashed together as Vergis used the last scraps of natural energy he had recovered, turning into various lumps that then piled around the internal structure of the Worldheart. And it wasn't just a few ships. That was one thing the enemy had in abundance. from the resources they had taken by tearing apart so many planets. Not just hundreds of ships or thousands, but tens of thousands even in that small area around the escaping ship. Enough that it turned into a small moon. Those in the center surprisingly managed to keep their ship structure, but it didn't seem they could do much more than that. They managed to maintain a small amount of momentum, but there was no way they could pass between systems by any normal methods without unburying themselves. Vergis was tired. It turned out with more power came previously unknown levels of fatigue. Anton probably felt like this for the last year, based on how much the old man had been doing. But he never complained, did he? Good for him. But as the apprentice, Vergis felt entitled to do so. He was so exhausted. Chapter 1099. When they next met up in person, Anton took a good look at Vergis. When I first reached assimilation, I came back crispy. You learned from my mistakes and were able to keep yourself whole, but who would have thought you would return in enrichment while still aflame? Vergis looked down at his arm, flickering like a flame, the structure itself dissipating and reforming. I suppose you could call this that. Fire wasn't really one of my focuses, but I suppose now I am tied to it. How does it feel? Anton asked. Well, it's not painful or anything, but it's certainly odd. I don't think I would choose this if I was informed. Vergis grit his teeth, appearing fully solid for a few moments. I think it will take me a while to stabilize. Speaking of which, thank you for keeping our mutual stars steady. I couldn't have handled them all on my own. Anton nodded. Even if it wasn't necessary for my own benefit, I wouldn't let my apprentice perish when I could do something. Though I suppose with you being in the same stage now, perhaps we're equals. Huh. As if I would believe that now. I was vaguely aware of how far enrichment could stretch before reaching it, but you're quite far ahead of where I am now. You might even be close to the next advancement, if it exists. Well, Anton stroked his chin. I haven't seen an end to the path of cultivation yet, but whether or not I can make it is uncertain. Then again, what need have I for more power? At best, I'd like to be able to consistently defeat our strongest enemies. Expecting more domination cultivators? Vergis asked. Not if they know what's good for them, Anton retorted. Though perhaps there is a stage beyond even that. The mysteries are not well known to us, so we have no personal attestations in that regard. Once the Scarlet Alliance gets a domination cultivator or two, they can let us know what they see ahead. Personally, I see the potential. But just because something is theoretically possible doesn't mean anyone currently alive will succeed, or anyone at any point in the future. Surely someone would eventually? Vergis asked. If we continue to thrive and develop our knowledge of cultivation? I should think so. But there's no guarantee that we will not encounter an insurmountable threat. Either other cultivators, distortion beasts beyond our comprehension, or something new. Anton glanced at Vergis, flickering again. Let's get in some training so that you don't give anyone cancer by accident. Vergis gave a smirk. I doubt anyone affected would last that long. It's a good thing I can fly between systems alone because I wouldn't risk getting on a ship like this. News of the approaching victory in the Eastern War would not reach Devon for some time, but with another enrichment cultivator and the greatest threats already defeated, there was little worry for them. They simply needed a dedicated force to fight their way to the end. Dealing with the Ascension cannons in the Western War was not a trivial task, but the bigger issue they were encountering was related to void ants. Their presence was a risk for the locals as well, but the Alliance wasn't able to land in certain areas on more than a few planets. It would be possible to scour a portion of the planet. They had mundane weapons that would kill void ants, but they really preferred not to cause permanent damage to planets. Even if some amount was inevitable, they avoided it when possible. There were a small number of individuals who were not constrained by the same limitations, but Devon wasn't among them. As an enrichment cultivator, he was just as vulnerable as a spirit-building cultivator. His body wasn't any stronger, though he might be able to overpower their resistance to energy. But if the void ants got to him, his defenses would be useless and he could die far too easily. He kept up proper precautions, avoiding anywhere void ants could reach. But Nthanda had joined them, as well as a number of others who practiced advanced body tempering. Against void ants, Nthanda was effectively invincible, from what Devon knew. Even the Great Queen's royal guard with insights into cutting attacks couldn't damage her. Perhaps the Great Queen herself could, but that knowledge would be secret between the two of them. Devon was relieved that the local void ants all seemed to be young and weak, inexperienced. They were well coordinated and clever enough to work together with other colonies. The locals only let the void ants out when they were desperate, and though it was usually to their immediate detriment, it prevented the alliance from gaining as much ground as they would like. The void ants knew that their captors were their enemies, but they clearly also presumed other human cultivators were as well. With no way to communicate, the alliance couldn't dispel that notion. It had been surmised that the void ants might learn to understand human speech from their captors, but so far they hadn't had much success. To fully secure planets along their path, they had to eliminate any remaining void ants. They didn't enjoy it, but it was necessary. Devon couldn't see any path to victory for the Exalted Quadrant. It seemed their attacks had been ill-advised, though perhaps there was some other goal they had aside from victory. Even as they were winning, he kept alert for any dangers. Gabriella could feel it, and that meant the rest of the crew probably could too. She was close to the next step. Enrichment. It wasn't a mystery to her what she would focus on. Her ship, her crew. Just as the ship itself had sustained many wounds, parts salvaged from other Ascension-class battleships when necessary or produced anew, so too had the crew lost many members over time. But always, there were replacements, and those few who left alive always had greater purposes. Regardless of what happened, the sum total had always grown stronger with time. The ship itself didn't naturally grow, despite how much Ruterra wished their technology got better with age. Most of those experiments reached dead ends. But the ship was full of cultivators, and with regular upgrades across the centuries it had become something amazing. There had been several opportunities for Gabriella to take over an all-new ship, but even with the option to take her crew it never felt right. There had been lulls in their growth that tempted her, but having reached where they were now, Gabriella felt vindicated. Perhaps some other cultivator would reach enrichment by swapping ships, but that wasn't her. The Wayfarer would continue to grow under her command. And while she would have preferred not to have a war since it was happening, failing to take advantage of the opportunity for growth would be a waste. Ascension cannons were a problem. Even if the enemy could only use them irregularly, the Wayfarer had garnered more than a few scars from them during this war. But her own familiarity with the Ascension energy involved might provide a solution, as well as the engineers who helped run the barriers, of course. Anytime Gabriella thought of her own accomplishments, she considered the whole crew. She had a foolish idea. It was natural to try to avoid the fire of the cannons, but she really wanted to face them head-on and come out on top. She brought the idea up with senior crew, expecting to be talked out of it. Then they brought it up with their subordinates, and soon enough the whole ship was preparing. She'd never declared that it would be done. Instead, everyone had been filled with similar feelings. Of course, they were just as aware as Gabriella of the risks. Yet without her even needing to say anything, they also saw opportunity. The path to growth. They accepted it as a challenge to be overcome instead of avoided or deflected. It did seem foolish, having experienced how the Ascension cannons could take off a section of the ship. Taking such a shot head-on was a terrible risk, but it wasn't as crazy as it sounded. And there was also the subject of a murmuring going around among the crew. If they were really an Ascension-class ship, surely they could face off against a cannon full of Ascension energy? The cannons were basically an integration cultivator using all of their power in a single attack, but the thought had burrowed its way in, and it became the only option that they would do something about it. When they were properly prepared, of course. The opportunity came soon enough after they finished their preparations. Knowing there was some risk of failure, Gabriella had informed those who needed to be aware. Devon, among others, needed to be ready to pick up their slack if something failed, and to not block for them, thinking they were unable to maneuver. There were no plans to fail, but they couldn't risk their allied fleets collapsing if they did. As always, there was another planet. That was the problem with galaxies. They were far too big, even just the little slice their alliance was occupying. Too many places for enemies to establish themselves, even centuries before they knew there were enemies. But enough of that. Gabriella stood at the helm. They intentionally set the Wayfarer out front to be the primary target. It was a temptation that had never failed before, but usually they tried to deflect the incoming attack. It was difficult to focus on the surrounding battle, enemy fleets rising up, knowing what they intended. Gabriella did her best to sustain the energy flow of the ship and crew, bolstering them with her own power. Then the moment came. A rising pulse of energy, then a laser with a beam almost as wide as the bridge. It was meant to cut through even loosely flying formations of ships, but of course it also had the power to take down single large vessels, and perhaps everything behind them afterwards. Gabriella stared down the incoming attack and only prompted a slight movement to make sure the beam was centered directly. She wasn't facing the challenge just because she had a big ego, but because there was actually a logic to it. She stood front and center, the core of power on the ship. Their barriers contracted, while the fortified structure of the ship was prepared to withstand the pressure should the barrier buckle. It was certainly easier to dodge or deflect, but that left others vulnerable. And if one were prepared, taking a hit precisely where they wished to was not bad either. The beam would last only a few seconds, usually enough to melt everything up to and including assimilation cultivators and any parts of an Ascension-class ship in the way. Gabriella felt the force and nearly staggered back, but she held her position, standing strong for the crew, the ship, and of course herself. Alarms were raised as the barrier hit a critical point, collapsing inward and allowing the outer portion of the hull to absorb a portion of the attack while they refreshed for a fraction of a second. A brilliant glow lit the prow of the ship, both reflected light from the lasers and the glow of the heat it absorbed. But while it bent and distorted from the rapid heating, it held. Gabriella held too. And the Wayfarer. The barrier snapped back into place, mitigating the last of the assault. The ship's batteries were drained. Gabriella felt her Danteon running dry. But their ship stood, and the enemy fleets were heavily impacted by the event. The whole battlefield sensed it, and their enemies would learn fear. Meanwhile, their allies were inspired. Gabriella was supposed to care, but she wasn't interested in expanding her influence to fleets. The Wayfarer was all she needed. She turned to face the rest of the bridge. You all did well. Now let's do that again. The glow of their nose rapidly diminished as the ship drained the ambient heat to power their batteries. Devotion flowed freely throughout the ship. Gabriella felt her personal stores of energy being poured into, but she felt empty. Not because she couldn't recover, but because there was so much more capacity than before. All it took was pushing the Wayfarer hard enough. After this, she'd push for all the upgrades the crew wanted. Nobody could say that the materials wouldn't go to the best use possible. Chapter 1100. While she was perfectly capable of fighting from space, and indeed in some ways more effective there if her arrows were bulky enough, Thanda chose to fight on the ground for one reason. Void ants. They were a continual problem, but if she provided a target, it was easy enough to distract them from other targets. At least, until they realized that they could do nothing to her. Technically, she had natural energy that they were able to devour, and that lasted all of a few moments before they realized that they couldn't actually hurt her. But by then, a good portion of their forces would have latched onto her, able to be squashed en masse. There were a few reasons Thanda was willing to kill the void ants, besides having many as friends. First, they were dangerous to others. Second, many of them weren't quite people. Even those that might have developed to that point were kind of jerks. They should know better than to attack random people who were clearly at war with their captors. But every time, upon being broken from their confinement, they went after every available source of natural energy. Had Everheart somehow stumbled upon particularly tame void ants, or had the Exalted Quadrant turned them particularly aggressive? She wasn't sure. All she knew was that she was covered in ants, and they were getting in the way of her vision. Different colonies tried different tactics. Some immediately abandoned attacking Thanda upon realizing she couldn't be harmed, aiming for other targets. Others tried various ways to kill her. It wasn't actually pleasant, but Thanda was so far being damaged by standard void ants that she didn't have to do anything, though she could always crush them all by squeezing a hand tightly around an arm and sliding along. This colony was persistent and was using the most unique method she'd seen. They couldn't hurt her, but they simply began to pile on greater and greater numbers. Now she was something like 10 ants deep. Frankly, though it was original, Thanda didn't find it particularly practical. They seemed to be trying to crush her with weight. She supposed they might actually succeed if it was a normal cultivator. They were up to a few hundred kilograms now. The colony seemed to be extremely numerous. far more than she expected that anyone would let them grow. In fact, this wasn't just millions of ants. Maybe tens of millions? Hundreds? A portion of them died every time she fired her bow, but so far they weren't really slowing her down. But they were quite useful in case anyone launched an energy attack, if a bit impractical. Her own training to modify her skin to absorb natural energy was sufficient. Thanda let them continue to come. She did determine she had something they could damage, her communicator. So she had to call for aid, not because she was in danger, but because she would prefer not to kill so many all at once. They had ways to contain them. All she needed was to detach them all at once. It was easier than it sounded, if a bit uncomfortable, though any of that was better than when they tried to climb into her nose. Even if they couldn't hurt her from the inside, it was weird. So she put a swift end to any trying anything like that by blasting them away with high-force winds. A colony that merely wanted to crush her was much more acceptable, though clearly poorly informed. Then again, it wasn't like the Exalted Quadrant shared any information with them. Deploying void ants with projectiles was a threatening prospect, but clearly the Exalted Quadrant didn't check to make sure it actually worked. Various attempts were either too slow to hit any of their ships or too fast for the void ants to survive. Despite her best efforts, Thanda could only be in one location at a time, so the void ants were still a problematic factor for terrestrial combat, and they were currently dealing with some sects that lived in caverns, fortified caverns, so they couldn't just collapse them from space. Or at least nobody currently in attendance. Thanda was fine, but others with her or in other locations were not. These sects had void ants too, and even with flamethrowers and other specifically engineered weapons, some slipped by and were causing casualties. They were also quite adept at getting around behind, and that was where they ran into danger. It seemed they missed a small crack a kilometer back, and now were being pressed on both sides. Taking everything into account, Thanda made a snap decision to collapse the tunnels in front of them. That wouldn't perfectly seal off the direction, but should slow the void ants. But they still had to deal with behind. Invincible as she was, she couldn't stem the tide alone. Each ant had to be crushed in bunches, but she could only cover so much area. Thanda didn't mind flamethrowers including her in the area, since they were relatively low intensity, but since they didn't function off of natural energy, their ammunition was limited. "Their numbers seem infinite," cried one of her soldiers. "We have to run through." Thanda grabbed the soldier as he tried to run past. Better than letting him get himself killed. "You should at least wait for orders," she said. "They're only so fast. I can tell their numbers don't continue endlessly. We move forward together." What she didn't tell them was that she was fairly certain they couldn't make it all the way. They sprayed the walls with fire, but they couldn't use poisons in confined corridors or their own people would suffer. The air quality was already bad enough that people were using what natural energy they had to refresh it, but since it couldn't be used against void ants anyway, they might as well. The first few colonies seemed like they might have been exceptions, carefully contained for experimentation. However, they'd seen so many more that it was clear these sects had been building them up for a long time. Perhaps as a form of retaliation against the lower realms, or perhaps they were meant to influence the upper realms eventually. Though the fact that they drew attention to themselves implied the lower realms might be the first targets. Thanda wanted to run ahead and try to seal the cracks, but the void ants were already out by the time she noticed. There probably weren't more, so she'd just be abandoning her people. Her presence might not make much difference in who survived, but there was nothing more for her to do. Then she noticed something new coming, flying through the air. An arrow whistled through the air, piercing a dozen meters into the wall behind as her target dodged, and then signed at her. "And hello to you too." Once she was close, Thanda could recognize the form of the Great Queen. There were a few scars. She was far larger than most, and most tellingly the way she flew without wings revealed her. "I didn't expect to see you," Thanda said. "That's why I came first," the Great Queen signed. "Tell your people to leave the second wave alone. It will be obvious." Void ants dropped from the ceiling towards the Great Queen, further along the hallway into their mass as she was. They recognized her as from a different colony, but they far underestimated what they needed. With a single sweep of her jaws, she clove 1,000 of them into bits. "Reinforcements are on their way," Thanda said. She looked at the Great Queen. "Our own allied void ants. You'll be able to recognize them." Thanda really hoped that was the case, because as much as the void ants didn't mourn their individual losses, there would still be some with potential, especially among such numbers. As for how long it would take, Thanda fortunately didn't have to wait. It was obvious. First was the way they rolled together as a number of separate masses, but also the fact that they had a line of reflective silver paint down the middle of their bodies. Clearly, they thought about this, both the dangers of friendly fire and how they would fight other void ants en masse. The local void ants tried to fight back, and indeed, they killed many. But where the Alliance void ants were bigger, they used their mass to their advantage, and where they were smaller, they used more complex tactics. Then, of course, there were the Royal Guard, carving out large paths ahead of them. From 100 meters of tunnel, it was barely a minute before the incoming tide of void ants was half dissipated. Just in time, as the flamethrowers were beginning to sputter. That meant the cultivators simply had to withstand the void ants for a short time before their allies arrived and took care of the rest. How many deaths? Thanda asked. Looks like 20 or so, the Great Queen said. Among yours? The Great Queen tilted her head. Maybe the same, but in millions. Few had practical experience against their own kind, except in training, but I am proud to see they did not hesitate. I didn't expect you, Thanda said. I hadn't heard about reinforcement ships. We arrived in the days since you've been in the tunnels. We are here, of course, to stop these ruffians from giving us bad names. Their numbers, Thanda began hesitantly, won't be a problem. Aside from the unified cluster, the Lower Realms Alliance has plenty of void ants. We might run out of paint, though. That was a last-minute thing. The Lower Realms Alliance void ants had come to join the battle in a single ship, a single long-distance cargo vessel. And while some of the Alliance had been concerned about the number of void ants the enemy kept releasing, the Great Queen had brought enough followers to complete their goal. Specifically, their goal was that humans should not concern themselves with void ants. If the enemy released them onto the battlefield, the Alliance ants would take care of them. Anywhere people had to land, they would go. While there were a few concerns at first due to possible confusion, their zealotry was not to be questioned. We don't want you to look and think, is that an enemy? Of course not. The Great Queen shook her head vigorously in her speech, being broadcast to the fleets. If it is an enemy, fear not, for we will take care of it. Step without caution as we root them out of their dark hiding places. Perhaps it should not have been surprising, since the Great Queen's leadership had been continuous for more than 8 centuries. But the Alliance void ants were far more effective than the others, and it seemed they weren't lacking in numbers either. The various planets had been growing colonies in containment. Meanwhile, throughout the rest of the Alliance, the void ants moved freely. They just didn't look like they took up much space, because they used places humans couldn't. Aside from battlefield tactics, the Alliance ants had the one advantage holding the others back: cooperation. Specifically, ships that could transport them. The Exalted Quadrant had to worry about keeping them contained until they got somewhere. The Alliance just had to worry about not stepping on them. Except, of course, the void ants were smart enough to make trails that were safe. Everywhere that enemy void ants had been seen, the Alliance ants scoured the area. But that wasn't all. They also established a colony to watch the area. It would take them some time to build up proper numbers, but the Great Queen was adamant that nothing would slip through their mandibles. As for the previously captured void ants, they were quite intimidated by the Great Queen's presence. Not understanding speech and only recognizing her scent as different, they were quite aggressive until the first few thousand died, mostly by her own jaws or the cutting insights of her royal guard. After some initial trouble, they recognized that the sign language was a form of communication. Some of the colonies calmed down when the Great Queen didn't press the attack. Any colony's queens who were willing to back down, or at least tried to communicate, continued to have necessary food and water provided. A few colonies were riled up by their queens and then completely eliminated. As for fruitful communication, that would take more time.